Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, introduction of government bills,
statements by ministers,
reports from interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following report of the Canadian delegation of Canada United States Interparliamentary Group respecting its participation in the, first of all, the 62nd annual meeting of the Midwest Legislative Conference, Traverse City, Michigan, August 26 to 29, 2007, and the Canadian-American Border Trade Alliance Conference and congressional meetings in Washington, D.C., September 9th to 12th, 2007.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Cambridge.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the reference made to the committee, Standing Orders 104 or 104.2, I have the honour to present the second report of the 12th report, rather, of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with respect to the changes to membership of standing and joint committees. If the House gives its consent, I intend to seek concurrence later today in the adoption of the report.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Honourable member for Cambridge.
104. Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier today be now concurred in.
Does
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed?
No. There's no consent. Presenting petitions. The Secretary presenting petitions. The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present this Income Trust Broken Promise petition on behalf of the residents of Trenton, Belleville, and other municipalities in Ontario who remember the Prime Minister's boasting about his apparent commitment to accountability when he said the greatest fraud is a promise not kept. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners remind the Prime Minister that he promised never to tax income trusts, but he recklessly broke that promise by imposing a 31.5% punitive tax, which permanently wiped out over $25 billion of hard-earned retirement savings of over 2 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, particularly seniors. The petitioners therefore call upon the Conservative minority government to admit that the decision to tax income trusts was based on flawed methodology and incorrect assumptions. Secondly, to apologize to those who were unfairly harmed by this broken promise. And finally, to repeal the punitive 31.5% tax on income trusts. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker.
Presenting petitions.
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition on behalf of thousands of Canadians who point out to Parliament that asbestos is the greatest industrial killer the world has ever known, and yet Canada remains one of the largest producers and exporters of asbestos in the world, and that Canada spends millions subsidizing the asbestos industry and blocking international efforts to curb its use. And therefore, the petitioners call on Parliament to ban asbestos in all its forms and institute a just transition program for asbestos workers and the communities they live in, to end all government subsidies of asbestos both in Canada and abroad, and to stop blocking international health and safety conventions designed to protect workers from asbestos, such as the Rotterdam Convention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions from the constituents of Colonial Lake Country. The first petition calls upon Parliament to take action on climate change, and Canada takes effective and timely action to meet its obligations under the Kyoto Protocol. And the second petition calls upon Parliament to confirm that our mission in Afghanistan will continue until February 09 and conclude combat thereafter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here petitioning the Minister of Foreign Affairs to establish a full-service passport office in the riding of Simcoe Grey to meet the growing needs of the constituents in Simcoe Grey, York Simcoe, Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, Simcoe North, Parry Sound, Muskoka, Dufferin, Calden, and Barrie. And also, Mr. Speaker, I have petitioners from Simcoe Grey petitioning that the Government of Canada support the designation of Sir Frederick Banting's homestead in New Tecumseh, Elliston, Ontario, as a World Heritage Site. And additionally, the undersigned petitioners petition the Government of Canada to provide financial support for the preservation of the National Historic Site and to refrain from destroying any of the 8 remaining hangars at CFB Borden. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Cambridge is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. And perhaps it was my French that caused some confusion, so I'm trying my very best. But, Mr. Speaker, I think if you were to seek it at this point, you may find that there is consent, unanimous consent, to table this motion right now. Thank you.
When the honourable member says this motion, he means the same one he tried earlier? Oh, I see. Perhaps it was my French that got members confused. Does the House give its consent for the motion for concurrence in the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure in House Affairs? Is it agreed? The House has heard the term of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. And so ordered. All right.
Questions on the order paper.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Order, please.
Mr. Speaker, question Q181 will be answered today, and furthermore ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
The question enumerated by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has been answered. Is it agreed that the remaining questions stand? Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government business number 5, resuming debate on the Afghanistan mission and resuming debate on the amendment of Ms. Black.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in appreciation for this motion that has come before this House in a very timely fashion. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that this issue is obviously important to my constituents in Pickering, Scarborough East. It is important to every Canadian, as it is probably the greatest deployment and greatest commitment this country has made, certainly since Korea. Now, Mr. Speaker, we talk about in this debate about the ultimate sacrifice made by 79 Canadian soldiers so far in the mission and countless of others who have been wounded. There can be no denying the great sacrifice that they have made. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say for all members of Parliament here, their memory will live forevermore in the hearts and the minds of all Canadians. And I know that most Canadians respect and support our troops in Afghanistan. This is shown day in, day out. Campaigns such as Red Fridays campaigns, the Yellow Ribbon campaigns that we have seen, and certainly what I have seen through my riding, perched on the 401, regrettably when a Canadian soldier passes away or is killed in action, the outpouring of support on the many bridges on the Highway of Heroes. And I want to salute the Ontario government as well for turning that highway into what has become today. Mr. Speaker, not far from this place is the Veterans Affairs building. And you will know, Mr. Speaker, that on that building is carved in stone on its facade here, not far away at the passage, that is taken from Ecclesiastes in the Bible. And it merely states, all these were honored in the glory of their times. Mr. Speaker, I would submit that is exactly what Canadians are doing today for our troops. They are indeed honoring the personal and dedicated commitment to our brave men and women who are displaying Canada's best in Afghanistan today. However, that also brings into play, Mr. Speaker, our national values are important from the perspective of how we show our support for our troops, especially those Canadian soldiers who have been wounded in the mission. Mr. Speaker, I know that honourable members will know that many of us here in this House have a personal connection. My cousin Mike was badly injured in the Panjway district in Surrey last year. I want to say that I spoke to him earlier before this debate, and he's doing much better. And I think, Mr. Speaker, with the support of so many, the outpouring of so many in terms of the Wounded Warriors Fund, it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that we are demonstrating day in, day out that we have not forgotten those who are there. But, Mr. Speaker, let us not forget that it has required in the past year for this opposition and for parliamentarians to bring forth some of the shortcomings, particularly for wounded soldiers and those who have passed. Last year, we had the unfortunate event of a father who had to come to Parliament Hill to ask that his son's funeral costs be covered. That should never have happened, Mr. Speaker, and I think I join with all members of Parliament that something like this should never happen again. We also, Mr. Speaker, recognize that for the wounded soldier to be told that their pay would be docked because, as it were, they either stepped on a landmine, were shot at, were wounded in battle, the first thing that they were told upon their return to Landstuhl, Germany, where, of course, serious Canadians, soldiers who have been seriously injured return, was that they would receive medical treatment. There'd be questions of compensation down the road, but be aware of one fact: the amount of money that the Canadian government promised you in order to get you to come over there and to compensate for the harsh conditions in which you find yourself are simply gone. And, Mr. Speaker, it took this opposition, this party, this Liberal Party, to stand up for those troops at the time. Mr. Speaker, there are also, of course, concerns that this member of Parliament has with respect to things such as the Veterans Independence Program. The Veterans Independence Program, the Prime Minister had made a commitment to Joyce Carter and to thousands of widowed spouses of those who saved the country in its time of need and saved billions of dollars in terms of looking after our veterans, keeping them in their homes. And that commitment was made to ensure that all would receive the program, the ability to keep their home, to maintain their properties, to do a little bit of work on the inside, particularly for our veterans' spouses in their twilight. That was promised to all widows. And of course, Mr. Speaker, that has not been fulfilled, notwithstanding the fact that was a commitment made directly by the Prime Minister to Joyce Carter and thousands of other widows. Mr. Speaker, I think it's also important for us to recognize that the number of wounded soldiers returning from Afghanistan would commit us to ensuring that the service and excellence is beyond question. It dawns on this member of Parliament, I think members on this side as well, it should be of concern to all members in this House, that a wounded soldier who returns may very well find themselves in a situation where they no longer receive a pension for life. A wound may be substantial, it may have long-term implications. We've heard the honourable member from Sackville, Nova Scotia, speaking many times about the traumatic implications, post-traumatic stress, post-traumatic disorder. Mr. Speaker, these are all facets of a bigger problem, and it cannot be resolved by the government taking a position of simply cutting a check for $50,000 or $100,000, depending on the severity of the wound, and writing them off forever. 21-year-old, 20-year-old, 19-year-old, 22-year-olds need to have the insurance that they will have a pension respecting and recognizing the great contribution they've made for the rest of their lives. A nation that is as blessed as we are, having people who've made those kind of commitments, Mr. Speaker, I think that we can ensure that we keep faith with those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice and those who have been wounded by ensuring that for the rest of their lives they will not go without. And Mr. Speaker, to put it more in perspective for Canadians who may be watching this today, this debate, this very important debate unfolding, think about it this way. $50,000 for a 21-year-old may sound like a lot of money, Mr. Speaker, but in 20 or 30 years that money is gone. An annual, monthly, or weekly check for the rest of their lives not only gives them security at the bank, Mr. Speaker, but if you look at it in the long term, it does pay them a far greater amount. And why not? Mr. Speaker, I have in my riding, the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood, many veterans, people like Ken May, wounded in Italy in 1943, has had a pension since 1945 when he was discharged. And Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that cumulative effect over the years is far greater than giving just a couple of dollars here and there, getting rid of the problem and moving on. And whatever the analysis is for the future of the Departments of Veterans Affairs, my suggestion is that it should be strengthened not weakened. It should not be decommissioned. It should not be, as it were, Mr. Speaker, put out of functioning because, Mr. Speaker, that department will serve today's veterans tomorrow and for years to come, as well as their families. Mr. Speaker, our commitment in Afghanistan is vital, but we have to also put it in its context. The bigger problem that we are facing is not just with Afghanistan, but the entire Middle East. It is incumbent on parliamentarians to understand that we will not resolve all the problems of the Middle East overnight. But one thing is very clear, and I for the life of me, can understand why this government has disengaged in its activities with respect to the Middle East. Canada used to have a very, very proud tradition of being able to engage all nations. We were respected and highly coveted for our opinions because we tried to provide even-handedness in our approaches. We didn't do as this government did over the past couple of years and take sides in a particular debate. More importantly, we never put ourselves in a situation where we would call something a measured response, when in fact the rest of the world, with respect to, for instance, the incursion in Lebanon, we understand, Mr. Speaker, the tensions that are there. And we have to understand that those living in oppressed conditions, whether that be in Palestine or in Iraq or whether that be in Afghanistan, we may not be able to settle all the world's problems, but we must continue to strive for the just and durable peace that King Hussein talked about in many peace conferences that have been tried and many peace conferences that have failed. But we must also take into account the origins of why we're in Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, many of us were here in September 2011 when the attack on the Trade Center in Pennsylvania and on the Pentagon took place. And Mr. Speaker, it was a very dark moment. The Western world had finally understood what the problems were. But Mr. Speaker, thank you for the time. I was helpful in getting a plaque here to recognize the 29 Canadians who were injured, who were killed in that tragedy. But Mr. Speaker, behind that tragedy exists a long litany of concerns. Humiliation in that part of the world can only be addressed by a solid foreign policy that continues to engage all players, evenly and fairly, but firmly. Mr. Speaker, while we talk about Afghanistan, continuation of the role, which I do support, and I am also grateful to the work of John Manley, I also recognize, Mr. Speaker, that we have a far greater responsibility to look at the bigger picture and to go deeper and to understand when millions of children were killed in Iraq through bombings and through starvation and through a forced embargo, Mr. Speaker, that had reverberations. We're talking about humility, we're talking about humiliation, and we're talking about injustice. And Mr. Speaker, this House can't do what happened in 1979. We made commitments to the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. When the regime, the Russians, were pushed out, we forgot about them. Economic depression led to the kind of regime that was installed there that we had to remove. And we must ensure that our commitment to that country and to the world and to world peace through the Middle East continues to be seamless and continues to be applied in a way that is both fair and even-handed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I did listen with interest to my honourable friend. A couple of quick comments, then a question. With regard to Canada's place in the world and the respect that we have in the world today, I would suggest to the honourable member that the level of respect for Canada has gone up immeasurably since Canada has decided to make responsibilities to protect more than just words. In fact, we back it up with actions. The other comment is that we will always take sides with a democracy against terrorist acts conducted by a stateless organization. Let there be no doubt about that. I want to go back to some of his earlier comments, though, and with regard to the fluid, changing situation that our veterans are finding themselves in, the military is finding themselves in with more wounded and people that are needing more service and so on when they come back, will acknowledge that a lot of those things are rapidly changing, are fluid, and that given the changes that are happening so quickly, and given the fact that we'll probably always be playing a bit of catch-up, that when those situations came to light, the issue of combat pay and the issue of funeral expenses, that they were acted on very quickly by the Department of National Defence, by the Canadian Forces, and that, in fact, this government has reacted to those things in a positive manner.
The Honourable Member for Pickering-Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, my greatest respect to the member, and I know the work that he has done on behalf of our armed forces. But, Mr. Speaker, it took this opposition, this member, our critics, to be able to force the government, after several weeks of acknowledging that wounded soldiers were having to pay docked simply for getting wounded. We had the embarrassing spectacle of a father who had to come here with cap in hand to say, please pay me the extra funeral expense. And it took the national media to expose these things and to expose the shortcomings in the department. I don't mean to be critical of the member, but look at how long it took to get these things resolved. It wasn't done as quickly as he suggested. Mr. Speaker, it took people dragging and screaming. It took the defense minister, the former defense minister, to acknowledge this. And Mr. Speaker, the honourable member also talks about the issue of the Middle East and our position in the world. And Mr. Speaker, he is sitting right beside the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who understands full well, and should understand full well, the importance of diplomacy, the importance of how to deal with a people who have been oppressed, who have been betrayed. And we're not just talking about Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker. We were so concerned about Afghanistan many years ago, we simply forgot. At the end of my comments, Mr. Speaker, I think you'll recall, I said Afghanistan was virtually abandoned by the world. We've made promises. Get rid of the Russians, we'll invest, we'll build your economy. Successive presidents and the UN made these, of course, made these comments, made these commitments, made these undertakings. The moment the Russians left, Mr. Speaker, so did our commitment. And I'm saying to the honourable member who just from Edmonton, parliamentary secretary, you cannot confine what we are doing in Afghanistan in complete isolation and indifference to the rest of the Middle East. And Mr. Speaker, it is extremely important that we recognize what has happened in Palestine, what continues to happen in Iraq, what we've done over the past 10 or 15 years, and how the people there feel when 500,000 of their children were starved in Iraq. This is not Canada's doing, but Mr. Speaker, we have to acknowledge why we're in Afghanistan, what the response was. We also have to engage Pakistan. There's a number of countries, of course, and we're hoping for greater promise there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
The member is the expert in Parliament on how Canadians are treated overseas, and I'd just like to ask him if he wants to go on any more detail on how they're treated in Afghanistan or any other urgent issues we have related to that right now.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to see the very good question from the honourable member from Yukon, and I'm glad to see the motion does in fact cover the issue of detainees. It does cover a substantial number of questions, but Canadians who are in fact lost in other nations, clearly, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of questions that need to be raised. Canadians who find themselves in difficulty with respect to Afghanistan in particular, one would hope that in days to come, the building and the sustaining of civil government, the Karzai government, will do plenty to ensure that there is a sense there that they will be able to acquire the kind of vigilance and legal enforcement of laws, as well as the protection of their own citizens, the observance of human rights. Mr. Speaker, I could go on at great length with respect to Canadians abroad. I'll leave that to the Minister, but my experience has always suggested, Mr. Speaker, Canada has a very active foreign service. It had leadership. I'm not so sure that leadership is there, even though they have the financial and the legislative wherewithal to act. Mr. Speaker, it's time for Canadians to recognize what we're doing in Afghanistan also has a very important reflection on what we do internationally, especially in the Middle East.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
That I will share my time with the Secretary of State. So, je suis très heureux de pouvoir.
I'm very happy to address the House on our future role in Afghanistan. Our party is proud of the Canadian mission in Afghanistan and always has been. And this since the former Liberal government decided to send troops into Afghanistan in 2002. We believed at the time and continue to believe that the nature of the conflict justified the mission, and that this mission was part of our defense and foreign policy. Our men and women in uniform who are serving in Afghanistan have many times shown that they are well trained, disciplined, and above all, courageous. They are assuring the security of our diplomats and our specialists, our development and security specialists, and they are key to the reconstruction of this country. I'll get back to reconstruction later with examples. We should be proud, indeed very proud, of our contribution and of our accomplishments in Afghanistan. Our government would never have had the opportunity to go to Afghanistan, and I was able to see for myself the tangible progress that we are making.
Many times before, but it needs again to be repeated. there can be no development without security. There are international efforts in Afghanistan. As a result, Afghanistan has been able to begin rebuild itself. The security we are helping with the security we are helping create a vital economic environment for the reconstructions. I'd like to provide the House with one example of this. It involves an heroic non-profit organization called the Turquoise Mountain Foundation. When I was in Afghanistan, I had the pleasure of personally inspecting the foundation's work. The foundation is helping regenerate the historic commercial center of Kabul. The foundation is helping this area becoming once again a bustling place of commerce. It is providing basic service and saving historical buildings, and it is constructive a new bazaar and galleries for traditional craft businesses. The efforts of Canadian forces and others to create security in Afghanistan, this helping the foundation works. The foundation's work would be much more difficult, perhaps even impossible, without the presence of our military. Canada is pursuing an integrated approach in Afghanistan. We draw on the skill and the resources of departments across government. This includes Foreign Affairs, Defense, CIDA, the RCMP, Justice, and the Correctional Service Canada. By doing so, Mr. Speaker, we can maximize our capacity and our impact on the ground, our impact for the Afghan people. Our approach recognizes the interrelated nature of governance, security, and economic and social development. These various Canadian government departments work together to pursue a shared goal. The goal, very simple, to pursue development in all of these areas simultaneously. Mr. Speaker, our government has made clear our intention, which is to move forward on the future of Canada's missions. On the question of extending the mission, I'm pleased to observe that common ground has started emerged. And this is thanks in many ways to the Manley Panel's recommendation, Mr. Speaker. They have paved the work for the bipartisan parliamentary consensus that appears to be emerging. Just a few days ago, our government issued a revised motion on the future of the Afghanistan mission. This revised motion incorporates large elements from the Liberal response to our original motion. The revised motion embraced an even wider expanse of common ground than before. It acknowledges what is required for Canada's mission to succeed in Afghanistan. The government and the official opposition agree on two important points. One, we agree that Canada should continue to the military mission until 2011. Two, we should leave operational decision to our commanders on the ground in Afghanistan. We all know that, Mr. Speaker, without security, there can be no aid or development. Not today, not for some time in the future. And without aid and development, there can be no security in the future. We know that security is the prerequisite for development. Il s'agit, Monsieur le Président, d'une position.
Mr. Speaker, this is a position that is clear, well thought out, which is neither conservative nor liberal, but truly Canadian. We believe that a majority of the elected representatives of the Canadian people will support it, and I believe that a majority should support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Abitibi, Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the Defence Minister's speech, or rather, the Foreign Affairs Minister's speech, and I'm rather surprised at the position taken, because our position, the position of the Bloc Québécois, is one that has been repeated on many occasions, and that is that Canada should withdraw from combat missions in February 2009. But here, we're going to be aligning ourselves with a position that takes us into 2011. My question to the Minister is, what will the government do to explain to the people, because in Quebec, and I repeat our position, and we've had a week to be in our ridings, and I'm sure the Honourable Minister did the same thing, and we've been told we have no business being there. So my question to the Minister is this: how are we going to explain that not only do we have no business there, but we're staying anyway, and we're staying there till 2011? This is what the people don't understand. And this is what we would have to defend if this motion were to be supported in the House. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers, just as Canadians, are very proud of this mission, very proud of the Canadian forces who are helping to bring about security in Afghanistan. Of course, we have to continue with training of the Afghan police and their own national army so that they can take their fate into their own hands and ensure security for their people. And I think that both Quebecers and Canadians understand this. We're training the Afghan army and police force in 2011. We want our work to be done, and we want Afghans to be able to assume their own security.
Bridge.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his comments this morning. And he for one, has, I know, been to Afghanistan, as I have, and he's seen the dedication of the people on the ground, our men and women in uniform, of course, but we have others over there as well, working in governance issues and redevelopment issues. And his ability and his opportunity to travel around the world and meet with other world leaders, I wonder if you'd like to comment, or could comment, on how Canada is being perceived in the world now that we have taken a robust approach in this issue, but in other issues across a wide spectrum of issues. It's my belief that Canada is being seen in a far more favorable light as far as stepping to the plate when needed to. I'd just like to hear his comments on some of his discussions he's had as he's traveled around the world.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Yes, I want to thank the honourable member for his question. And I can assure the House and tell everybody that we are very well received with our efforts in Afghanistan. And the international community, they understand that we are in Kandahar, one of the most dangerous provinces of this country, and they understand what we're doing. And they also know that the Manley panels and all the recommendation of the Manley panels, and they understand that we need to have more coordination with the international community and us here in Canada. We have a challenge, and we will answer that. And they understand that we need some help. We need a partner. We need a partnership in Afghanistan, and I hope they will answer that answer that and give us more troops, approximately 1,000 troops. So the work that we've done, it's really appreciated by the international community. because we're a country that we told the international community that we're going to be in Kandahar and we're going to do the job, and that's what we're going to do, and that's what we want to continue to do until 2011. But for doing that, we need to have more troops, we need to have a partnership in the South, and I'm optimistic that in the near future we'll find partners with us in Kandahar.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and International Trade.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to participate in such an important debate. As my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs, just noted, our government believes Canada should live up to its commitment to the people of Afghanistan. That is why we have revised the motion we introduced in the House on February the 8th. The revised motion represents an effort to achieve bipartisan consensus on the future of the mission in this chamber. It acknowledges what is required for Canada's mission to succeed. Mr. Speaker, there can be no doubt that there is some fundamental common ground between the government and the official opposition. The revised motion stakes out a clear and principled position. This is a Canadian position rather than just a conservative position or a liberal position. And as a Canadian position, it is one that can be supported by a majority of the elected representatives of the Canadian people. This is visible, particularly when it comes to the idea that the mission should continue until 2011. You also see common ground on the notion that operational decisions should be left to the Canadian commanders on the ground in Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe this is a reasonable compromise. We believe this addresses the important questions Canadians have about the future of the mission. The choice is simple. Either we strengthen the military mission in Afghanistan or we abandon the commitment we have made to the people of Afghanistan and to our international allies. It is up to the parliamentarians to vote on what Canada's future role in Afghanistan should be. And again, as my colleague has noted, this is not an easy decision for parliamentarians to make, but it is a decision that must be made at this time. Make no mistake, our engagement in Afghanistan is an example of international cooperation at its finest. I know, Speaker, because I have been in Afghanistan. Canadians can take great pride in what their fellow citizens are accomplishing in Afghanistan. Our soldiers, our diplomats, development workers, and advisors are making a difference in the lives of thousands of Afghans in Kandahar and across the country. I have seen this firsthand, particularly when it comes to the rights and the freedoms of the Afghan women. I want to talk in more than just abstract terms today. As I said, I have visited Afghanistan. I can therefore illustrate the argument for why we must respect our commitments with reference to my personal experiences. Much of my focus when I was in Afghanistan was on women and children. I wanted to hear firsthand of some of the successes and if things had actually changed for women and children in Afghanistan. And I have to say, Speaker, that I was overwhelmed by the personal stories that so many women shared with me. I was overwhelmed by the emotion and the appreciation that they had for Canada, that they had for the international community. Long ago, someone by the name of Sally Armstrong, which I understand is one of the people that the Manley Report and the Manley Panel did interview when they were coming up with their recommendations. Her name was Sally Armstrong, and she actually used to be an editor, I believe, for the Chatelaine magazine or one other. And she'd sent out a column, and it was across the entire country. It talked about the women in Afghanistan. It talked about what was wrong and how they needed the support of the international community. Within days, Sally Armstrong received over 8,000 emails from women in Canada. And what they were asking for is for the international community and for Canada to step up and to help these women. Somehow, some way, we cannot continue to allow this to go on. And I want to say that I think that Sally Armstrong and other women like her are incredible. Incredible contributions. They're there being the voice for the Afghan women and raising the issue and making Canadian women aware of what we can do and how we can help. So I'm pleased with her work, and I look forward to the opportunity to meet with her. But as I said, Speaker, when I was in Afghanistan, I did make it my mission to sit down with as many women as I possibly could so I could hear firsthand. One of the women that I did meet with, and I talk about her often, is Rona Taran, who is an advocate for women's issues in Kandahar. And when I had met her, her predecessor had it'd been 3 months before that her predecessor had been murdered. And she stepped into this position incredibly brave woman. I have such admiration for her. And she stepped into this position to advocate for women. And she talked to me about what it was like under the Taliban before the international community came and how things are definitely improving. She told me that her 13-year-old little girl for the first time was now going to school. And she explained to me about how women were locked up so much so that when they would give birth, Speaker, their bones would break because they couldn't get outside to even get the light of day and get the sunlight to get some of the vitamin D that you need to keep your bones strong. She told me things were changing and how much she appreciated Canada and wanted me to take that message back. Some of the other women that I had an opportunity to meet with, of course, were a number of female parliamentarians, and I think it's important to note that there are, in fact, more female parliamentarians in Afghanistan than there are in Canada. I think that speaks very loudly to some of the success that we're seeing in Afghanistan that has to be recognized and acknowledged. They asked to come to Canada. They wanted to sit down with other female parliamentarians, and they wanted to gain some of our advice. And that will be happening soon, Speaker. In fact, they will be showing up very soon in Canada to talk about what Canada has done for them. Some of the other women that I met are recipients of microfinance, and Canadians can be very proud knowing that Canada is the leading donor to microfinance in Afghanistan. So many women came to visit with me, and they traveled 7 and 8 hours to see me, Speaker, and it was not by car, it was by foot, because they wanted to talk to me and tell me about what Canada had done for them and how much it means for us to stay. Some of the women, in fact, all of the women, were widowed by the Taliban. They had 7 and 8 children, all of them, and they came and they got a loan. It's $100, equivalent to 100 Canadian dollars a year, where they would open a small business, and we're talking about a small business that's small. We talk about a bakery. It's not something you see on a main street here in Canada. It's a bakery that's out of their home. They buy an oven, they put it in their mud home, and people pay pennies to come in and cook and use that oven. And they bake bread and they sell it at the market, and they're able to care for their families. They're able to pay off the loans because it is 100% of all of the loans. Every woman who's taken one has been 100% paid back, which I think is significant. Thousands and thousands of women are able to feed their children now because of microfinance, because of the international community being there, because of the security on the ground. If they don't have that security, they cannot get these loans. They cannot go in and get them because the Taliban will not allow them to work. They will not allow them to have a business. They will not allow them to care for their children. They don't care if there's 7 and 8 kids and they can't feed them. The Taliban did not care. They do not care. They never will. So these microfinance loans, one woman in particular told me how she had 4 girls, 4 boys. She had to put the girls in the orphanage. And because of microfinance, she was able to retrieve those 4 girls from the orphanage because her business was so successful. She received another $100 Canadian loan, expanded her business, and now is able to bring on another woman and hire her, and the 2 of them are doing it together. But these are just some of the success stories, Speaker. And so often you get into this House, and you're out there and you're talking about the debate. It's always about the negative. And you know something, Speaker? I think that every single member in this House has a responsibility to talk about the success just as much as they do debate all of the negative going on in Afghanistan. It's a responsibility. We should honor those who are putting their lives on the line, honor those who have lost their lives, given their lives for what they believe in and for the successes that have happened in Afghanistan. We can keep pretending, well, certainly not conservatives don't pretend, but there are other members of this House who completely ignore, for their own political reasons, the success that is going on in Afghanistan. It doesn't look like Canada, it never will, but the success is enormous, and the women were very clear with their message, Speaker. They do not want us to go. The message is thank you, and please do not turn your back on us now. All will be lost. And Canada is not going to turn their back on the women of Afghanistan or the children or the people of Afghanistan. We will stay. We will live up to our international commitment. We will live up to our commitment to the people of Afghanistan, and we will see success, even more success that I've spoken of, Speaker.
Hear, hear.
And let me just close by saying that I look forward to the opportunity to continue telling Canadians and telling my colleagues in this House about the success that I've seen. I look forward to another opportunity to go back to Afghanistan, whenever that may be, so that I can see these women again and that I can see even more women who are now in successful positions and able to care for their children. Thank you, Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciated the Secretary of State's comments. It reminded me of a town hall meeting that I had on Afghanistan, and I had a young woman that was one of the panelists, and she also spoke of similar things. My question for the Secretary of State is, she shared with us how the women are saying, Canada, please do not leave until the job is done. What would happen? What would happen if Canada did leave? We have members of Bloc and the NDP are saying that Canada should be leaving right away. So if we did leave, what would happen to these women and the freedoms that these women are now experiencing, and also the little girls being able to go to school? What would happen to these women and those rights that they now have?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. You know something, it's really difficult when you let your mind think about what in fact would happen if security pulled out of Kandahar. And the fact of the matter is there would be mass murder. The Taliban would return and they would put everything back the way that it used to be. And in order to do that, they'd have to have a pretty heavy hand, and that heavy hand would be mass murder. The women know this, and they don't want that to happen. You know, there were times in Afghanistan where other areas weren't as secure as they are now. We didn't give up on them. We stayed, and we saw success, and we can't give up on Kandahar either. It's important. We have to stay. We have to finish the job that we started. We have a responsibility to do that. And, Speaker, it's going to take a long time to do that. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. And the reason is because when we went in this time, we decided we're not just going to build the buildings, we're not going to do everything for them, buy them this, buy them that, just set it all up and walk away and wonder how come they couldn't continue to manage. They're doing it for themselves, Speaker. Back to Rona Taran, when I met her. Police, the Afghan National Police needed blankets. She went out, mobilized the women in Kandahar, and they made the 5,000 blankets that the Afghan National Police needed. It didn't happen overnight, but they did it. They took ownership of it themselves, and they're very proud of their accomplishments.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her comments as well. I just wanted to expand a little bit on her experience. She mentioned about meeting with some of the ladies in Parliament and the microloans, and those are great success stories. But I know, speaking with some ladies in my own riding that have recently returned, one specifically as an ICU nurse, and some of the incredible first-hand experiences she's encountered, and people that are volunteering their time to give freedom and democracy and the rule of law and respect for the freedoms that we take for granted. But one specific young lady is 11-year-old Alana Podmore. She's got Little Women for Little Women in Afghanistan, and I'm really excited that she's going to be able to come here next week and share with members of Parliament the success that just a group of young girls, grade 5 to 7 class, that raising funds for educators in Afghanistan. So I just wonder if my honourable colleague could share a little bit about some of the students, specifically girls that she's seeing in the classrooms that are able to go to school now that they weren't able to before our men and women were working with this UN-sanctioned mission to provide some peace and stability in their country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker. I had an opportunity to visit a school, Ashiana School in Afghanistan. It's a school that Canada does support, and I met with so many students, so many young girls who were all in school for the very first time around the age of 13. Of course, I brought them some soccer balls so that they could play, but I spent a couple of hours there, and they took me through all of the different classes that they have there. Not only do they have culture and arts, which I have to say I was incredibly moved and impressed by the talent that they have. Incredible artists, and something that we should be working to foster as well, I think is very important. But I also had an opportunity to meet with some of the young boys who are taking at that vulnerable stage, who could have been picked up by the Taliban, but they're training them in the trades, showing them how to become plumbers, how to become electricians, but they're showing everyone in the school, teaching them how to do all of these things, which is something that never happened before. This is 30 years of violence and tyranny that Afghanistan has been faced with. Anything that was built up was torn down. People couldn't read. There's a literacy rate that is astounding. But now, Speaker, they're learning how to read. They're learning how to do things and to care for themselves. And Canadians can be very proud in knowing that this success is in fact going on. And let me just close by saying I want to applaud the students that my colleague has just mentioned. I think that it's fantastic that we see that going on in Canada, where we're trying to make a connection students to students, the young girls in Afghanistan to the young girls in Canada, to make that connection. So going forward, it's there, and it's a very positive relationship that's being built.
Resuming debate. Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for PFO Dalal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Davenport. Mr. Speaker, our citizens expect a great deal from us, their elected representatives, with respect to the outcome of the debate here in this House. Steps have been taken over the past few days, and we are very delighted because the decision to send our armed forces to a combat zone is surely one of the most difficult decisions to make. Particularly, this decision must be made based on wisdom and not based on partisan needs. Canadians expect that their government adopt a realistic approach with respect to our means and our influence, approach which respects our commitments with our international partners, and which is really efficient on the ground. In a word, our action must be characterized by common sense, it must be clear, it must be effective, and we must really have a desire to help the people of Afghanistan with the support of the UN and under the authority of NATO. The Liberal team and its leader, the Honourable Member for Saint Laurent, have as its first priority to ensure that the Afghan people are not abandoned. More than ever, our solidarity must be tangible. To do so, the mission must be clarified, it must come to an end, and NATO has a responsibility to provide other military troops so that there can be rotation. Mr. Speaker, it is time to refocus, to make changes, and clarify matters. And this is why the official opposition is repeating today our desire to take resolute action in a manner that reflects our values, means, and interests. A serious analysis of the situation shows that the nature of the Canadian mission in Afghanistan can no longer remain what it was. It is therefore important that we have certain conditions implemented to justify our military presence in Kandahar until February 2011. The first condition, that is that the Conservative government realize that the Canadian intervention in Afghanistan cannot be limited to a military approach. The importance of development and diplomacy, which was absent in the initial motion put forward by the government, has been added to the satisfaction of our party, which has been calling for this in its own motion. We've also formulated a requirement that NATO guarantee a rotation of troops in Kandahar. This sharing of responsibilities with our international partners is indeed essential for the redeployment of our armed forces so that they can maximize their contribution. And this was what the Canadians agreed to originally when we went to Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, one of the first objectives of our mission, which was to train the Afghan forces and to rebuild the country. In order to do so, our country has to inform NATO with no delay that Canada will be putting an end to its military presence in Kandahar by February 1st, 2011. On this date, our forces will begin withdrawal, and this will be formally completed by July 1st. We cannot get bogged down in a conflict with no end, with no deadline. This announcement to NATO is only the first step. In February 2009, in less than a year, the Canadian mission will have to start tackling tasks which are concrete and extremely important with respect to our real capacity to contribute to improving the situation on the ground. First of all, we have to provide adequate training to the Afghan security forces because Afghanistan, must take control over its own affairs in order to ensure its own security. Speaking of training, our country does have real expertise, and it is high time that we really started making our contribution in this field. Moreover, it is vital to ensure that reconstruction projects and development projects in Canada can be carried out fully in a secure manner so that those people working on the projects will be safe and the entire population will benefit. Since this task is something that our armed forces certainly can do, Canada must really dedicate itself to it, but it is also crucial to affirm clearly and without ambiguity that our mission in Canada will come to an end once and for all in February 2011. Why this date? Because in January 2006 at the London Conference on Afghanistan, the Canadian government signed the Afghan Compact, which established the parameters and the calendar up until the end of 2010 with respect to the improvement of the security, governance, social development, and economic development of Afghanistan. The Canadian government signed this agreement, and therefore it must respect its signature as part of its international obligations. This is why the amendments presented by the official opposition are logical and consistent with Canadian policy on Afghanistan. Right now, the diplomatic and development aspects are totally absent from the mission. The mission must therefore change to focus on more resolute and rigorous diplomatic efforts and really rebalance our efforts with respect to reconstruction and development. Another thing that the Liberal Party has made a priority is the need to have some real transparency. We are sincerely delighted to see that the Conservative government has put an end to this attitude, which it has demonstrated up until now, one word, with its visceral allergic reaction to the idea of being accountable to Canadians. It was high time, Mr. Speaker, because Canadians want to know, and they are entirely entitled to do so, what is the real status of our mission in Afghanistan and how it's being conducted. The amendments presented by the Liberal Party are designed to overcome serious shortcomings of the government. Canada, even although it has to do its bit within NATO and is doing so admirably, is not a military power, but a country with a great diplomatic and developmental vocation.
We have also succeeded in settling once and for all very difficult issues like the transfer of Afghan detainees, given the unacceptable conditions in which they were held, which undermined our credibility and the moral authority of our country. The government, therefore, has changed its position with respect to this. Mr. Speaker, we Liberals believe in the importance of principle, but because we are neither dogmatic nor doctrinaire, we have been flexible. We want to show once again today our broad-mindedness with respect to the changes that have been announced in the government's motion. This is why, in a spirit of being constructive, we have asked the government to consider seriously the aspects of the Liberal position that have been set out, Mr. Speaker. We hope that as of today on, this House will be able to set out a policy that is truly Canadian for Afghanistan, to give our country a presence that is effective in that country and to correspond to what our citizens are asking us to do. We must continue to work so that the international community can finally see light at the end of the day with respect to this major concern. Canada can and must play its full role. I trust, Mr. Speaker, that we will do so.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the member who just spoke is on the Foreign Affairs Committee with me. He was a former Vice Chair, and I've been working with him on the Foreign Affairs Committee for a long time, and I do respect his judgment on the Foreign Affairs Committee. However, I have some questions for him in light of the fact that what his associate foreign affairs critic said yesterday in this House in reference to the study that we are taking in the Foreign Affairs Committee, which is on Afghanistan. As part of a whole study of Afghanistan, it is important to listen to all voices so that the committee can make a right judgment and get all the facts and the figures. And one of the key elements of that is this bipartisan panel of Mr. Manley that went out and was mandated to give a comprehensive
look, an unbiased look at this mission and come back with a recommendation, which we now see is in what the government has adopted in this resolution, which now we find a lot of ground with the Liberal Party. The question I have is that when we in the committee asked for the Manley panel to come in front of the committee, the Liberals refused. It is of why they refused, I don't know. It came to me, Mr. Speaker, to ask them this question as to why were they afraid of the Manley Commission? Why would they not listen to the Manley Commission, Mr. Speaker? And so we put forward those that the Manley Commission come in front of the committee, and I have submitted those names as witnesses, and I hope that when we come back at the committee, that the Liberal Party will agree to have the Manley Commission come in front of the committee so we can listen to them. They are free to ask any questions. But what I don't fail to understand is that yesterday his associated Foreign Affairs critic said the Manley Committee should have come before they went out there to talk to us. Why would they talk to us? We are not the experts on Afghanistan. We are studying the issue on Afghanistan. So why would they come beforehand and listen to the committee? It should have been the other way out. So I'm extremely amazed that the Liberal position is that the Manley Committee should have come there in the first place before going out there listening to us, who are not an expert, but actually we are listening to the expert. So perhaps he can answer that question, what his associated critic said yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague, who also sits with me on the Foreign Affairs Committee, for his question.
The speech today, if we didn't ask the members of the panel of Mr. Manley to appear in front of the committee, this is a decision of the whole committee. It's not just a decision from the Liberal Party of Canada. It's a decision of the whole committee. And it's just one thing to tell you. One, after reading, you see the suggestions about of the panel. They're very close from the Liberal Party. And I must just say that there was no use at that time just to come and ask them questions. And it shows the fact that today we're nearly close to have an association between both, the Conservative Party and the same as with the Liberal on this issue. It's because, we know where we're going, we have principles, and this principle at that time, they talk about rotation, they talk about the role of CEDA within, you see, in Afghanistan. In CEDA right now is totally absent, you see, in Kandahar region, the region where our forces are. As CEDA, they're going to tell us that they have 355 members over there, but on these 355, there's 335 from the forces arm, and there's 20 left, and on these 20, there's members of the RCMP. This is why we're not doing anything in that region. And if you want to ask the minister, if you want to ask, see, anybody coming from CEDA department to come and answer the question, just to tell us, you see, but it's always telling us practically nothing. For me, there's no problem. The problem right now, it's what we're going to focus and to focus really about our mission in Afghanistan. And this is what we're doing for the moment. And we want to be sure that the government will follow this motion in the sense that we're not going to stay after 2011, because I think we do our share. Canada is not a worldwide, you see, c'est pas une puissance militaire.
We're not a military power, but
try to reestablish the, you see, development over there, and we should do some development in Kandahar region. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, as we debate Canada's mission in Afghanistan, we should recognize our profound responsibility to fully and thoroughtly consider the sacrifices already made, the nature of our work in that country, and the reality of the situation in that troubled region of the world. We all recognize the work of our men and women of Canadian forces who each day put their lives on the line in the service of our country. They do so with valor and courage, and we as a nation owe them a great debt. We are even more so indebted to those who have lost their lives in service of this country and to us as a people. Across our world, there are numerous conflicts that rob the young of their precious lives, cause immeasurable human suffering, and deny to humanity the most cherished of our blessings, peace. Conflict is not new, nor is any less senseless than it has ever been. There is an old expression that states war is hell. Few who have experienced the reality of war, civilians or soldiers, would I imagine, disagree. Debates like these we are undertaking today on the nature of conflict have been ongoing for long as the scourge of conflicts have characterized the nature of human existence. One of our country's most prolific and profound writers, Margaret Atwood, once said, "War is what happens when language fails." I agree with Ms. Atwood. When language fails and armed conflicts take its place, it is fair to say that the language then used is force and violence. It is the most horrific and disheartening of all human endeavors. Instead of the language of conflict, we should always strive to use instead the language of diplomacy, transparency, and security. There is no greater means to avoid conflicts than working towards these objectives. Fundamental to the discussions of all conflicts is the question, is it just? St. Augustine and Thomas Aquinas have long been credited with deep and transcending philosophical discussion on the nature of a just war. Their work is, generally speaking, characterized by probing questions on war we would do well to consider. Does it punish those who have done wrong? Is it undertaken by duly constituted authorities? Is there right intention? Is there probability of success? No war should be undertaken if it's futile. Is it truly the last resort? Is there distinction between combatants and non-combatants? It is proportional to the wrong done. Minimal force should be used to achieve success. Although posed hundreds of years ago, these are fundamental questions, among others, that we should consider as we debate this mission in Afghanistan. Indeed, the responsibility to protect doctrine as enunciated by an International Commission on Intervention and State Security poses similar questions as those asked by Augustine and Aquinas so long ago. Fundamental to the concept of a just conflict is the question of probability of success. First and foremost, if we are to ask this question, we must first know what success looks like in Afghanistan. As noted by the Leader of the Opposition yesterday, success of our mission in Afghanistan requires a change in approach based on three main points. The mission must change towards training, security, and reconstruction. 2, the mission must have an end date, not just another date for review. 3, the mission must be about more than just a military operation. Likewise, we must have a real sharing of the burden, which is only attainable through meaningful rotation with other NATO allies. A fundamental question is this one: is success in Afghanistan measured by the creation of a viable state that functions with stability, justice, and compassion? Is this our definition? And if it would certainly appear to be a reasonable one, then a great deal of work lies ahead, and it is far in excess of simply acting militarily between now and at the end of our mission. Afghanistan is indeed a very troubled nation. Even prior to 2001, this nation was the subject of some 38 different United Nations General Assembly resolutions on varied subjects. During the period of British rule, there were no fewer than 3 Anglo-Afghan wars ending in the year 1919. Despite being governed by monarchs until 1973, Afghanistan was continually destabilized by civil war and foreign invasions. From 1973, this instability continued, including the invasion of Afghanistan by the former Soviet Union in the 1980s. The point is, of course, that Afghanistan is a nation with long history of protracted conflicts, instability, and both internal and external efforts to establish order in various systems of government. In today's Afghanistan, we have a deeply entrenched and seemingly unremitting illegal narcotics trade that defies any and all changes launched against it. This activity generates between $1 and $3 billion in revenue each year for those who participate in poppy cultivation and distribution of narcotics in and from Afghanistan. Indeed, it is clear that much of the military activities that confronts us in Afghanistan is likely funded by revenue from these sources. There seems to be no end in sight for this revenue source, and we are therefore likely to see increased activity and consequently greater funds available to those who fight challenges us in Afghanistan. We also witnessed a cross-border support for militants who operate in that country. Recent political development in Pakistan are more likely to complicate efforts to confront this challenge than they are to resolve them at any time soon. The length of our nation's military commitments was to conclude in 2007, then 2009, and now proposed in 2011. We certainly need to be clear to both the government of Afghanistan and to our allies that our mission will in fact end definitely in 2011. It is interesting to note just this last year, the New Democratic Party voted against the official opposition and with the Conservative government when they proposed an end date of 2009 for the military mission in Afghanistan. Once again, we must be clear that if we are to extend the mission to 2011 with a change in our role from 2009 to 2011, that all parties are clear on our new mandate in Afghanistan. I would remind the House that in December 2001, the United Nations passed Resolution 1386 that authorized the creation of the International Security Assistance Force for Afghanistan, which was to end its mission in 6 months. We all know, of course, that this did not happen. It is also important to note, despite resolutions passed in this House, our system of government established that our forces are directly accountable to the executive branch of the government, not directly to Parliament. Afghanistan is a nation of almost 32 million people, but it has over 90 political parties, and they are only the parties approved by the Afghanistan Ministry of Justice. Others that are not recognized are excluded from this list. With this political reality, it is realistic to imagine a scenario where we can envision a functional and stable state in Afghanistan in the foreseeable future. We recognize that current assessment of the situation in Afghanistan are made in the context of pledges from nations across the world at $24 billion in aid to this country. However, the prospect of peace and stability in Afghanistan remains elusive. The political realities of Afghanistan also clouded the nature of the mission there for all nations participating to this point. As noted previously, a successful military undertaking requires fundamentally a definition of what constitutes success. The reality is quite simply, the mission in Afghanistan has not clearly defined. Success has not been enunciated in terms that are measurable. It is for all these reasons that I believe we as a country need to accept the true realities of Afghanistan. We need to undertake that, likely a seemingly endless list of conflicts from the past, military solutions alone have never succeeded in solving the problems of Afghanistan or even the broader challenges that region of the world. Canadians have always been willing to make the sacrifices necessary to promote freedom and justice throughout the world. However, let us not embark on such undertakings that, as noted in the concept of St. Augustine's Aquinas, have no reasonable prospect of success. Afghanistan needs the world's help. We do not dispute that. However, the nature of that assistance needs to form the foundation of our debate. We owe it to our courageous men and women who serve in places like Afghanistan to ensure that the task at hand is just, that it is achievable, and that we are not committing them to a battle far in excess of what we can reasonably expect of us as a country. We ought to ponder these questions today as we reflect on our mission in Afghanistan, consult our conscience, and hopefully strive to seek new ways of achieving our goal as human beings, as nations, as fellow inhabitants of this planet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. I would like to say that he and the rest of the Liberal Party might be in danger of breaking their arms, patting themselves in the back for forcing us to do things that, in fact, we've been doing pretty much all along. However, we are pleased to find common ground with the Liberals on this issue because it's important to Canadians and, frankly, the rest of the world. I do have a question, though. Under their government's leadership of the mission, which was not just a military mission, contrary to what others have said, and this government's leadership of the mission, which is not just a military mission, contrary to what others have said, there's a lot of other work going on. And I'd like my honourable friend's comments on the good work being done by the Strategic Advisory Team Afghanistan and how he sees their contribution to the non-military side of developing governance and diplomacy.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question. But I think before I get to the question, I think it's important for me to emphasize once again that I have some serious concerns about this mission. We should have stuck to our principle of rotation from day one. It was a commitment that we made with NATO, and we should have, in fact, have NATO lived up to that commitment. The other thing, too, that I think is extremely important, and I think has been emphasized by not just myself, but other colleagues, but even the panel that was put forward by this government, that the government has done a terrible job explaining to Canadians what the hell we're doing in there and what exactly is our mission in Afghanistan. I think that a better communication strategy is no question is needed, but I think when we also look at what is needed, what type of leadership is needed for this mission, it's not just a question of communication, which I think is extremely important, but it's also how we become, how we have a mission in place that in fact is achieving all our goals. And our goals is not just the military. It cannot be military, just because military alone will not, in fact, solve this particular problem in Afghanistan. What they need is infrastructural assistance and aid. And I know that CETA and other strategic advisory teams that are in place are doing a great job, but more emphasis has to be put in place into those particular fields. And I would encourage certainly this government and this member from the government to do whatever he can on his side to make sure that we have, if the mandate is to extend, it cannot be under the same provisions that we have at the moment. It has to change. The mandate has to change to in fact, and there has to be a broader emphasis on aid and development for that region, and a less of an emphasis and an end of the conflict by 2009.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga-Arundel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his presentation. In his closing remarks, he talked about our responsibility as parliamentarians towards our soldiers. And there's no doubt that when Parliament discusses a military deployment, this is a very serious decision that parliamentarians have to engage in and discuss. And there is also no doubt that there are various point of views and passionate opinions about this issue. But I want his comments on the fact that there are some members of this House that question or accuse any kind of debate as aid or comfort to the enemy, and that it's not helping the actual objectives of the mission. I'd like him to comment on that, because I found it extremely shocking that while parliamentarians have a responsibility not only to our soldiers but to Canadians and to the rest of the world to debate this matter extensively and exhaustively, some members warn us or accuse any kind of questions or question any kind of motivation behind this debate into aiding and comforting our enemy. In fact, what I think the purpose is exactly the opposite. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable member from Mississauga-Arundel for the wonderful work he's been doing, not just on this file, but several other files. Mr. Speaker, I think my honourable colleague is absolutely correct. There has been terrible accusations by this government on the patriotism of the members when they question, in fact, this mission. I think that is quite appalling. We as members of Parliament, I think, are all proud of our men and women in uniform. I think all of us understand that we have a role to play in the world, and our role is one of being constructive, of constructive engagement, of one of peace builders, and one of peacemakers. And we have here a mission that is a mission that has in fact approved under international law by the UN. In fact, it has a resolution backing our mission and our presence there. But we have a burden as well that I think that needs to be understood. That is one that we need to make sure that when we engage in this particular actions in Afghanistan, that we are one of being constructive and one that we need to, in fact, develop in terms of long-term peace and development for that country.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Secretary of State and Chief Government Whip.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to indicate to the Chair at the outset of my remarks I'm going to be splitting my time today with my colleague from Calgary East. As I rise to speak to this important motion on Canada's future role in Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker, I must first point out how much I value this opportunity to participate in this particular debate. I believe that my own colleagues, along with many of those across the chamber floor, and certainly my constituents in Prince George Peace River, know full well the significance I place upon this particular issue. I've been passionate about this mission since the first Canadian troops were deployed to the troubled nation of Afghanistan many years ago now. Yet as my knowledge has grown about the mission, about the Canadian soldiers who have served there, and about the hope and assistance it provides to the Afghan people themselves, I am more reassured than ever before that Canada has a moral obligation to participate in this mission, not only for the sake of the people of Afghanistan and for those living throughout the Middle East, but for the sake of Canadians and everything we've ever stood for in terms of peace and freedom. Over the next few minutes, I will describe to you my own personal experiences and observations from my visit to Afghanistan in December of 2006. I want to relay to you the sentiments conveyed to me by our Canadian soldiers and their families back here. I want to illustrate that the grieving families of those who made the ultimate sacrifice are still committed to the mission. These are not armchair observers in the debate surrounding this mission, Mr. Speaker. They're involved in the most deeply personal way possible. And I'm heartened that members of the official opposition have also chosen to listen to the advice of these individuals. And yet I'm puzzled that members of the NDP and the Bloc Québécois steadfastly choose to disregard those who truly matter in this debate. It is perhaps due to their lack of understanding about the needs of the Afghan people, of the true evil nature of the Taliban, of Canada's military history, and of the nature of peacekeeping. And for their benefit, I'd like to clear up many of these myths and misconceptions. First, Mr. Speaker, this is a United Nations mandated mission. We've heard that time and time again, and yet people would like to frame this debate and frame the mission as though it's somehow not. That we hear from people that say that compare this mission to the Russian invasion and occupation of Afghanistan. And we heard our Minister of Defense, when he led off the debate yesterday, refute this very clearly. And yet these myths, these misconceptions about our mission there still prevail. Likewise, this is not a peacekeeping mission. We hear from people that suggest that somehow we've allowed this mission to devolve into more of a combat mission, and yet people don't even describe what that exactly means. Or they don't reveal that in the last year, there's not been one Canadian soldier who has died from combat, actually engaging with the enemy in a shooting war. And yet this myth prevails as well. But it's not a peacekeeping mission. It's never been a peacekeeping mission as such. You know, it's important that Canadians remember that peacekeeping missions were where the UN would send blue helmets, to use the common phrase, to intervene between two warring sovereign nations. That was usually the sense of a peacekeeping mission. And, of course, we've done that type of role many, many times in the past with much success. But this wasn't a peacekeeping mission because there's no peace to keep yet. And I think it's important that we remember that. No, the Afghan people and their democratic elected government enthusiastically endorse our presence there. And I'm reminded, Mr. Speaker, about the fact that not too long ago, I think it was somewhere around December of last year, that Peter Mansbridge revealed a new poll. And he said in his opening remarks that night for the national news that Canadians would be shocked by this poll. And I thought, I'm sitting there watching television, I thought, oh my God, I mean, is it true? They polled the Afghan people, they don't want Canada there? No, the media was shocked because the poll revealed exactly the opposite. It revealed what we had been saying. And what Canadian soldiers knew was that the Afghan people want us there. They need us there. They need us to complete the mission. I want to speak very briefly because time is of the essence and 10 minutes goes so quickly. Most of us could talk for hours on this topic.
Mr. Speaker. But I've had many unique experiences in my lifetime. I've had many extremely moving and unique experiences in the 15 years that I've been privileged to represent the people of northeastern British Columbia in this chamber and in my duties across the nation and around the world. Many of those experiences have made me or increased my pride in being a Canadian. But, Mr. Speaker, I've never, ever been more proud to be Canadian than when I was in Afghanistan in Christmas 2006. Never. And I'll explain why. Why it was such a great privilege for me to travel to that country on Christmas holiday. When you think of Christmas time, you think of a time when you want to spend with your own children, with your family, with friends. But I chose to go there along with two of my colleagues and a delegation of other Canadians, entertainers, the Chief of the Defence Staff. The two colleagues that had the privilege of going at that time with me were my colleague from Edmonton Centre and the current Minister of Environment. And despite what the troops thought themselves, Mr. Speaker, as we traveled throughout the war-torn region and visited the forward operating bases, or the FOBs as they're known, despite the troops that would come up to us and say, well, you guys must have drawn the short straw, you know, to have to come over here and see us at Christmas time. They appreciated it, but they couldn't. They were puzzled by this. And the other two colleagues and myself had to repeatedly reassure them, Mr. Speaker, that no, we were there because we were privileged to be there. We had had to lobby for months to go there, to show our support and express our appreciation on behalf of our constituents and all Canadians. And just to have the thrill of sharing a coffee at the Tim Hortons in Kandahar base. I mean, it's a small thing, but, Mr. Speaker, it was so deeply gratifying as an individual, as a Canadian, to be in the presence of these fantastic young men and women and to serve them, to help serve them Christmas dinner in one of the forward operating bases. When they clearly told us, they weren't griping, they weren't complaining, they just revealed to us that it was their first hot meal in days, and we were there to help serve them and to express our appreciation. How gut-wrenching, Mr. Speaker, it was for us to think that some of these terrific young Canadians might not be coming back alive, and yet they were so committed. They know why they're there. They see the reasons why they're there around them every day, and they remain committed to the mission. As a parent, Mr. Speaker, I'm privileged and pleased to have 3 young Canadian adult children. As a parent, I cannot imagine a worse fear than losing a child. But likewise, if I put myself in the position, or try to put myself in the position of the Afghan parents, the people, the men and women with children there, I can't imagine anything worse than not being able to offer your children hope of a better future. I mean, think about it. I know you're a parent yourself. Can you imagine going through life and not being able to offer hope for a better future for your children? That's what we bring. That's what our young men and women in uniform are bringing. That's what our provincial reconstruction teams are bringing. That's what our diplomats are bringing. That's what the aid workers are bringing to the people of Afghanistan. And we cannot abandon them, Mr. Speaker, as some parties in this House and some individuals would like to believe. We cannot abandon them. And there can be no support for the Afghan people without security. We've heard that time and time again during this debate. I think the majority of Canadians understand that. One of the other experiences that I had while I was over there, well, I see I'm just about out of time. I knew this would happen. I just want to quickly get to one of the other issues just to drive home this message of why we're there, because I only have a minute left. My wife and I were involved in trying to plan and assist the Afghan ambassador to Canada, Omar, and his wife, Khurshid Samad, in planning a shawl sale to try and support some of the families, the women and children in Afghanistan. And I can remember, Mr. Speaker, being out for dinner one evening here in Ottawa with the Samads, and the ambassador got a telephone call, and I could see he was upset. And I asked him, because I'm a nosy person, I asked him what the issue was, this particular issue. And he relayed to me that he just got a message. He said, there's just been another tragedy in my country. It's only 2 this time. 2 young girls, 2 young children, girls walking home from school. A motorcycle goes by with 2 Afghans on it, machine gun. These 2 young girls were murdered on the roadside, walking home from school. What was their crime, Mr. Speaker? Their crime was they wanted an education. They wanted hope for the future. Imagine that. 2 young children, 2 young girls walking home. To me, that discussion that night exemplified why we're there very clearly. I've told this story across our land, Mr. Speaker, in the days and weeks and months since. And whenever I tell the story, it very clearly tells Canadians why we're there and why we must remain there.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like that in this House that we would have debates that aren't merely explanations of the positions taken. Here we're hearing about the presence of Canadian troops in Afghanistan. The Bloc's position is well known. We think we should withdraw in 2009. This said, Mr. Speaker, I listened respectfully to what my colleague across the way had to say. Now, I've had the opportunity to read, and I think that in a debate like this one, a careful reading of documents and books which describe Afghanistan seem to me to be very important in coming to a position. There's a book I read, and I would urge my colleagues in this House and my colleague to read it. The title is The Kingdom of Insolence, Afghanistan, 1504. The Kingdom of Insolence, Afghanistan, from 1504 to 2001, by Mike Berry. It's published by Éditions Flammarion in French, but the original version is in English. Now, this book is extraordinarily interesting. It takes the history of Afghanistan from 1504 to 2001, and it talks about the Afghan people. It talks about the various tribes who have been fighting for all this time. Here we are. And can we think that we can continue with our little war into 2011 so that we think that we can stop the fighting?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague from the Bloc for his question and referring to the lessons of history. But I guess I would go a bit beyond that, Mr. Speaker, and note there's an old saying that goes something like, those who don't learn the lessons of history are destined to repeat them. And he points out that Afghanistan has a long and tragic history, and we're well aware of that. I think all Canadians are. You don't have to read an encyclopedia of books to do it. But, Mr. Speaker, what is he really saying? Is he saying that these little children that I personally met when I was there and my other colleagues have talked about are destined for a future of no hope? Is that what he's saying? Because that's what I think he's saying. He's saying, no, it's not worth the sacrifice of our young men and women. It's not worth the dollars and cents that we're investing over there. It's not worth the effort. It's not worth the commitment. He's saying that their position, Mr. Speaker, that I've always had a real problem with, is that you can somehow set an arbitrary date and just say we're going to pull out in 2009 or 2011. And I understand we have come to an agreement with the the Liberal Party so that hopefully we can get majority support in this chamber to extend the mission to 2011. But, Mr. Speaker, how is it that we can just decide, as the NDP have decided, that this is enough, that we're just going to leave? We're going to leave these people. We're going to allow the Taliban to retrench, because that's surely what will happen. And we heard many people speak about this in this debate as well. And try and forecast into the future, Mr. Speaker, as to what would happen if the Taliban returned. What would happen to those girls that are going to school? What would happen to the teachers that dare to teach girls? We know what would happen. They would be murdered by this regime because it's not their beliefs. And so, Mr. Speaker, I say yes, we have to study the lessons of history, but we also have to study how continuously the world has failed Afghanistan. That's the lesson from history that we should be taking into account here. And we should be wanting to ensure, on behalf of the sacrifice that we've already made there, that that sacrifice is not in vain, and that we ensure we never abandon the people of Afghanistan again, because it's not only in their best interests, but to repeal a base and to ensure there's no longer a base for worldwide terrorism in Afghanistan. It's in our best.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a very important historical day today, as the Afghan ambassador told me yesterday at a function, that today was a very important historical day for Canada and the international community, because today we are discussing Afghanistan. Today we are discussing international effort to bring peace and stability in the world. Today we are discussing about providing security, an international effort mandated by the United Nations under the NATO command, but the whole community is coming together. Not also that, Mr. Speaker, that NATO is providing security, but it's also most important that even all the regional countries are out in Afghanistan to rebuild Afghanistan. India, Pakistan, China, all of this. I have attended the rebuilding conferences in Afghanistan out in New Delhi to see where all the regional countries have joined together to provide development assistance. Although NATO and Canada is providing the security aspect, we must not forget that the development effort in Afghanistan is not only done by us, but also because of the regional countries that surround Afghanistan, because they know the stability, importance of Afghanistan, bringing there is also an important security for them as well. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to update this House on our mission in Afghanistan. I would like to take this opportunity to remind all members why Canada is in Afghanistan and why it is so important that we continue the work we are doing. What has been achieved in Afghanistan since the overthrow of the Taliban is remarkable. Through Afghanistan determination, Canadian efforts and the support of the international community, Afghans are showing leadership and taking control of their own lives and their country as a whole. Let me list a few achievements in this regard for the benefit of the House. Close to 6 million children, one-third of them girls, are enrolled in schools in 2007-2008. That compares with the 2001 figure of 700,000, consisting of boys only. Canada is supporting work to establish 4,000 community-based schools and train 9,000 teachers, 4,000 of them female. About 120,000 children, 85% of them girls, will benefit. Afghans' per capita income has doubled between 2004 and 2007. Canada is the top donor to Afghanistan's microfinance program. This program is benefiting more than 418,000 savings and small loan service clients in 23 provinces, including Kandahar. More than two-thirds of the program's clients are women. Some 83% of Afghans now have access to basic Medicare. That compares with 9,000 in 2004. And infant mortality rate is down by 22% since 2001. To look at it another way, this means 40,000 more babies survive every year. And under 5 child mortality is down 26%. Mr. Speaker, behind these numbers is an undeniable truth that the living conditions of the people of Afghanistan are improving, that this country, which suffered so terribly under the brutal Taliban rule and through years of civil war, is being rebuilt. We are proud that Canada is assisting in this. We are especially proud of the tremendous work being accomplished by the brave Canadian men and women, both military and civilian, who are serving in Afghanistan. Through these collective efforts, the Afghanistan government is developing institutional capacity that will have enduring results. However, rebuilding a country like Afghanistan after decades of war takes time and commitment. For these reasons, the Canadian government has taken seriously the recommendations as laid by the independent panel on Canada's future role in Afghanistan. This group of eminent Canadians was given the difficult task of providing Canadians with a high level of debate, insight, and analysis that goes beyond partisan politics. And the result of their efforts is a balanced, thoughtful, and comprehensive report to Canadians. The government has accepted this panel's specific recommendation of extending Canada's mission in Afghanistan under the conditions that the right steps are taken to ensure that our young men and women who are in harm's way are given the best chance of success. Alongside the United Nations and our international partners, Canada has been effectively engaged in efforts to strengthen Afghan governance at the national and subnational levels. Canadian efforts focus on helping the Afghan government strengthen the efficiency, transparency, and accountability of its institutions. Let me comment on the revised motion on Afghanistan our government has presented to the House. The revised motion represents an effort to achieve a bipartisan consensus on the future of Afghanistan. It acknowledges what is required of Canada's mission to succeed. Mr. Speaker, it is evident that the commitment to Afghanistan made by successive Canadian government has not yet been completed. The ultimate objective is to enable the Afghans to govern their own country. By signaling our intent to withdraw now, we would run the risk of losing everything that we have worked for. There is little doubt that the cost of failure and abandonment would be high. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all take heart from the fact that there is some fundamental common ground between the government and the official opposition on Afghanistan. This is visible particularly when it comes to the idea that the mission should continue until 2011. You also see common ground on the notion that operational decisions should be left to Canadian commanders on the ground in Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe this is a reasonable compromise. We believe this addresses the important question Canadians have about the future of the mission. The revised motion stakes out clear and a principled position. This is a Canadian position, Mr. Speaker, rather than just a conservative position or a liberal position. And as a Canadian position, it is one that can be supported by the majority of the elected representatives of the Canadian people. This is the duty we owe to our troops. Every day, they are putting their lives on the line for us, Mr. Speaker. It was politicians of both parties who asked them to do this. It is now up to the politicians to do our part for the people of Afghanistan and to work together to reach a consensus on the future of Canada's mission in Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was at a function to promote democracy. This was a function that was talking about the promotion of democracy that the committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, had presented about 3 months ago, about last year, to the House. This talks about how Canada would be involved in promotion of democracy, and this conference was being held at the Queen's University, and I was there at this conference. Sitting next to me, Mr. Speaker, was this young German lady who represents a German institute that does development work in Afghanistan. And so we started talking about the development of Afghanistan. She then said she represented this institution, which is of the same ideology as this party here is, the NDP party, the left-leaning party. And I said, so what do you think about the position of this party? And she said, I am here to tell them that without security, there is going to be no development in Afghanistan. This, Mr. Speaker, is from the same ideology as this party, the party that I call, which is head in the sand with the attitude which says, hear no reason, see no reality. This party, Mr. Speaker, is now left the only party around the world with that ideology that is saying, leave Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker, without development, yet their own brothers around the world, including this lady from Germany, is out here to say there can be no development without security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I paid careful attention to my colleague, and it must be understood, in this debate on Afghanistan, nobody is questioning the presence of Canada, the presence of our troops, the presence of our soldiers in Afghanistan. That's clear. My colleague, who has just finished his speech, is quite right. There's a problem with the NDP, but I can assure you we don't share the opinion of the NDP that says that we have to withdraw. I think that's very important to understand. We can't withdraw from Afghanistan tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock and saying, well, okay, we're out of here. I think that would be impossible. Our position in the bloc, and we've expressed this very clearly, we think that we should withdraw in 2009. That being said, there will be a decision made by the House, and we'll live with it. We'll respect it. But I have a question, and I will be repeating myself because your colleague who spoke previously said that we were perhaps not well informed. I would invite my colleagues in Quebec and colleagues from the rest of Canada. I didn't read this book. Here I'm referring to a book called The Kingdom of Insolence, Afghanistan, from 1504 to 2001, from Matt Berry. And the question he asks is the question I would ask of my colleague. Yes, we could stay till 2009, 2010, 2011, and after if you want. But can you assure us, do we have any assurances that the work, and I like what my colleague from the Conservative Party said.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'm, of course, happy to see that the Bloc didn't say they want to leave tomorrow, as the other party has been saying here, but also by saying that we're going to leave in 2009 when he wants to, without the work done. What I want to remind him, I mean, he's talking about this book that he's written by this. Yes, we know, including myself, whose ancestors have come from that region. We know about that region, what is going on in that region. And we understand the cultural complexity of that region, Mr. Speaker. But what is happening now, Mr. Speaker, after the rise of Taliban, a regime that was so brutal, never seen before. Even in Afghanistan's history, you have never seen such a brutal regime as the Taliban regime. And for the first time, the international community has joined together. The international community under United Nations has joined together under the Afghan Compact to provide for rebuilding of that country. And that will be the success that is asking for, that if we stay till 2011, yes, that is the success. The London Compact, the Afghan Compact, that the international community is working together jointly. Thank you.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask the Speaker, if people are not informed about the mission, about what is going on in Afghanistan, one of the pieces of the amendment talks about a regular way to inform Canadians about progress in Afghanistan. I listen to radio shows where people are saying, you know, that the aid money is going there, but it's not getting to people, or it is getting to people, or there's all kinds of confusion about what is actually going on the ground over there that is making life better for Afghans. So I'd like to know what plans the government would have to present to Canadians, to the government, to the Parliament, and to Canadians, a regular kind of reporting so that indeed Canadians are better informed about the issues he's concerned about.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a little amazed. If he will read the resolution, if you read what is put here forward today, it clearly specifies how we will inform Canadians. But you know what, Mr. Speaker, we have been informing Canadians all the time. But this party, I just mentioned, this party with its head in the sand, which with an attitude that I said here no reason, now I say it is a party that says here no information. Because they already made a decision, Mr. Speaker, to leave. They want to leave this thing out here. So what's the point in telling them anything out there, Mr. Speaker? Because the decision has been made not to support this resolution. So I fail to understand her question at all, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. I'm pleased to participate in this debate on the motion tabled by the government with respect to the extension of our mission in Afghanistan. I have the impression that this is in line with other debates that we've had over the last weeks. I'm very pleased to be able to express the desires of Quebecers. Before the parliamentary break, we dealt with some bills that pertain to, for example, the consultation with respect to the appointment of senators. And at that time, I was really under the impression that I was talking about futile issues. But with respect to Afghanistan, it's extremely important for the Bloc Québécois, for Quebecers, and for the Canadian nation to really examine this issue closely. The Bloc has been asking for an in-depth debate on this whole issue for a long time, because behind this whole issue of Afghanistan, there's a concept of the world, the concept of international relations, and the way we rebuild peace, how we enable countries that have economic difficulties, social problems, policy problems, how we help these countries get back on the track of prosperity where they can assure the well-being of their citizenry. What we're debating about today is the vision of Canada for this issue. And I'm a little bit disappointed, Mr. Speaker, by the Liberal approach. We've known how Conservatives have thought for a long while. We saw this in the speech from the throne, where there was a possibility, where the speech discussed the possibility of extending the mission to 2011. And we know that this government is increasing military expenditures, and therefore this government is militarizing our international relations, if you like. And here, if you look at what's happening with the Bush administration, which has been criticized severely by many Americans, we can see that they are facing problems with respect to Iraq, and this whole problem is being discussed now by Republicans and Democrats with the primaries. But the Liberal motion does surprise me, because in some respects their approach is quite opportunistic. I'll say this. It's very opportunistic on a very important issue, and we feel that that this approach, this Liberal approach, doesn't reflect the Quebec values. We feel that we need to really put more emphasis on reconstructions. I would have expected the Liberals to debate development and other issues. And if an election had been called, we would have come forward with other arguments. We saw some examples yesterday in speeches, particularly the one given by the Leader of the Opposition and also by some other members of the from the Liberal side. I'll give you an example. The motion itself is full of imprecision. How can I say this? There's a lot of underlying nuances. We're playing with reality. In the first motion tabled by the Conservative government, and this is even more clear in the second motion that was tabled last week. I'll give you an example. The House recognizes that in 2006, the Parliament supported a mission for 2 years, and that we were going to be supporting the deployment of militaries, and it didn't stress development and diplomacy that much because we knew at that time the mission was more of a military nature. But what's even more serious is that there was no mention made that it was unanimously decided by this House that today, naturally, the extension, which was adopted in May of 2006, was turned into an extension to 2009 and 2011.
So this is misleading when they say that the House voted in favor of the extension on May 17th, 2006 by 5 votes. There were 149 in favor against 154. So the Quebecers are in the vast majority seeking or sought to have this military mission end in 2009. And if 5 more members or even 3 more members of the bloc had been there to vote, that extension would not have occurred. I think that this will be well understood by the people during the next election. So it's not really true that on May 17th, 2006, that the House adopted a motion in the majority. In 2006, it's even truer now. At the beginning of 2008, there is no supplementary reason to be in favor of the extension today than there was in the past. I have a great deal of difficulty understanding that some Liberals who vote have spoken against the 2006 extension. That is the vote in 2006 about extending it to 2009. And here we are now in February 2008, and it's going to be extended to 2011, probably June or July, as the Prime Minister said initially, but now it is December 2011, and it appears that there is support for that. It is very difficult to understand with respect to the Liberals. There is a unanimity that did not exist in 2006. Perhaps it's merely political opportunism, Mr. Speaker. There is a certain consistency. I'm not in agreement with it, but there is a consistency in the government's position. But with respect to the Liberals, it's totally inconsistent. For Quebecers, there's no choice for people who seek a humanistic approach, an approach that highlights diplomacy, development, and not a furthering of the military dimension. Yes, it is military in one respect, but we have to focus on the other dimensions. But the Conservative Party and the Liberals appear to be in the same boat on this issue, so it will be up to the Bloc to convey the wishes of a majority of the Quebec population. In February 2007, the Liberals brought in a motion asking the government to have the mission end in February 2009. And you know, Mr. Speaker, that the Bloc always sought to have Canada respect its commitments abroad, because we want, one day when Quebec will be sovereign, we want it to take commitments, make commitments with respect to the international community, and respect those commitments to the very end. So we had a position of principle with respect to the position that was taken. The vote was taken. It only passed by 5 votes, but we respected it out of principle. And I would point out, Mr. Speaker, that it was the NDP that saved the mission in Afghanistan at the time, the Conservative mission. But now we have the situation where the Liberals at the time were consistent with their previous position. That is, that the House decide definitively with respect to a removal from Kandahar in 2009, while the NDP helped the Conservatives extend the mission to 2011, not just 2009. This, too, is an example of political opportunism. It should be decried, doubly so. It's not the immediate withdrawal that they keep talking about in the NDP. It is the immediate withdrawal with full security. Well, what does that mean? Partners in NATO will have to take Canada's place in Kandahar. We want the vote to be taken here concerning this motion as quickly as possible. We want to see it defeated, and we want to see our allies told plainly that they have to replace the Canadian troops immediately. The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert, questions and comments. I listened with interest, Mr. Speaker, to the comments from my colleague in the Bloc Québécois. He talks about the misleading draft here, the formulation. But the Bloc often says all kinds of things. On the radio, for example, we had a Bloc Québécois candidate talk say on the radio that there were as many deaths in Afghanistan as there were in all of World War II. So this is very misleading. I'd like to know whether or not my colleague from the Bloc has read the Manley Report. The Manley Report is a very balanced report. I would like my colleague from the Bloc to answer a single question, but I don't know if he will. It is this. When Canada went to help the people of Rwanda, and there were 800,000 Rwandans who died waiting for the UN to go and help them, would Rwanda not have benefited and deserved a better form of aid? What can be done to protect the people of Afghanistan against such a situation? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, the falseness, the erroneous basis of this question is just astounding. My colleague from the Conservative Party is reflecting the motion. There is this underlying current of bias and misleading information. Well, Mr. Manley had a political background. He was a former Minister of the Crown. But what is interesting with Mr. Manley is this. When there was criticism, the militaristic approach of the Conservatives in 2003, it seems to me that this whole situation has been manufactured in such a way to provide the grounds for the Prime Minister and to allow the Prime Minister to extend the mission into 2011. Let me read page 32 of the Manley Report. There has been imbalance with respect to the personnel, with respect to the use of Canadian personnel in Afghanistan and the civilian contingent that is there. What the Bloc has been asking for from the outset is to have a balance between development and the other dimension. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the mission, on a mission to win the hearts and minds of the Afghan people, we have to have development. Mr. Jean-Pierre Charbonneau, our former colleague, also says that there has to be security to allow children to go to school, to allow for wells to be to provide drinking water. The Bloc is just improvising here. I would like to hear my colleague from Joliet's comments with respect to those members who are constantly pirouetting and making about faces with respect to their position. Is this not just a political opportunism in the Bloc because their leader said in June 2004, let's be clear here, we have to accuse those who are responsible for these acts of barbarianism. Why isn't it good today, that same statement? It was good in 2004. It was also said that more had to be done to help that country. I can go down the whole list of quotations from the Bloc. In 2007, it was said that a sovereign Quebec would have participated in the international intervention in Afghanistan. Where is that mission in Afghanistan going to? There are only 30 seconds for the Honourable Member to answer the question. The Honourable Member for Joliette. The ignorance of the member with respect to the Bloc's position never ceases to amaze me. We are in favor of participation in Afghanistan, but not the participation that's imposed on us by the Conservatives and that is accepted by the Liberals, acting just like sheep. We respect our commitment to February 2009, and there was no question of our getting out of Afghanistan. Those are just lies. Those are lies. It's exactly as the way I set it out, Mr. Speaker. That government is prejudicing and providing biased information. The member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to rise to speak today to this motion that deals with the Canadian mission in Afghanistan. Quite a number of the soldiers from the 3rd Squadron in Bagotville are my constituents. They are actively participating in the mission. The Bloc, Mr. Speaker, cannot support such a motion. The motion changes nothing with respect to the Bloc's position. We have said very clearly that we were ready to go to the polls on this issue, if such is the will of the Conservative government. Our position is clear. The Government of Canada must not extend the mandate of the current mission. It has to end in February 2009. Canada has done its share. Now it's up to the other member countries of NATO to pick up the slack. Quebecers want Canada to end the mission as provided in February 2009. In seeking to extend the mission to 2011, the Conservatives and the Liberals are indicating very clearly that they are disconnected from the values of Quebec. Canadians and Quebecers are conflicted about the issue of a military presence in Afghanistan. They are divided. The Quebec nation has its values and interests that are peculiar to it, and each time the Bloc Québécois takes a position, we try to imagine what a government of a sovereign Quebec would do. This is why today's debate is so very important. Mr. Speaker, rebalancing the mission in Afghanistan is necessary. This is why, for a long time now, the Bloc Québécois has been asking for the member countries of NATO to be told that the troops would be withdrawn in February 2009. The basic goal of the international coalition of NATO should be to rebuild the economy, the democracy, of Afghanistan and to make that country a viable state. To do so, Canada must play a role, a leadership role, in the distribution of humanitarian aid and in the reconstruction of the country. Thus, it is extremely important to establish clearly, not only to the members of the coalition and NATO countries, but also to the peoples of Quebec and Canada, that the Canadian Army in Afghanistan will see its role rebalanced on the ground. The Bloc supported sending troops to Afghanistan within the NATO framework. The operation that Canada was involved in belonged to a mission of peace to stabilize the region of Kabul and the surrounding area. So now, Mr. Speaker, why today are the people of Canada and Quebec so divided with respect to the presence of the Canadian Armed Forces in Afghanistan? We in the Bloc believe that Canada must, insofar as possible, send its aid, its development aid, through multilateral organizations, in particular through UN agencies, which would eliminate duplication and efforts that are really at cross purposes with each other. We have to assure Quebecers and Canadians that the government seeks to act in their interests and in the interest of the Afghan people to target sustainable development and to see that the local people will be respected and protected, that their human rights will be protected. Mr. Speaker, the success of the rebuilding of Afghanistan cannot only be achieved through the use of arms. To date, Canada has made a substantial effort in the dangerous zones in Afghanistan. Now that that has been done, we have to invest further and increasingly in diplomacy. The Bloc suggests that Canada should instigate an international conference on Afghanistan. That conference would allow for the consideration of reconstruction, a review of the reconstruction and the aid, the development aid that has been supplied by the international community in Afghanistan. The Bloc Québécois has been speaking about rebalancing the mission for some months now. And in fact, if we were on that path, if we continue on the present path that we are on, we will be losing many more lives. Some time ago, Mr. Speaker, I witnessed a human drama of a family and their relatives, the death of a soldier in this mission. I attended the funeral of Corporal Rayom from my region, Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. He was only 26 years old. His wife was pregnant when this occurred. The child will never know his or her father. I saw parents stricken with grief, further to the death of the soldier. We have to bring this mission to an end in February 2009 to reduce such human drama, to put an end to such human drama for communities and families. The combat tack that has been taken in this mission is excessive. It is costly in terms of money and human life. There is a sense of urgency here. We have to readjust the mission in 3 areas, and I take this opportunity to repeat the principal points that I set out in the House last April with respect to a debate on Canada's role in Afghanistan. First of all, we have to increase and better coordinate reconstruction aid. Secondly, we have to change the nature of the military deployment. Are you saying, can you tell me how much time is left, Mr. Speaker? All right. Third, we have to radically change the approach that is taken with respect to the problem of the opium trade. Mr. Speaker, social development in Afghanistan is catastrophic. The country is just 173rd out of 178 countries with respect to human development indicators as of 2004. Quebecers and Canadians like Quebecers and Canadians, are entitled to know what the impacts of such participation of the armed forces really are, and in view of the fact that they want to know what the humanitarian and social development will be, we have to bring peace back as quickly as possible to the area. The Conservative motion sets the time frame for Kandahar to 2011. Canada has been in Kandahar since 2006. We feel that after 2009, that is the end of this mission as initially provided for, Canada will have done its share. Quebecers and Canadians have sent troops to Afghanistan. They have done their share. The Taliban regime fell long ago. However, it's very difficult to reach the targeted goal of peace and to rebuild the Afghan state, a viable Afghan state. However, that should be the objective, the basic objective of the international coalition and the United Nations, the reconstruction of the economy, the democracy, and establishing a viable state in Afghanistan is important. That development should be done in the area that I have indicated. We want to be sure that the military will have the necessary resources available to do the reconstruction work and provide security on the ground. We want to see the military mission rebalanced by the end of February 2009. Mr. Speaker, we want Canada to withdraw from Kandahar during this mission. We do not feel that it is the NATO mission, though, that should end in a failure. This is one reason why we have always wanted to see an alternation within NATO for those who go to Kandahar. The Canadian contingent should be replaced, and the members should come home before the end of February 2009.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to the member, the bloc member. He said that Canada has done its fair share in Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, we've done more than our share, but the job's not completed. Mr. Speaker, the bloc is attempting to make this a political issue. It's not a political issue. It's a humanitarian issue. Mr. Speaker, he talked about human rights. He wants to see them protected, Mr. Speaker, but he wants to pull out as at 2009. Mr. Speaker, my question to him is what will happen to those women that are starting these new businesses, to those little girls that are going to school? Mr. Speaker, we heard from the member from Prince George that 2 little girls were killed just recently. What was their crime for going to school? Mr. Speaker, if his plan is the bloc plan is to pull out in 2009 and abandon these people, what does he imagine will happen to these women? What does he imagine will happen to these little girls? When President Karzai came to Parliament and he shared what happened, that they cut off the heads of grandmas, that they kill the women and the little girls, talking about human rights, what does he imagine will happen to these people if in Afghanistan if we pull out and abandon these people? What does he think is going to happen to these people? Talk about human rights, Mr. Speaker. This is not a political issue. It's a humanitarian issue, and Canada is doing the right thing. And why is the bloc abandoning these people?
Deputy de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, Mr. Speaker, and I repeat, Canada has done its part. We've been there since 2006 in a combat role, and we know that in Kandahar, that's where things are the most violent, that's where the real fighting is, and we should let the international community know and let NATO know that our mission will end in February 2009 and will be replaced by another country. So this combat mission, it has been fulfilled. It is to end in February 2009, and to extend it into another mission, well, I think what we need is something that is more humanitarian, something that has to do with the reconstruction of Afghanistan. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, I could ask the question, who's for war? Nobody's going to put their hand up. Nobody is for war. Earlier, our Bloc colleague said something that was a tad misleading. Our colleague for Chicoutimi, Lefleur, is a champion at this. Now, he may not be able to answer, but I'll give him two questions. How many Canadians have died in combat in Afghanistan over the past year? And second question, and I'm not talking about car accidents or roadside bombs. And the second question, the 800,000 dead in Rwanda, did they deserve additional assistance? Yes or no? It's quite simple. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lefleur. I thank my colleague for his question. I think that we can acknowledge there are several parts to that question, but what I'll deal with is the first question. Yes, we are in a combat mission, and we are in a mission of war. And it was General Hillier who said that as long as we're in Kandahar, the Canadian Army will be in a combat mission. So, Mr. Speaker, as long as we're in Kandahar, the Canadian forces will be in a combat mission. Thank you. Just time for a short question.
About 30 seconds.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to point out one of the comments my honourable colleague made. He said that the Afghanistan rated 173rd of 178th on the human development indicators as of 2004. Has he completely disregarded all of the progress that's been made in the past 4 years, all of which has been well published? They continually ignore it, as do the members of the NDP. The sky is falling as far as they're concerned. Has he completely ignored all of the progress that's happened in the past 4 years?
The Honourable Member has 3 seconds to answer. Yes, again, I thank my colleague, with whom I have the pleasure of sitting on the Defence Committee. You know, from time to time we get information, we get on a periodic basis information from Afghanistan, and there tend to be two sorts of things being said. This is what the Army says. They say we're building schools, hospitals, roads, and there's progress. And then, on the other hand, there are the humanitarian organizations who say there's no progress and people are living in dire straits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Lethbridge. Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by recognizing that Canada's involvement in Afghanistan has been a bipartisan effort across prime ministers and parliaments. In our commitment to Afghan people, we have tried to join together to make a difference for a country that has had a little hope for several generations due to war and oppression. In this motion, we are looking to the future, not to the past, Mr. Speaker. We are asking Parliament to look forward with us and support the Afghan people once again. There is a job in Afghanistan that still needs to be done, and I am confident we can meet the challenge. I would like to congratulate the Prime Minister for his unwavering support of our men and women in uniform and for doubling the developmental aid to Afghanistan. Canada has shown leadership in committing troops, resources, development and political efforts to help the Afghan government secure a better future for its people. Canada, as a G8 nation, is strengthening its position on the world stage, Mr. Speaker. Being a major country entails great global responsibility. We cannot afford an isolationist attitude. Our attitude towards Afghanistan should not be that it is a problem in a land far away, especially in the globalized age. We will be endangering our own national security with such short-sightedness. In our debate, we must consider what the people of Afghanistan want. Mr. Speaker, they want exactly what everybody else here wants, you, me, and all Canadians. They want a peaceful, democratic society based on the rule of law. They want to rise above the abject poverty which has been their lot for too many generations. They want jobs and education, peace and stability, and they want hope for the future. I would suggest two things necessary to achieve these goals are security and development, and they go hand in hand. Without the security provided by the international forces, development would be next to impossible. The stated objective of this mission is to provide a safe and stable environment so that this important development work can take place. We are in Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker, to establish a secure space, secure areas where civilian agencies and development workers can function free from harm. As General Mackenzie pointed out in the recent Foreign Affairs Committee meeting, and I quote, "The ISAF mission is to expand the secure areas until they overlap and maintain the security for the local population until they trust you. It is the local population that will ultimately defeat the insurgency, not us. They defeat it by not supporting it and by trusting that we are not going to turn tail and leave ahead of schedule." End of quote. The goal of the insurgents is not to take over territory, and defeat NATO forces. Their goal is to outlast the international forces and to make sure we leave sooner than later. Insurgency wins, Mr. Speaker, by not losing. Their goal is to outlast us. Our goal is to provide the Afghan people with their own resources so they can outlast the Taliban. I think it is important to point out that our Canadian forces are carrying out their mandated duties in an exemplary fashion. We are humbled by their dedication to this mission and by the extreme sacrifices that they are making. Our military is among the best trained, most professional in the world. They have developed new capabilities in dealing with insurgency. They have developed relationships with the local people, establishing lines of communication and building their trust. Their experience is invaluable to this mission. Mr. Speaker, security must be established and maintained before we can proceed with aid, reconstruction, and development. As I said, Mr. Speaker, security and development go hand in hand. The Afghan people need the international community to help them rebuild their lives and their country after decades of war, oppression, and insurgency. Our long-term goal, Mr. Speaker, is to help build a stable, democratic, and self-sufficient society. We are helping the Afghans help themselves. And we are seeing encouraging results, Mr. Speaker. We have provided food aid to 9 million people and over 400,000 in Kandahar, 1,200 wells for clean drinking water. We have provided jobs, education, and opportunities for employment. We are helping to establish democratic governance and the rule of law. We are supporting human rights and gender equality. There are many success stories, Mr. Speaker, and I've seen them firsthand. One area where Canada is making a significant contribution is in the efforts to clear the country of mines and unexploded ordnances. Canada is the biggest donor, Mr. Speaker, for demining operations. Afghanistan has more landmines and more UXOs than any place elsewhere in the world. Thousands of Afghans have been killed, Mr. Speaker, and thousands more have been injured. When I was in Afghanistan last year, I saw firsthand the devastation caused by landmines. Mr. Speaker, when little children play outside and they see a metal object lying there, they pick it up, not to play with it, Mr. Speaker, but take it to a pawn shop, sell it as metal to feed themselves. Abject poverty. Sometimes these UXOs blow up in their hands, and you see not one, for the number of children either die or get disabled. This is an important effort that Canada is making, and we ought to be proud of it and continue with it. When I was in Afghanistan last year, I saw firsthand the devastation caused, and it moved me tremendously. Demining opens up also, Mr. Speaker, more land for agriculture, more housing, and clears areas where people can live and children can play, safe from harm. Our efforts are showing results. Over 500,000 mines have been destroyed by the end of 2007. And there has been a 55% decrease in the victims compared to 5 years ago. 55%, Mr. Speaker. All this reconstruction and development can take place because of the security being provided by the NATO mission. This discussion today takes place now here in Canada and in other NATO countries is a necessary part of a democratic process. But at some point, Mr. Speaker, we have to articulate a position. The confusion over the mission, the why, the how, and how long is playing into the hands of insurgents. They interpret this as a lack of solidarity and a wavering of commitment, and this builds their confidence. This must not be allowed to continue. That is why we have come out and clearly stated Canada will stay and fulfill our responsibilities. We can't abandon Afghanistan and its citizens, Mr. Speaker. Our commitment is important because, as John Manley wrote, and I quote, it concerns global and Canadian security, Canada's international reputation, and the well-being of some of the world's most impoverished and vulnerable people. Mr. Manley recommended in this report that our role should focus on development and shift increasingly towards the training of the Afghan National Army so that, as their capability increases, Mr. Speaker, our combat role can be significantly reduced. The motion put forward by this government makes Canada's position clear to our NATO allies, our partners in Afghanistan, and to our troops on the ground. We have committed to 2011, and I am confident that much will be done in the next 3 years that will bring even better results for the people of Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, I would ask all parliamentarians from all parties to support this motion. Put personal feelings aside, put politics aside, as it represents a unique opportunity for all Canadians to rally around our troops, our allies, our purpose, and the Afghan people. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity that we cannot afford to miss. We need to stand together. We need to support our troops. We need to support our mission, and we need to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to my colleague, and the problem I see is that in this House, a majority, if not all, members agree that the mission should continue in Afghanistan, except for the NDP, who think our troops should be withdrawn immediately. But other members think the mission should continue. And what we're saying in the Bloc Québécois is that beginning in February 2009, it should be transformed into a reconstructive and humanitarian mission. There's a book, a very good book by Mr. Mike Berry, which is entitled Le Royaume de l'Insolence, The Kingdom of Insolence, Afghanistan from 1504 to 2001. And they say that since 1504, this society has never been conquered. It is a nation made up of tribes who fight among themselves. And how can we say that in 2011, how can we say, and this is what the Conservatives said, job will be done? How can they give us that assurance?
For Mississauga Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, I am really disappointed. I don't really know whether the member was even listening to me, my honourable colleague. I said, let's look forward. not to 1504, Mr. Speaker. I said that I have physically, personally seen with my own eyes the development. I also want to tell this House, all the members, that that they ever expect a United States company and a Canadian company and Indians bidding in a copper mine to the tune of $1.8 billion. That is called progress, Mr. Speaker. And what I would like to suggest is let's learn more about the transnationals and the jihadists and the Taliban. I'm disappointed sometimes that the superficial knowledge that we have and we base our judgments or lack thereof as to the efforts that are being made in Afghanistan vis-a-vis development. We are there, Mr. Speaker. We are developing that country. I am from there. I, being a Muslim, should say stop if all things are equal. But I am saying no, don't stop, because all things are not equal. I'm from there. I know it. I know every nook and cranny of that country and that area. Please educate yourself and support the motion.
The comments, the honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm listening to the debate in the House today with a lot of interest, and it's also somewhat alarming to hear members of other political parties attempt to define what the New Democratic Party position is. They're incorrect. The Bloc is incorrect when they say that we would abandon Afghanistan. That has never been the position that we've taken. But on to the remarks from the member from Streetsville, Mr. Speaker. I heard a very interesting interview with Sarah Chase just this week, and she has been in Kandahar since the fall of the Taliban, actually came to visit us when we were in Afghanistan with the Defense Committee and gave us her views on what has been happening in the last 5 or 6 years in Kandahar province. And what she said in that interview is that, sadly, the people of southern Afghanistan and Kandahar are shaken down by their own government. The corruption is so high during the day and then shaken down by the Taliban at night. But I want to just ask the member, why did he vote in opposition to extending the mission when that was raised by the political party he was with before, when that mission was raised? Why did he vote against extending the mission in the last...
The honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for that question. I voted against that at that time, not because I was against the mission. I wanted this to happen. I wanted this to happen. An educated debate where people are well informed, and I'm sure this government over the period of time has been more open, transparent, and informed the Canadians, informed this House, and we are having this educated debate, which did not happen for 4 years. This government came into power 4 years after the Afghan commitment. That's true. So we must realize the benefits of what this government has done, and I support the mission wholeheartedly. We are discussing it, but I would also urge my colleagues to stop and to give up the urban myths that they hear from certain quarters. What is the reality on ground? Nobody says it's a perfect place. Nobody says that there's 100% development that will satisfy us. But the fact of the matter is, development is making progress.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this House today to take part in this debate on Canada's mission in Afghanistan. And I do so without hesitation in support of our role in this multilateral UN-sanctioned and NATO-led endeavour. And I also speak with the deepest appreciation and respect in support of our fellow Canadians who work and fight on our behalf in Afghanistan. As Chairman of the Standing Committee on National Defence, I've had the honour of travelling to Afghanistan to witness their work and meet the sons and daughters of Canada who, far from family and home, toil for us, toil for Canada. They are so much more than ranks and uniforms. They are fathers, mothers, sons and daughters. They are our neighbours, they are our friends, they are our fellow Canadians. Today our duty in this chamber is of solemn importance as we are debating a commitment that Canada has made and will make to both the people of Afghanistan and our allies. This commitment, Mr. Speaker, is enshrined in the Afghanistan Compact, an international agreement that provides a framework for cooperation between the Afghan government and the international community. Agreed to at the beginning of 2006 by more than 60 nations and organizations, the Compact sets out benchmarks in the priority areas of security, governance, and socio-economic development. Canada's mission is multifaceted, and we continue to respond to evolving challenges by assessing and rebalancing our efforts promoting security to secure development and governance. Our soldiers continue to provide security for the Afghan people. Our development workers provide means of survival, progress, and prosperity. Our diplomats nurture a fledgling democracy in its infancy. As a whole, as Canadians, they are building a better Afghanistan for tomorrow. As our fellow Canadians continue their work in Afghanistan, we too now undertake our part of the mission as we consider future direction. As Canada's elected leaders, it's our solemn duty to decide the matter of Canada's mission in Afghanistan. Our soldiers, diplomats, and development workers are following this debate. The government and people of Afghanistan wait with hopeful anticipation. There's 37 nations with whom we are allied in Afghanistan look on, and we can rest assured our enemies are mindful of this debate as well. All are watching with keen interest because Canada's active role in building peace and prosperity in Afghanistan is critical and is making a difference. While the challenges we face are complex and diverse, real progress throughout the country in the last few years is providing hope for a better future. Our efforts, combined with those of other donors and our growing network of dedicated partners on the ground, are paying dividends. Mr. Speaker, our commitment has helped introduce democracy to Afghanistan. Presidential and parliamentary elections have been held, a new constitution has been adopted, and women represent more than 1/4 of parliamentarians. Canadians can be proud that we stood firmly by the Afghan people as these transformations took place. Today, this government is also helping Afghans participate in grassroots democracy through the election of more than 19,000 community development councils across Afghanistan. These councils are elected at the local level, much like we elect municipal government in Canada, to make decisions on community priorities. Once development projects are identified, the work is carried out by locals. This approach ensures that Afghans have the ownership over projects, which range from improving drinking water and transportation systems to providing irrigation and electrical power while strengthening education and health care. In Kandahar province alone, Mr. Speaker, more than 530 community development councils have been elected and more than 630 projects have been completed to date. These projects are providing lasting benefit to households and communities, and this is due in large part to the fact that Afghans themselves are leading their own development. Canada is also providing a safer world for the Afghan people. Canadians have assisted in the confiscation of 16,000 heavy weapons and the disarming of 63,000 former combatants. And we are now focusing on training an Afghan National Army and the Afghan National Police Force. I've met with members of the Afghan National Army and the National Police and have seen their commitment to peace. These are brave people working under extremely harsh conditions. And we're working with these brave Afghan men and women, providing them with the tools and training to one day be the keepers of their own safety and security. Canada is also addressing the terrible threat of landmines. Our contribution to demining programs has assisted in the prevention of countless deaths and crippling injuries. And many of these, as stated earlier, victims are children. The number of landmine victims has decreased by 55% over the levels from 5 years ago. And Mr. Speaker, when my colleagues were in Afghanistan just over a year ago, when we went through the military hospital at Kandahar Airfield, the doctors and nurses had just finished patching up a local Afghan person that had stepped on a landmine, and they had put him back together. He was in tough shape, but it looked to me that his legs had been saved, and that's the kind of work that goes on every day that Canadians don't know about and need to know about. We're helping to improve the Afghan economy. The country's per capita annual income has doubled between 2002 and 2007. Through our support for Afghan national programs, we're contributing to the growth by helping to create the jobs that are key to reducing poverty. And we're also helping to grow the economy through our world-leading support for Afghans' microfinance programs. And the Secretary of State talked about this earlier. Microfinancing programs make financial services available to Afghans, to the people who are able to access finances through any other source. There's no banking system, Mr. Speaker, in that country, and this microfinance program has helped more than 418,000 Afghans become able to undertake income-generating activities for the creation of small businesses and assistance of farming operations. At the Standing Committee on National Defense, Mr. Speaker, we had one witness that came in, a female from Afghanistan. She said the repayment rate on these microfinance loans is 95%. Most of them go to women. The 5% that doesn't get paid back are the men. And she said that in tongue-in-cheek, but it was kind of interesting that she would do that. My colleague says it's probably true. This additional income is literally transforming lives, as families can now afford to send their children to school, access health care, and provide basic necessities. Canada is promoting health and education in Afghanistan. Education has been one of the great success stories in the ongoing development and reconstruction of that country. Our investment has made a real and measurable difference in rebuilding schools, supplying learning materials, paying teachers' wages, and providing teacher education. Close to 6 million children are now attending school, 1/3 of them girls. This is a major achievement considering that only 700,000 children were in school in 2008 and not one of them was a girl. As a result of improved access to medical care for women, the infant mortality rate in Afghanistan has dropped by almost 25% since 2001. We're promoting the rule of law in Afghanistan. Reconstruction efforts will fail unless democratic institutions are established that can ensure security, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. Canada's governance programs help ensure that laws are both just and arrived at democratically. They support independent, effective institutions that enforce those laws so that everyone will feel safe in their communities and homes. As you can see, there is much we are accomplishing in Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker, and with the continued support of Canada and the international community, much more can still be accomplished. In fact, much more must be accomplished. Throughout the history of this House, there have been no decisions more difficult than the decision to send our brave men and women into harm's way. Likewise, this House has rarely undertaken decisions more important than the decision to fight for freedom, to fight for what is right. These decisions are of tremendous gravity for many reasons. They're important because of the necessity for those who are free to assist those who are not free. As Canadians, inhabitants of the true north, strong and free, we have undertaken to assist in the establishment of an Afghanistan that will also be strong and free. From the beaches of Normandy to the shores of Hong Kong, the fields of Vimy, and to the hills of Korea, Canadians have gone when they were needed for the pursuit of freedom. And just as Canadians fought and died for the freedom of our friends in Holland, France, and Korea, and many other places, Canadians have fought and died for the freedom we are building with our friends in Afghanistan.
Right on.
As we debate this motion here in the House of Commons, it is my sincere hope that we will all undertake our duty as members of Parliament with the same fidelity to duty and conviction that I have witnessed in our men and women in uniform. Our fight in Afghanistan continues. We do not fight for empire or profit. We fight for freedom. The freedom of self-determination, the freedom from fear, and the freedom to prosper. In short, we're fighting so that one day the Afghan people may enjoy the same freedoms and peace that we possess here in Canada. This government fully acknowledges that there's a long way to go. That's why we're one of the world's leading nations in the fight to restore peace and freedom in Afghanistan. It's also why we're continuously exploring ways to improve how we conduct our mission. The recent report by the John Manley also offers some good suggestions in this regard, and our government is committed to responding to them. Mr. Speaker, a lot of work lies ahead. Rebuilding a country ravaged by decades of civil unrest, violence, and abject poverty requires time. Addressing the various challenges that continue to obstruct Afghans in their daily life requires unwavering commitment. But we are on the right track, and we must continue. The free world and the Afghan people are counting on our support. I hope that all members of the House will do what is right and send the strongest possible message to all of those watching, that Canada's resolve is strong, and we support without reservation our brave men and women in this most difficult.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with great interest to my colleague's speech, and it's been a speech that carries the message that the government has about it. He did talk about the difficulty in the decision-making on Afghanistan, and I appreciate his points of view. Coming from a party which has had a consistent position over 2 years since I've been in Parliament on the Afghanistan issue, I too feel the incredible strain that comes in making decisions like this. And I would say to my honourable colleague that we have witnessed, in some case, the demonization of some of our people in this caucus who stand up and speak for about 50% of Canadians that wish to see the mission end. And to my honourable colleague, does he not agree that if he wants to bring some civility and clarity to this issue, that he must respect and his party must acknowledge the consistency and the importance of what we say as a party as well?
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. And I believe what we're doing here today and what we did here yesterday, the fact that we have this motion brought to the House of Commons, that we are having this debate, certainly is allowing everybody in this House, no matter what position they take, to express their opinions. And you bet there's disagreement. I totally disagree with his position, and I certainly disagree with the Separatist Party's position on this as well. You know, we just had the Van Doos over in Afghanistan doing a tremendous job fighting for freedom. And here's a bunch of people in this House that are here to tear apart this country, that are not supporting this mission. Their own neighbors were over there fighting, and they still don't support it. Mr. Speaker, this goes far beyond this House and this the politics of this place. This is something that is Canadian. It's got, in my mind, it's got nothing to do with what party you're from. This has to be a decision that's made in your heart. And if you can't find yourself, or you can't find it in your heart to support this motion, to support what's happening, to support the people of Afghanistan from the terror that they lived under for so many years, then I don't understand that, because I think we all have it in our hearts to do that.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his contribution to the debate. And I very much agree with most of what he said. Mr. Speaker, Canadians, I think, have heard quite a bit about this motion and about some of our intent, but there are some other ancillary questions which don't seem to get addressed, and one of them has to do with the poppy trade in Afghanistan, which members know is one of the principal sources of funding terrorist activities. And I wonder if the member is aware of some scenarios which can be considered to address this one element of the conflict related to Afghanistan.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. And certainly the poppy issue in Afghanistan is a tough one. This is how a lot of the people in that country are making their living and how they feed their families. So I think it is something that we need to address, and I believe that this is part as we move forward. You know, as in the Manley report, it's been part of our deliberations as we move forward in Afghanistan. We have to find an alternative to that means of making a living. When we were in Afghanistan, we were hearing from witnesses, we were told that a farmer can make more money raising pomegranates, grapes, or nuts, or whatever it is they traditionally did, than they can raising poppies. But the fact of the matter is there's no financing. The cash flow is an issue. They have to feed their families during the year. The drug lords and the warlords have them under their thumbs as far as bringing them some money in the spring and telling them they'll come back in the fall for the crop. We have to put a great deal of effort, and our government has. Some of the first commitment that this government made was for irrigation projects in that country. We've got to expand the agricultural base. We have to give the ability to people to improve their lot in life, with supplying irrigation, a stable source of water, reconstructing some of the systems that were there. When we flew over Afghanistan, we were fortunate enough to fly over part of it in a couple of helicopters when we were there. It impressed me how much development there was there, how much green area there is along the rivers. And so I think we have to concentrate on giving the people that make a living off poppy, we have to give them an alternative. And I think if we work really hard and put our minds to it, we can come up with a strong, strong economy over there that's based on an agricultural irrigated.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member from Eglinton Lawrence. I'm very pleased to participate in the debate today on the future of Canada's mission in Afghanistan. I fully support our leaders' approach that means that the mission must change, the mission must have a stop date, and the mission must be more than a military mission. However, Mr. Speaker, I hope to broaden the conversation to put in proper context the ongoing relationship between Canada and the people of Afghanistan, particularly the women of Afghanistan. During the 90s, when Sally Armstrong began writing about the women of Afghanistan in Homemakers magazine, Canadian women became aware of the situation in this country and wanted the Government of Canada to help. Thousands of letters were received at the magazine and newspapers and MPs' offices. We came to know of the courageous work of Dr. Seema Samar, setting up the schools and clinics for young girls in defiance of the Taliban government. Dr. Samar was awarded the John Humphreys Freedom Medal in the summer of 2001, before 9/11. She met with women members of Parliament here. We participated in the Afghan Women's Association with Adina Niazi, together with Mary Lou McPhedran and Sally Armstrong in February of 2002 at the Afghan Women's Leadership and Governance Training at York University. We as Canadian women were in solidarity with these courageous women. We were in awe of them. Most of us born in Canada have never known what the absence of security feels like. We have taken peace for granted, peace in its fullest sense, not just the absence of war, but the presence of justice. When the fatwa was placed on Dr. Samar while she was still in Canada, Minister Graham responded immediately. Mr. Speaker, the debate today will reflect the friendship and the commitment of Canada to the people of Afghanistan. That is not just about a military mission. It must be about our commitment to do everything we can to work with the Afghan people to build peace and security for the long term. My remarks are influenced by the friendships and ongoing dialogue with Afghan Canadians, like Adina Niazi and Sheen Hariri and her wonderful family, but also by my trip to Afghanistan in 2007 with the Defence Committee and a town hall meeting we held last spring in my riding of St. Paul's, but also by my respect for our history of multilateralism and the commitment Canada made in the Afghan Compact in 2006.
To change the language, 2006, for our support for multilateral approaches, for the framing of international principles for the next 5 years, the Afghanistan Compact. The purpose was that we would do all we can to help the Afghan people, to provide them with security, governance, rule of law, and human rights, followed by social and economic development. Another vital sector was to help deal with the narco economy and the impact this has had on the regions and the people. As for the security component, real security is a fundamental condition for establishing stability and economic development in Afghanistan. It can only be provided through military means.
That we knew that we were going to help. The debate today is that we have to help in a different way, but nonetheless committed. It's true, Mr. Speaker, that before I went to Kandahar, I probably had thought, like so many Canadians, that it would be possible to just pick up and move to a less dangerous area. And I think that we were all very clear that the work that Canada is doing there with the PRT in Kandahar is based on relationships. It's based on principles such as every soldier a teacher. It's based on a commitment to try and be able to get the Afghan National Army to a contingent of 70,000 people by 2009 that would be effective. I think we were surprised in Afghanistan to learn how the military was actually helping within the bureaucracy of the government of Kabul, helping in ministers' offices, teaching organization, how to pick great chiefs of staff and how to develop work plans. We know that our military have been very good at this. We think that there needs to be more role for the diplomatic corps as well as CEDA. I, too, like the previous speaker, was impressed when we went to see the hospital there in Kandahar airfield. I couldn't believe the severity of cases that was taken on by the team, from the huge shrapnel being removed from the Afghanis' face to that had been able to be successfully removed right there at the base because of the CT scanner. Colonel Bottom, the psychiatrist, explained the real progress that had been made in post-traumatic stress prevention, screening and treatment because of the interventions of the previous Liberal government and because of the interventions of people like Senator Dallaire. It seems that the incidence has been, because of the preventive measures, is much less than they would have predicted. However, they were hugely grateful for the American medevac helicopters and the fact that we still have to rely so much on others. It was interesting to know that even there, we were desperate to know more about the 3D approach. Was it working? Why do we just see defense and not so much diplomacy or development? The briefing was clear on the ground that the PRT from Simon Hetherington, that the 3D was supposed to be his board of directors. We could not see while we were there in Afghanistan that that was being reflected in the cabinet room or here in Ottawa. It seemed to be so disorganized. We were impressed to learn that less than 1% of the projects built by the National Solidarity Plan had been damaged because of the Canadian way, because Canadians ask how they want things done. It's done in a totally collaborative way, bottom up, with local ownership in the planning and execution, even though 70% of that population was illiterate, including the bureaucracy, including the Director of Education. There had been real achievements. The Summit Road, clearly the greatest, and as the soldiers said to us, built by Canadian blood and paved with Canadian dollars. The medical clinic repairs, security infrastructure, the confidence of the Afghan police with schools reopened, irrigation and soccer. But it was very clear that the goal was capacity building, not capacity replacement. Setting the conditions for sustainable success, they realized that this needed an Afghan face and an Afghan pace. It is an old adage that it's better to teach someone to fish than to give them a fish, and it's renewed by the explanation there that the Canadian bottom-up approach is now to be a pipeline instead of a water tanker. We were totally impressed by the Cash for Work program run by Warrant Officer Healy. It was amazing, the article in Legion magazine, that this amazing school teacher from Barrie, Ontario, who happens to be one of these amazing reservists who now had the name of the Prince of Panjwai. The Cash for Work program was very much part of winning the hearts and minds of the Afghan youth. The idea that if they could outwork for us instead of working for the Taliban. The briefing on the National Military College was heartening to hear that they really did feel that they were getting towards their optimal 70,000 soldiers, but without compromising the quality, but that they still might need specialty teams that would need mentoring and help, but the goal of self-sufficiency was close at hand. It was every soldier we talked to at lunch was the mantra, every soldier a teacher. But when we met with Sarah Shays, the American journalist who had chosen to stay in Afghanistan from her career as a journalist in public radio, Sarah was very clear. She was very worried that the discourse from Canada was far too simplistic. We can't reduce the discussion to stay or go, less military, more construction. She wanted everybody to understand this is not about an insurgency as much as protecting Afghans from an invasion that is using Afghans as fodder. She believed that security was essential to any humanitarian assistance and that economic development and good governance must go hand in hand. I think that it is really important that as we go forward, that we listen to the voices of the Afghan women here in Canada that are in daily touch with their people and their colleagues in their home country. There's no question that when speaking to Adina Niazi, she believes that although the military component is important, there should be much greater emphasis on development assistance. There must be more evident emphasis not only on the Taliban but on the warlords. There must be more emphasis on what we are going to do about the poppies and the drug problem, which contributes to the insecurity. There is much discussion on strengthening the civil society, and I think that there was very great disappointment that the Manley report did not reference the need for promoting civil society, particularly in enhancing women's organization. In conclusion, I would like to quote from Adina Niazi saying, "Finally, the debate in Parliament should be firmly rooted in a commitment of the universality of human rights. It's going to have to include a lot more Afghan voices, particularly women's voices."
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to my friend's remarks with great interest today because we traveled together to Afghanistan, and I recall a lot of the information that she shared from that trip as well. And she mentioned Sarah Chase, and I listened to a very interesting interview with Sarah I think it was on Sunday or Monday of this week. That was a longer interview, and she gave out quite a bit of information. Two of the comments that really struck me from that interview, and as the member opposite said, she's been there since the fall of the Taliban. She stays in Kandahar. She operates a soap making factory there with Afghan people, and she's very committed to the people of Kandahar. But two of the remarks that she made in that interview really gave me pause for thought. And one of them was that she said the corruption, and she talked to us when we were in Afghanistan about the dreadfully high level of corruption and the distrust the people have of their own government. She said in this recent interview, that the people of Kandahar are shaken down by their own government during the day, and then they're shaken down by the Taliban in the evening, and that they have no recourse, that they really are trapped by these two opposing, one, the government on one hand that we're supporting, and the insurgents on the other hand. And she also said that after the fall of the Taliban, she used to be able to drive in a vehicle from Kandahar city to Kabul in safety. It was a dirt road. It wasn't an easy drive, but she could take that drive in relative safety. She says now she cannot drive, even though it's paved, and I think Canadians have had part of the expertise and done the work on paving that road. It is no longer safe to travel. It indicates what the UN is saying about the rise in insecurity, the rise in IEDs, and the lack of progress. I just would ask her to comment on particularly the two comments that Sarah Chase made and the lack of improvement in security in Canada.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her comments, because I do think that one of the concerns has been for Canadians is the issue of around casualties, and I think that we know that a lot of the casualties have been just driving down the road, whether you're a development worker or whether you are an army. And I think it does speak to the fact that until we can get it secure, that the call for helicopters is very important, as we know that is going to be a safer way of going. I think that, as Sarah so clearly said to us, that she was concerned that the regular people were disaffected from a government that doesn't seem to be helping them. And therefore, I think that it speaks to the fact that the Manley report around signature projects is just not right. They've got it really wrong, in that what we want is for us to be helping the Afghan government gain confidence in their own people, but also help them deal with the corruption that is so clearly there. I think it was clear that Sarah Shea said to us when we were there, and that she wants Canada to be tougher. She wants us to follow the development dollars and make sure they get where they belong in terms of helping with the education. It is the immunization against corruption. It is the immunization against people not knowing. As both Sally Armstrong and Adina Diazi said to me at my town hall meeting, that Afghan women who are illiterate feel they're blind because they cannot see what is going on. And I think that what we are trying to do with Sarah Shays is to say that we have to have way more presence on the ground to be able to make sure that this development takes place with the security and with the working together side by side with civil society there. And out of that education, out of that security, will come the peace.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too want to participate in this debate. I've written a couple of pieces on this. Those who are interested can read them in my website. I noted yesterday that the government launched this debate by putting forward the Minister of Defence. And so clearly the debate is really about a military mission. It is not about anything else. Otherwise, the government would have led off with the Prime Minister or with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, because this would have been a truly Canadian mission. Now, let me just underscore the fact that what we're debating is a motion that has become a Canadian motion in view of the fact that the government has borrowed so heavily on the Liberal amendment to present an amendment for debate. But this is not a Canadian mission. It is a NATO mission in which Canada is participating. And what our focus should be on is addressing the questions that Canadians everywhere are asking about the way that we are approaching the Canadian role in this NATO mission. If we are asking the questions that truly address the concerns of Canadians as they ask themselves that one question, why are we there? We need to be able to justify that. But we can't discuss, as my colleague has done so eloquently, issues that are not related to the military component of that mission. Now, the government clearly has one objective, and that is to debate the status quo, period. And it has said we want to extend the status quo, nothing else. And to confuse the issue for everyone, it put together a table or panel of experts who, by the way, have a variety of experiences. I'm not sure that Afghanistan was one of them, but they have acquired a lot of expertise and presented a report upon which the government is basing all of its arguments for staying the course and expending more energy, more resources, and more personnel from Canada in the staying of that course. After 477 interviews, submissions, and presentations, the panel could not come up with one reason for having Canada in Afghanistan. One reason that we hadn't heard through all types of spins in the previous couple of years. For one reason that would justify for all Canadians expending the $6.1 billion to date in a military mission and $1.2 billion in aid. I'm not suggesting that the reasons weren't there. I'm suggesting that the basis for discussions isn't there. And why isn't it there? If we're really discussing what Canada should do in Afghanistan, perhaps we'd examine what the panel report told us. The panel said that for every dollar in development aid, 12 are being spent on military expenditures. And for every dollar on development aid, only 15 cents is being spent on signature Canadian aid programs. So it's important for everybody to understand that if we're going to be having a serious debate on Afghanistan, we should be taking a look at who's setting the objectives, who has established the goals, who has established, in fact, the performance criteria upon which continuing presence by all NATO partners will be validated, and by what measures we will then judge the success of that mission. I don't think, Speaker, that this is about supporting the troops. We can't allow ourselves to be blindfolded by this kind of rhetoric. Of course we all support the troops. We're asking them to go there and to give their lives. But what is it really about? Is it then about transforming a society? This is what I hear from some of the debates. And what society are we trying to transform? Is it the tribal society that has existed for millennia? Is it maybe the ideologically driven society of the day, which happens to be Islamist or jihadist? Is that who we're fighting? Is it the rural society that is established in an elevation on this part of the world that begins at 4,000 meters and goes up? Is it a society that is already geographically and politically isolated from virtually everybody else, including its immediate countries adjacent, Pakistan, Iran, Turkmenistan, even China? I don't think that the basis for the debate, the expert panel's report, actually demonstrated an understanding of all of the dynamics. And if it couldn't, I don't know how we could expect the government to. For example, one of the issues that was raised by the panel was that we need to depend much more on the diplomacy that's got to emerge and develop in that area, especially given the circumstances in Pakistan. I agree. But that's all it said. It doesn't say, for example, that 70% of all the material and resources, human and physical, that we bring into Afghanistan has to go through Pakistan. And that we have to build a partnership with that country, the like of which we have not yet done. It doesn't say, for example, that there are 40,000 Taliban, I'd call them guerrillas, you can call them terrorists, we can call them insurgents, 40,000 of them in the border states adjacent to Pakistan. But there are only about 20,000 on the Afghan side of the border. It doesn't explore, for example, the contributions made to disrupt the order and stability of the area by Iran, by Saudi Arabia, indeed by the North African countries that are interested in expelling many of their militants and sending them off to another part of the world that eliminates the immediacy of the problem for themselves. They're all players in that part of the world. 40,000 Pakistan Talibans that the panel says are refurbishing, renewing, re-energizing the Afghan Talibans. And we don't know anything about them. There's no discussion. Billions of dollars coming in from these donor nations to compete with our hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, I would have liked to have seen a discussion about alternatives. Of course, we want to be there to make sure that we protect our interests. We want to know what those interests are. Is it, for example, the issue of making sure that every child in Afghanistan gets a proper education? Who can say no? Tell me how we do that. When we spend $12 on guns and soldiers for every dollar that we spend on development aid. Now, that's just a Canadian contribution. If someone wants to speak to me about the safety of our troops, please look at that report and see if the report can find an explanation for why the incidence of casualty is more than double amongst Canadians than is on any other participant that has more than 2,000 troops in the area. And please tell us why that number 1,000 appeared magically out of the air. If 1,000 more troops could solve the problems of the world, oh, I'd be the first guy to volunteer. But the fact of the matter is that the General Hilliard has said on two separate occasions, number one, he can't get soldiers, and that what we should do is reform our immigration system so that we can bring people in to fight for us so that they can accelerate their application for immigration. And secondly, just the other day, he said we need at least 2,500 more troops. Mr. Speaker, I think we've got a moving target. And that's okay. I just want to know what the performance criteria are for judgment when this question is going to come up again in the House. And I want to know, Mr. Speaker, whether we've explored the alternatives to long-term solutions. Like, for example, reverting back to a robust peacekeeping role that will then transfer itself into a greater role for the United Nations, for bringing in all of the people who play in that area. My colleague said, let's give it an Afghan face. As we did, for example, not that many years ago in Cambodia when we brought in the Khmer Rouge, an especially murderous regime. We need a solution that's long-term and lasting, and I am hoping that this debate will cause that to surface.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of National Defence.
Had some good points and some good questions. I've got a couple of comments and then a question for him. question or a statement. If we don't know why we're there, then why did they send us there in the first place? With no discussion, by the way, in this House in 2004. Seems like a reasonable question. I want to point out a fact that he used very disingenuously, as has been used very disingenuously by other people in the South, saying there's $1 of development aid for $12 of military. First of all, a unit, whatever you want to measure that as, of aid costs an awful lot less than a unit of military assistance. The other point that he's missing, and that people continually miss, is the fact that in those $12 of military expenditures are Canadian soldiers who are actually doing the development, who are actually out there digging wells, operating clinics, having councils, doing the construction work, doing the job. So there's a lot more in that $12 than just military. And I think the honourable member knows that, and I think he should admit that.
Very good point.
The people down the road will never admit that, and that's for other reasons. But I do have a specific question. We talk about doing more than military. We talk about developing. The previous speaker talked about getting rid of corruption. All of those things are very important. I'd like the honourable member's comments on the work of the Strategic Advisory Team, specifically in that area, and how he sees that, maybe the work they've done and how we might expand that.
The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Well, I can be very specific about the reasons why we went there in the very first place. I happened to be in Cabinet when the request came in to go into the kind of mission that the Parliamentary Secretary is now defending and that we're debating. And the answer then was no. We wanted to be in a development cycle. We wanted to make sure that we were going to put funds to use that were going to be, in the main, part of the reconstruction of Afghanistan or the development of that part of Afghanistan, because we didn't recognize that we had the military capacity to make an impact that would justify making a decision. In other words, don't set yourself up to fail, set yourself up to succeed. Where could we succeed? So you asked me, I'm giving you the answer. And so when that side of the House came to government, the very first thing that they did is they said, well, we want to change the mission, but we'll call it an extension. And it's become a much more military mission. Well, that's fine. It's the government's right to make those kinds of decisions. I don't disagree. And the fact that they went in, I didn't vote for that, but but this is where we make those decisions. And that's fine. But when the member asks me, what do I think about the development of some of the other areas and issues that are important, of course I agree with doing that. Yes, I'd like to make an impact on Afghanistan as in every other part of the world. And I'll finish off with this, Mr. Speaker. Last night I was at a function where people talked about the clash of ideologies. I'd like to have our ideology accepted by everybody. I'm not sure you do it at the point of the gun.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his presentation because I thought it was quite rational. He did speak on the issue of the Manley report and the fact that it didn't seem to go where he wanted it to go, and quite clearly that's the case for many of us who we could see that and there's been evidence presented that the Manley report was a compilation of ideas that Manley himself expressed before the panel was set up. At the same time, we've seen that the writing of the document was carried out by the defense team that has given us most of the public direction on the government's policy in Afghanistan to start with. So this process of coming to an understanding of Afghanistan through the Manley report is very flawed. Wouldn't he agree?
There's only about 45 seconds left for the honourable member.
Look, I recognize sort of a very faint compliment there, and I'll accept it for what it is. But if the member wants to score a point, let me underscore the point. If the chairman of that panel said, in response to a question relative to his suggestion that he had already had these views before he wrote the report, his answer to a question like that was, well, if you ask the same question, you get the same answer. What I propose today is, why don't we ask all the other questions that haven't been asked? And if we can get an answer from the government on all of those, then we can support the government. And it's as simple as that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, first of all, I'd like to indicate, Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with a member from Abbotsford. Well, I can't, I've been following the debate with a lot of interest today, Mr. Speaker, and last night as well. And I can't go on to the debate without first making reference to our troops that are serving on the front lines right now over there in Afghanistan and representing their country, and our development forces that are over there, the people that are working hard on provincial development teams, construction teams. And Mr. Speaker, just current issue of Veritas magazine features one of our fallen soldiers, Captain Matthew Daw. I'm sure most members received this magazine, representing one of the 79 soldiers that have fallen, a fine Canadian young man and a fine family that gave up a son over there in Afghanistan, serving their nation and doing a tremendous work as part of a NATO-led coalition, a UN-sponsored mission, trying to bring this country into the modern era. And it's a tremendous undertaking in this decade, Mr. Speaker. And I think that we need to, that's the purpose of this debate today, is actually to discuss why are we there, and I think we're seeing some interesting information coming forward in that regard. I also would like to make mention, Mr. Speaker, that I'm probably as far away, perhaps with the exception of the member from the Arctic area, as you can get in Canada from Ottawa, being from Nanaimo, Alberni. We don't have a large military presence in my riding, other than a very large contingent of retired military. But we do have reservist unit in our area, the 5th BC Field Regiment, the Royal Canadian Artillery, based in Victoria and up in Nanaimo, and I have at least one of my constituents, Eric McNeely, serving over there right now, and we certainly, our thoughts and prayers are with him and with all of the forces over there in Afghanistan right now. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about the Manley panel report, a little bit of discussion about it, I should say. It wasn't that long ago that the Canadian government commissioned 5 distinguished Canadians to go over. They spent 3 months interviewing, more than, I think, 470 interviews that took place. Many, they interviewed people on the ground in Afghanistan. They interviewed aid workers and other of our NATO allies over there. And they had a very thorough time examining the issues over there. And it's disappointing to me, Mr. Speaker, and I have to say this right off the bat as a member of the Standing Committee on National Defence, that when it came time to bring the Manley panel forward before committee to hear their observations and to ask them questions, which, whether we agree with their conclusions or not, seems to me it's the responsibility of committee members. And any committee that I've ever served on, whether years on the Health Committee, whether it's a Romano report or a Kirby report from the Senate, if it had to do with health, we wanted to interview the people because we felt we wanted to be able to contribute to the debate. And it was rather disturbing to me that the members of the opposition in both the National Defence Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee turned down the opportunity to have the Manley panel come and report so they could ask their questions and get a more fulsome debate on this very well-informed document about the future role of Canada in Afghanistan, about why we're there and what we're doing, what we're accomplishing, what the facts on the ground are, and a privilege of having spent 3 months reviewing this, that most of us as members of Parliament have not had the in-depth view and opportunity to examine the issues as these distinguished panelists. So I think we see a very large missed opportunity there for the members serving on those committees to inform themselves and better enter into this debate today. And I think the tone of some of the questions reflects a lack of information that would have been well served by reading the report. What are they hiding? If not taking that opportunity to actually have them there at committee and get the answers to their questions. Now, we heard the Minister of State just a short time ago talk about her experience in Afghanistan with the women and the impact of people with their microfinance programs, Mr. Speaker. We have to understand that it's one of the poorest countries in the world that we're trying to help out right now over there. And these microfinance loans, as little as $100, can launch a woman who's lost her husband, as many, many thousands of women have been left widowed because of their husbands were killed by the Taliban. And they're raising their children, and a simple microfinance loan can help these people establish a small business that feeds their family and helps them get their children an education and move ahead, creating a local economy. We heard mentioned that 90% of those very small loans are being repaid, which is probably a good lesson for some government programs that we've seen around here, where large loans are made and not repaid. That's another story. But the microfinance loans are being repaid. We heard a little comment that perhaps the 5% that aren't paid are those that are given to MIN. But anyway, it's a great thing that we're over there helping to create a local economy, with, especially with the women, and allowing them to establish a business, whether it's baking some bread for their family and for their neighbors, or whether it's a small business of another nature. Now, Mr. Speaker, why are we in Afghanistan? We hear this question being asked, and I think it puzzles me because there's many, many reasons why we're there and what we're accomplishing. And the first and most important thing to say is that we're part of a NATO-led, UN-sanctioned, multinational, international security assistance force. We commonly call that ISAF. And ISAF's role is to restore security to allow the rebuilding of Afghanistan to continue. Development and reconstruction work. That's the building of roads, bridges, schools, and hospitals, for example. It can only take place when civilian workers and projects are working on are themselves safe from harm. And this is the secure space that Canada's military and our international partners are there to provide. And so when I say, Mr. Speaker, we're there as part of a coalition of some 37 nations, most of them NATO nations, but other allies as well. And the member opposite said, you know, why are we're spending $12 on military and only one for every one on aid? And we heard the parliamentary secretary address that a moment ago, because our soldiers are not only over there doing military work, they're actually part of the reconstruction teams. They're building the roads, they're building bridges, and we hope to outline some of those great projects that they've done in a very difficult area. Now, it's true what the member suggests, and I think there are other members who suggest we should pull out of a very difficult assignment in Kandahar province, where the government opposite, the previous government, sent us to that area, deliberately chose that province, knowing it would be a tough assignment. We might have had an easier assignment building in Kabul, where there's much more security, or in the north of Afghanistan, where the security is not as big an issue. But frankly, our troops are on the front lines, making it possible for all the great successes in other areas. Because if they weren't holding the line in the south and putting down that insurgency coming in from the south, the volatile area, the unruly area, then reconstruction efforts throughout the entire country would be imperiled. And it would be foolish to think that if insurgents were capable of overrunning Kandahar province, that they would stop there, that they would not turn their attention to Helmand province on the other side and other provinces and roll right back into Kabul and continue their tyranny throughout the entire country. So we're on the front lines in a very difficult spot, and our troops have paid the price, but they're doing their duty in an admirable way, and I think as Canadians we should be very proud of that. Personally, having visited one of our military bases over the summer in Trenton, our transport squadrons that are based there, was very impressed in the time that I spent in that base with the morale in the military and the focus and the discipline and the camaraderie in a very large base. I think 3,500 personnel there between military and civilians. And they have the tough assignment of receiving their fallen comrades back on behalf of the entire country, because that's where they land in Trenton. And I think it's commendable that Canadians have taken upon themselves, without prompting, without being encouraged or promoted or told or to do this, that they've lined that highway that we now refer to as the Highway of Heroes whenever our fallen countrymen return home. So why are we in Afghanistan? Well, let's talk about education. More than 6 million children, a third of them girls, are now enrolled in school in 07-08. Now, back under the Taliban in 01, there were only 700,000 children in school, and those were only boys. The economy has doubled. Community development's moving ahead. More than 19,000 community development councils. More than 10 vocational training initiatives in Kandahar. Tuberculosis cases are down. Childbirth statistics are improving. The number of deaths of women and the number of infant mortality rates are down. I think those are all good reasons for being in Kandahar, for being in Afghanistan, and I could go on for some time. I would like to just conclude perhaps with this point, Mr. Speaker, and that is more than 5 million refugees have returned since 2002, and more than 365,000 in 2007. And 90% of those returnees are finding jobs within 6 months of their return. And, you know, we are making a difference in a very difficult part of the world. Our Canadian forces are admired, and they have taken a tough assignment. We're doing the rebuilding that's necessary, and we're making progress, and I hope all members will stand together to show our forces that we're standing with them in this time. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, there's no question that we and all Canadians have, will, and will continue to stand behind our men and women. There's no question. I'd like to ask the member a couple of questions. First, he talked about the Manley report and how it wasn't brought to committee. I want to ask him, does he think it's fair that the Defense Committee that he now sits on, that labored for months and months and months, wasn't even looked at by his leader, the Prime Minister? Talks about not fairs. And even the recommendations in that report are part of what put it together. Second, he talked about a coalition of NATO. Does he think it's fair that Canada, and only Canada, maybe another nation, are in the difficult zone, and why not the rest of the NATO family participate equally? And with respect to children going to school, according to President Karzai when he was here, he said there were 200,000 less students going to school than there were the year before. We don't have the actual numbers, Mr. Speaker, but let's call a spade a spade.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Well, I'm sure we got kids in Canada sometimes aren't in school when they're supposed to be, but I'll tell you what, whatever the exact numbers are, I'm sure they may change from day to day. It's a difficult task for kids going to school in this area. It's a difficult task for families trying to rebuild. There's still instability in some areas, but it's getting better all the time. And since our forces have made a concerted effort to root out those insurgents by going out and chasing them down, security has been improved. We know what was happening when you allow the Taliban free rule in there. They just come in and burn down the schools and kill the teachers. There has been a great improvement in security, with all due respect to my colleague opposite. And you know, our Canadian forces recently helped to rebuild and pave the key Kandahar-Spin-Boldak highway. It's crucial that we have paved roads there, because you don't plant IEDs effectively in paved roads. So I thank my member for the intervention, and we're going to continue that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
I want to, Mr. Speaker, agree with some of the objectives of my colleague. And so I want to be very specific. He mentioned some of the successes. Those successes are the reasons or the rationale that he says put us there and why we should continue there. But since we're focusing on schools, we're focusing on hospitals, we're focusing on roads, I'm just wondering whether he could tell us, at least in Kandahar province, how many schools we're going to build, how many teachers we're going to train, how many roads we're going to build, how many bridges we're going to construct, how many farms we're going to initiate, how much of a drainage system, its length, what we're going to do. Does he envisage the government coming forward and giving us a plan of all of these things which are not military secrets?
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Well, I think we've heard some of that discussion related to this question already today. We haven't just decided that Ottawa will drop a plan for rebuilding in Kandahar province. Like the other successful provincial reconstruction teams, Canada's model has been to ask the local officials and the local councils and to consult with what projects would best help their community prosper, whether it's building another bridge that we just recently did at the Argandab Causeway. I was going to mention that, River Causeway, joining highways 1 and 4, a tremendous project there. And we just built a well, for example, at Kandahar University with the civil military cooperation team. And so these are great examples of responding to local needs and getting the job done so that their local economies can improve and life can be better in each of those communities.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just would like to ask the honourable member for a bit of a clarification. I've been listening to the debate, and I've heard some members, mostly from the opposite, suggest that this is a military mission that this new government decided upon, and that is absolutely incorrect. So I'd like some clarification. My understanding is, through you, Mr. Chair, that the previous government sent our troops to Afghanistan without a vote, and then they sent them to down to Kandahar, the most dangerous place in Afghanistan, also, Mr. Speaker, without a vote. So when I hear these members stand up and say this, I just want to ask some clarification. Is that not true? That not only did the previous Liberal government send our troops to Afghanistan without a vote, then they decided to send them to Kandahar, the most dangerous place, without a vote. And, Mr. Speaker, I just want to know if there was ever an exit strategy on any of those decisions.
Order. It's becoming a little bit difficult to hear members from the further end of the chamber, so I'd ask all honourable members to allow the member for Nanaimo, Alberni to answer the question, even though he's only got a few seconds left.
Well, thank you very much. It's a very good question. Of course, it's obvious that the government opposite actually chose the Kandahar assignment. It was a tough, not party opposite when they were government. Thank you. When they were government, and they chose a very tough assignment for our forces. And you simply cannot build. Everybody acknowledges you can't build without security. We have to get the security right in order to build.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to allow me to engage in this debate on an issue that is of great importance to Canadians. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it's been said that this may be the most important debate that is taking place during this 39th Parliament. And why is that so? Because this debate is not about criminal justice in Canada. It's not about our economy. It's about Canada's place in the world. Whether we are going to stand up and defend those Canadian values of freedom and democracy and human rights, not only at home, but around the world. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, I did want to actually pay special tribute to the fine men and women serving our country overseas. Whether they're serving in the military, providing development assistance, or strengthening the Afghan economy, they're making all Canadians proud of their accomplishments. And the dedication and courage shown by them is an example how to succeed under very trying circumstances. In fact, their deeds have started to build a legacy that now needs to be strengthened even more. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there are members of our armed forces serving in Afghanistan today. Every day they put their lives on the line. In fact, my city of Abbotsford has experienced loss. Master Corporal Colin Basin died in Afghanistan serving our country, serving our community, and by all accounts, he understood the mission in Afghanistan and supported it. He believed in that mission and was prepared to lay down his life for that mission. Now, Mr. Speaker, it has been said that this is a Canadian mission, and that's true, but it's also a mission that is sponsored by the United Nations. And we've gone to Afghanistan under the auspices of NATO. This is not a liberal, this is not a conservative mission, although it was the previous Liberal government that sent our troops to Afghanistan, that actually moved them from Kabul to Kandahar and put them in harm's way without imposing any conditions on that, not even a condition on rotation. And today we have to re-examine that mission and say, are we still doing the job that we were sent to do? And to do that, Mr. Speaker, we asked the Honourable John Manley and a group of other distinguished Canadians to come together to investigate our role in Afghanistan, to determine what successes are there, where the challenges are still great, and to provide a report. And that panel provided the report that we commonly now know as the Manley Report. And that report strongly supported continuing our mission at Afghanistan with a number of conditions. And we as a government have generally accepted those recommendations that were contained in that report. A number of those conditions were that we provide our troops with better equipment to make sure that they're better equipped to do the job they're supposed to do there, that they're better protected against the risks that are inherent in Afghanistan. We also are committed to making sure that they have more human resources, in other words, more military personnel to provide them with the support that they need. We've also told them that we would like to have an end date for this mission, and that we're working towards 2011 to make sure that the Afghan army is equipped to do the job themselves. In other words, provide the very security that they need to rebuild their country into a vibrant democracy. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's been much consideration given to whether this should be a peacekeeping mission or some other kind of mission. And I want to remind the members of this House that before we can ever keep the peace, we have to make the peace. And our focus in Afghanistan is to build a lasting peace for Afghans so that they can build their fledgling democracy, so that they can enjoy some of those fundamental human rights that all of us as Canadians take for granted. And that sometimes requires the use of force. To suggest that Canada's history has always been one of peacekeeping misunderstands our history. All we have to do is look back to World Wars I and II, to the Korean conflict, to see that when required, Canadians stood for what was right and were prepared to make the sacrifices to make our world a better place to live, to defend democracy, to defend freedom around the world. Now, what are our successes there, Mr. Speaker? I don't have an unlimited amount of time to regale you with the successes we've had in Afghanistan, but it's been repeated many times before in this House that today 6 million children in Afghanistan attend school. 6 years ago, there were 650,000, and none of them were girls. Today, some 2 million girls attend school in Afghanistan. For democracy to flourish, we need a strong education system, even in Afghanistan. We've improved basic health care dramatically for the Afghans. We've built thousands of miles of roads. We've actually encouraged the Afghans to start their own small businesses. In fact, the microloan program that our government sponsors through CEDA and through other Canadian NGOs have been a remarkable success. It's my understanding there are some 350,000 new businesses that have been started up in Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, I want to take note of one organization. It's the Mennonite Economic Development Agency, called MEDA. They're a Canadian NGO that is actually providing microfinance loans to the Afghans so that they can start their own business. For example, a mother can purchase a small commercial oven and start baking and providing not only for her family, but goods to sell in the open market so that she can support her family and also grow the economy. These are Canadian organizations that are doing this great work in Afghanistan, but they cannot do it without having the security that our armed forces provide. Let's make no mistake about it, Mr. Speaker. Without security, the rebuilding, the reconstruction, even the diplomacy could not work in Afghanistan. So I'm proud of the role Canada is playing. It's not only our armed forces, it's all the NGOs that are sacrificing, risking their lives there to make a better place for the Afghans to live in. Mr. Speaker, I think we also have to remember that there are some 20 million Afghans who have thrown their lot in with our international community. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Afghanistan now has a democratically elected president. He and his government have asked us to remain in Afghanistan because the alternative is unthinkable, to leave the Afghans without any security and just give that country back to the Taliban. What a mess. What a disaster that would be. And yet I hear talk from the NDP and the Bloc saying, listen, we need to get our troops out of there. Shameful. Yet these very parties are the ones that claim to represent women. They claim to represent children and the marginalized and the poor and the disabled. And yet when we withdraw our troops from Afghanistan, what are they left with? They'll be living in fear of the Taliban. And make no mistake about it, Mr. Speaker, if the Taliban return to Afghanistan, it will be an international, chaotic situation. Have we not learned our lessons from Rwanda? We need to provide the Afghans with the resources necessary to provide for their own security. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am very, very encouraged by the position that our government has taken and the courage that our government and our Prime Minister have shown in stepping up to the plate and saying, we will not abandon Afghanistan. The security created by our military presence in that region provides the needed protection to do the work that is required of us to make sure that Afghanistan has a bright future. Make sure the children there can look to us and count on us and say, listen, we have depended on you. We have thrown in our lot with you. We have trusted you to complete the job at hand. And Mr. Speaker, today we're debating that particular mission. And I encourage all the members of this House to take seriously not only those Canadians who have already given their lives in defense of human values around the world, but to take into consideration the risk that we impose on Afghanistan women, men, children, the disabled, the marginalized, if we abandon them in this, their time of need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? We'll go first to the honourable member for York Southweston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our colleague has spent a great deal of his time talking about both the military requirement with respect to holding the security in Afghanistan, particularly in Kandahar, and he devoted some of his comments with respect to the progress that is coming through the reconstruction of schools, the courts, municipal institutions, and so on. And Mr. Speaker, I think the whole House would agree that those two go very much hand in hand. In fact, the Manley report was a balanced commentary on both of those particular initiatives. But it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians want to have a little bit more assurance that that it's not just the 1,000 troops that we're asking from NATO with respect to securing the peace, but also that all of our allies are engaged in the reconstruction initiatives that the member has talked about. One of the suggestions has been that this would become more visible if there was a report through to the Commons through either the Foreign Affairs Committee or another committee. I wonder if the member could talk just for a moment on that and elaborate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad that the honourable member actually referred to the Manley report as being a balanced report. That's true. What we're doing is tying reconstruction to security. Of course, we add to that the whole issue of diplomacy. We need to make sure that Afghanistan is a sustainable democracy in the long run. And I want to suggest to him that as we move forward with providing the kind of reconstruction that the Afghan people need, that it is truly going to take a joint effort of all of the nations involved in that effort. As he knows, there's some 37 nations that are participating in Afghanistan. Unfortunately, most of them are involved in areas where there is little, if any, conflict. Canada, of course, is serving in Kandahar, one of the most dangerous places in Afghanistan. And the Prime Minister, our Defense Minister, our Foreign Affairs Minister have all stated very clearly that it's time that others also take up some of that heavy work and do the heavy lifting required.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened carefully to the member's comments. One of the things that grabbed my attention, I've heard it from the government benches quite often, is that somehow we don't want to repeat Rwanda, as if that if we don't pass this motion, we're going to repeat Rwanda. I want to just mention to him comments made by Senator General Romeo Dallaire, is that at the time when we were asked for troops in Kandahar, the previous government initially, we were also asked for troops to go to a peacekeeping mission in the Congo. And I think that should be put down on the record, because the fact of the matter is we didn't send anyone at the time. We all know what happened in the Congo. Mr. Speaker, my question, however, is about this idea that if we change the mission towards peace and reconciliation that we've asked for in our party, and we've had amendment for that, is that somehow...
I'll have to stop the honourable member there to allow the honourable member for Abbotsford time to respond.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not going to comment on the failings of the previous government. What I do want to ask this individual is, why is he prepared to abandon women and children abandon the poor and the marginalized in Afghanistan who are going to be taken advantage of if the Taliban ever return. We can talk about peace and diplomacy, but without being able to provide the security that Afghanistan needs and that the women and children and the marginalized deserve and need, there's no point us discussing ongoing efforts to try to develop dialogues with the various tribes, with the various stakeholders in Afghanistan. So my question, again, a rhetorical one because he's not allowed to answer, but I would ask him, how can he justify taking our troops out of Afghanistan and leaving the women and children of Afghanistan to their own devices? Doesn't make any sense to me, Mr. Speaker.
There's only 30 seconds left for questions and comments. So if I have a 15-second question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, I'll allow a 15-second response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. I'm reading from a Google research thing. It says that women in Taliban stronghold protest kidnap of a U.S. aid worker. I won't read you the entire concept, but I would like to hear what your point, how your views are on the fact that there's women who before, 10 years ago, wouldn't dare speak out, and they're now protesting.
Well, I won't provide the answer to that, but maybe the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, that's one of the remarkable things about the work that's going on in Afghanistan. 6 years ago, women weren't even allowed to leave their homes without being in the company of their husband or their fathers. Today, there's much more freedom to do the kinds of things that are required to build a successful democratic society that also defends human rights. And I'm so pleased to see how even our international community, Canadian NGOs, are prepared to go into Afghanistan, risk their lives, and to do the kind of humanitarian work, the kind of reconstruction that does give the Afghanis a real hope for the future. I'm so pleased that the member shares my views on this mission. She strongly supports it. I do. And I trust that the rest of the members of this House will look through all the rhetoric and understand what's at stake with the motion that's before us today.
I'm sorry, the time for questions and comments has expired. I think we'll move on to statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. From December 28, 08 to January 4th, 09, the Alberni Valley on Vancouver Island will host the 2009 World Under-17 Hockey Challenge. 5 regional all-star teams from across Canada will compete against national teams from the U.S., Russia, Finland, Germany, and Slovakia. The 32-game series will take place in Port Alberni, supported by Nanaimo, Parksville, Courtenay, Campbell River, and Duncan. The residents of Port Alberni are renowned for their can-do attitude. They're the only community in BC to host all 4 provincial games, the summer games, the winter games, the senior games, and the disability games. You can be sure that Port Alberni will make this an event to remember. The talent scouts will be there as these top-notch young athletes showcase their skills. Many are going to find their way to the NHL and other top hockey teams. The community's already invited the Prime Minister to attend. I'd like to invite you, Mr. Speaker, all members and hockey enthusiasts from across the country. Come on out to Port Alberni, escape the snow, visit Vancouver Island, and witness some of the finest amateur hockey the world has to offer.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past few years, Northwestern Ontario has been facing several challenges. The forestry sector has been hit hard, mills are shutting down, workers are being laid off, and communities are struggling to survive. All the while, our infrastructure is crumbling. New roads, bridges, and water and sewer treatment plants are all projects municipalities are desperate to move forward. The government must recognize the importance and the contributions of our region. Municipalities and businesses in Northwestern Ontario have been for too long told what can't be done. Today is the day the government can tell Northwestern Ontario what they can do. They can announce a comprehensive strategy to aid the ailing forest sector immediately, today. They can commit to ongoing funding for super flow-through shares, creating a favorable environment for mining investment. They can provide funding for much-needed infrastructure projects in our region. They can close the gap between First Nations communities and the rest of Canada. These are all projects the government can do, but the big question for everyone is, will they?
The Lauderdale
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, for many years now, the Portuguese community has been alive and well in Blainville with its colourful culture and well-anchored family ties. Since it's never easy to integrate in a new land, a community dinner dance has been organised every year for the past 10 years in order to maintain their customs. Ms. Ida Tavares is the instigator of this annual event. She puts her heart and soul into facilitating the integration and feeling of belonging of the Portuguese who settle in the lovely region of Blainville, in addition to raising funds for the parish. Her smile, perseverance, and strong will make her an emblem of the dynamic nature of our community. I therefore join my bloc colleagues to congratulate Ms. Tavares for her 10 years of involvement and her tenacity, which shows to what extent people in Blainville are prepared to welcome new cultures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, this Thursday marks the last day of Glenn Standard's tenure as the City of Windsor Police Chief. After almost 9 years of that position and 38 years as the Windsor Police Officer, he's going to retire. Chief Standard comes from a family dedicated to serving the public. His grandfather Walter, father Donald, uncles George and Earl, and cousins Dave were all police officers, and a cousin Kim and daughter-in-law Christina are both on the force today. Glenn Stanner was appointed to the Windsor Police Service on May 1, 1970. He was promoted through the ranks within the Windsor Police Service and has worked in all divisions, including patrol, investigation, and administration. He was appointed chief in 1999. As a former deputy chief, Roger Mortimer stated, Chief Standard is down-to-earth, unpretentious individual who made the force absolutely better. Chief Standard endeavored to deploy the latest technology of modern policing and expanded and deepening the outreach to the community. Chief Standard is a past president of the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police. He has been involved in various organizations in the community, including Junior Achievement and the Special Olympics. The Governor General invested him the Order of Merit. He's also recipient of the Queen's Jubilee Award. Congratulations, Chief Standard, for your work. All the community celebrates your retirement.
The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past week in my riding of Burlington, I held an important income tax seminar for seniors, and the response was overwhelming. I want to thank the over 200 seniors who attended, along with the officials from Service Canada and the Canadian Revenue Agency for making excellent and detailed presentations. After the seminar, it was clear to Burlington seniors that the recent tax changes introduced by this Conservative government are going to have a very significant positive impact in their own everyday lives. From legislating pension income splitting, to doubling the pension income tax credit, to the increasing of the personal tax exemption, Burlington seniors stand to potentially save thousands of their hard-earned dollars because of this Conservative government.
Hard-earned, you're right.
I am proud to be part of a Conservative government that believes our seniors deserve a break after a lifetime of building this great country. I am proud of this government believes that we should return seniors' hard-earned dollars back to where the money belongs, in their hands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Speaker, I'm gratified that after years of hard work and negotiation, which began between the former federal government, the government of New Brunswick, and the city of Fredericton, our community will be home to a new downtown convention centre. The centre will accommodate 1,500 people. The 66,000 square foot building will include a 6-story office complex as well as 2 parking garages with a capacity of 750 vehicles. I'm pleased that the federal and provincial governments will cover a combined third of the total cost of the $24 million project, and I particularly commend the City of Fredericton for pledging the $16 million remaining, the remaining 2/3. This kind of investment is crucial to development in downtown Fredericton. Not only will it showcase our city and enhance business and employment opportunities, the new convention centre will also have a positive economic impact for all of New Brunswick.
Honourable Member for Robertval-Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the city of Robertval and the entire riding of Robertval-Lac-Saint-Jean is bubbling over. Indeed, Robertval has been named the first finalist city for the Canadian Craft Hockeyville 2008 competition. This weekend, we'll be pleased to welcome a CBC network team for the announcement of the second finalist city on Hockey Night in Canada. So it will be on the ice of Lac Saint-Jean that we will affirm our unity with Canada by welcoming viewers from all over the country. It's thanks to the great organization skills of the corporation of the Village sur Glace de Robertval that this result was obtained. This winter paradise in Lac-Saint-Jean, a family village made up of skating rinks, speed skating tracks, and walking tracks surrounded by 325 cabins, exists thanks to the hard work of volunteers. From coast to coast, people will be able to see the beauty of our nature, the winter festival, our amateur hockey tournament, and of course the Village sur Glace. So congratulations to Robertval, the first finalist city of Hockeyville 2008. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Milliard. Mr. Speaker, last Friday night, the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region lost a guardian angel. Sylvain Plourde, Director General of the Shelter for the Homeless, died during his meeting with his idol, the singer and defender of the homeless, Dan Bigras. The sudden death of Sylvain Plourde created shockwaves. He's a man with a great heart, totally dedicated to his cause and loved by all. He was an ardent defender of the poor and marginalized in our society, a tireless worker. He continually demanded that organizations receive all the support necessary to respond to the needs of growing poverty. We can say that he did his job with great strength and that he's left a great void. On my own behalf and that of my colleagues in the bloc, I offer my sincere condolences to the family, friends, and loved ones of this extraordinary man. Thank you, Sylvain, and goodbye. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's cattle producers have been going through some difficult times, with prices for feed rising and prices for beef falling. Canadian producers need every market they can find for Canadian cattle. Improved market access is one of the tools that will raise the value of Canadian cattle. That is why, Mr. Speaker, it is good news that yesterday the government of Mexico announced that they will now allow the import of Canadian breeding cattle. This new access is in addition to current access that is already permitted for Canadian beef and beef products. This government will continue to work for full market access for all Canadian beef products with all our trading partners. Working hard to expand our beef exports is one of the ways this government continues to put farmers first. Canadian beef and cattle producers are second to none in this world, and this government and this member are proud to work with them and for them.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Temiskaming Hospital CAT Scan Foundation on achieving its fundraising goal of $2.3 million. Raising $2.3 million in rural northern Ontario, small communities, is no small feat.
Be largely attributed to the tireless efforts of countless volunteers and communities working together towards a common goal. An anonymous donation of nearly $50,000 from a former New Liskeard resident earlier this month ultimately ensured the initiative's success. The Temiskaming Hospital performed its first CAT scan on January 9, 2006, and since then, over 5,000 scans have been performed as a result of the CT scanner. Congratulations once again to the Foundation Chairman, George Kemp, his fellow Foundation members, and the various donors who contributed to this very worthwhile cause, ensuring that the people of Temiskaming Shores and surrounding area are well served by the CT scanner.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, for many years, Industry Canada has been proud to support the Canadian Women in Communications program. CWC's mission is to help women advance in the field of communications. Tonight, CWC will hold its annual awards gala. Award winners for 2008 are Golden West Broadcasting for demonstrating outstanding leadership in the promotion of women, Amelia Hulan of Bell Canada for helping to build CWC, Julia Elvidge of Chipworks Inc. as Trailblazer of the Year, Mentor of the Year Pat Solman of MTS Allstream Inc., and Woman of the Year Ruth Kelly, President and Publisher of Venture Publishing. I would ask all members of this House to join me in congratulating the many outstanding Canadian women in communications.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, last Saturday morning, my constituents in Hamilton East Stony Creek awoke to a news story in the Hamilton Spectator which announced that there would not be a full environmental assessment of Liberty Energy's plan to build and operate a power-producing sludge sewage incinerator in East Hamilton. Environmentalists say the potential exists for the plant to double Hamilton's level of cancer-causing dioxin and significantly increase other airborne toxins. My constituents are worried Citizens and environmentalists across Hamilton are also concerned that this plant would not only burn Hamilton sludge, but we would see sludge-laden trucks on Hamilton streets from Toronto and other areas. Mr. Speaker, Hamilton East Stony Creek has already had one debacle relative to incineration, namely the Swarou incinerator. Our citizens do not want a potential repeat with similar risks to our community as those which spewed from that high-risk facility for years. Mr. Speaker, Hamilton City Council unanimously called for a full environmental assessment. Local MPPs Andrea Horvath and Paul Miller have called for a full environmental assessment. Today, Mr. Speaker, I am joining the Hamilton City Council, local MPs.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Conservative government recently transferred 1,900 metric tons of offshore turbot quota in NAFO Division 0B to non-Nunavut interests, violating Nunavut Land Claims Agreement Section 15, which explicitly obliges the government to seek advice in a timely manner from the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board on Inuit harvesting rights and opportunities in offshore and marine areas. The offshore turbot quota was given to southern fishing companies without due process. Why is Nunavut at only 27% of the total allowable catch of the commercial turbot quota in the marine area adjacent to Baffin Island? This violates the principle of adjacency. This unfair practice must end. Atlantic provinces receive 80 to 95% of their quota in their adjacent waters. Atlantic fishermen would not tolerate their quota going to outside interests. Why should we? It is time that Nunavut fishers be treated fairly in our adjacent waters.
The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, the people of Beijing are so enthusiastic about the Olympic Games that will happen in China next summer that the tickets are flying as soon as they're printed, especially for water sports, and that's highly laudable and desirable. However, this means that parents of Quebec and Canadian athletes, parents such as the mother of Marie-Pierre Boudreau-Gagnon, a swimmer, have a plane ticket and a hotel room, but no place in the stands. Of course, this situation is a cause of worry for parents as well as for the athletes. These are not ideal preparation conditions. I've already raised awareness of this problem with the Chinese authorities, and they're looking for solutions. Will the government follow suit and find ways so that everyone can fully experience the Olympics?
Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of Bradley Davis, councillor and friend who died last month after a battle with cancer. Bradley served as a strategist in the office of the Leader of the Official Opposition in 2007. He also worked for me from the time I entered federal politics. He was a brilliant young lawyer whose wisdom and judgment never failed me. Mr. Speaker, he was so young when he died, barely 34 years old, that it just breaks your heart. We who remain behind feel bereft at his loss. Yet we rejoice in his life. We remember his wild and ironic laugh, the ferocious determination he brought to all causes, his passionate love of family, friends, and country. We remember his intellectual clarity, his moral courage, his devotion to the public good. We offer to his parents, Herb and Sandy, to his wife, Alyssa, and their 2 young children, our undying affection and support. We will never forget Brad Davis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
Yesterday, the Minister of Finance upheld a long tradition with a twist. He picked up a pair of resold shoes rather than the traditional new footwear finance ministers wear for the budget. The minister said, quote, "It suits this budget. It's a budget that's prudent," unquote. Not to be outdone, opposition parties are jumping on the bandwagon with footwear reflecting their financial policies. The NDP shoes reveal how an NDP budget would drive Canada's economy. A real collector's item, Mr. Speaker, a 60s-style pair of loafers. The Bloc finance critic couldn't find shoes that say irrelevant, thus the decision to go barefoot. To decide on proper footwear for the member for Markham-Unionville, the Liberals held an emergency caucus. After hours deliberating, no consensus was reached. According to an insider, the opposition leader, who some say is not a leader, surprised his caucus with a decision. Not caring about going way over budget, he presented his finance critic with an appropriate choice for the Liberal Party: an overpriced, diamond-studded, Liberal red pair of flip-flops.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, climate change being the worst ecological threat humanity is facing, Canada must do its best to fight it, but the government is doing bad. Their plan, their so-called plan, is so weak that it will not even meet its weak targets. If the Prime Minister is serious about cooperation, why won't he bring back Bill C-30, the Clean Air and Climate Change Act that he shamefully killed last fall?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government has established a clear target for the reduction of greenhouse gases, 20% from now to 2020. This is, in fact, one of the most ambitious forward-looking targets in the world. And, Mr. Speaker, the plans that the Minister of Environment is developing will meet those targets.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Pembina Institute, the Tyndall Centre, the C.D. Howe Institute, the National Energy Board, the CIBC, and the Roundtable on the Economy and Environment, as well as Al Gore, have all criticized the government's plan as being far too weak. Can he show us a single study that supports Canada's weak approach? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government has set out clear targets for reducing greenhouse gases 20% by 2020, and we have every intention to meet those objectives. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Official Opposition and his party passed this plan in the throne speech last fall. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. That is no answer, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister cannot give us any study that supports his plan because there are none. Everyone has criticized his plan and found it to be terribly weak. The polluters will not pay. They will be paid. According to the Tyndall Centre, the oil companies will get as much as $400 million in tax credits. This is a shame for Canada. What will it take for the Prime Minister to understand this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, when the opposition leader was in government for a decade, failed to introduce any realistic plan to reduce greenhouse gases that would meet the objectives that he has indicated, so 10 years without taking effective action. We, on the other hand, are going to take detailed, concrete action to implement a plan to reduce greenhouse gases by 20% by 2020.
Mr. Speaker, over 2 months ago, the Minister of Natural Resources said there'd be full accountability for all the players in the Chalk River crisis, and the Prime Minister said the government will assure accountability is appropriately restored. The head of AECL has long since left. The top nuclear official at Chalk River has stepped down. Will the Prime Minister explain why accountability stops at the AECL but never seems to include his own government? Not even a minister who doesn't bother to check his email.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, you know, the Liberal is full of conspiracy theories. Each day they come back with a new theory, when reality, Mr. Speaker, they don't know what they stand for. They criticize the government for not engaging soon enough, and then they say you shouldn't have been engaged, you shouldn't have responded. One day they say support Bill C-38 after they've had ample opportunity to examine all the witnesses, and then they change their mind the next day, Mr. Speaker. And now they're starting to criticize, people from various agencies. Mr. Speaker, this government respects all the employees at the CNSC and ACL for their hard work. We'll continue to stand behind them for getting the job done.
Honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, now that the imminent crisis at Chalk River has passed and the government has compromised the independence of the regulator and then fired her, can the government finally indicate its intentions for the ACL? Will it maintain Canada's well-known leadership in the world in this field, or will it be sold off to whoever offers the most?
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party needs to give up on all their conspiracy theories. We launched a review, Mr. Speaker, late last year, in the fall of last year. We're collecting all the information on ACL. We did that very publicly, very proactively. We're getting the best information we can, Mr. Speaker. And when we collected all of that information, this government will make a decision which is in the best interest of the Canadian people and the taxpayer and the future of ACL.
Excellent. The
Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, with respect to GHG reductions that have been taken, the plan that has been established by British Columbia, we have been told that the Minister of the Environment believes that just because it works in BC will not work in Nova Scotia. He said that he is against the territorial approach, but in fact this recognizes it. We need to have strict targets and use the territorial approach for these reductions. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I spoke last week with the Premier of British Columbia, and I noted his plan to reduce greenhouse gases. We agree that our two plans are complementary. We need to, they are controlling consumers' emissions, and we are controlling the emissions of major emitters, and we would invite other provinces to take action as well. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the territorial approach would enable the provinces and Quebec to set strict targets for greenhouse gas reduction. This is what is being done in Europe. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility and apply strict targets with territorial integrity, the territorial approach as the factor? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The environment is a shared jurisdiction between the federal government and the provinces. We are prepared to work with the provinces on this issue, and we do take a territorial approach in various areas. We work with the provinces in this way. We have set national targets. We have been clear that these are minimums for each province and territory. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Between 1990 and 2005, the Quebec industry reduced its GHG emissions by 20%, but in Alberta there was a rise of 50%. Yet this new plan penalizes Quebec. Will it finally change the plan to acknowledge Quebec's industry's work, and will it use 1990 as a reference year? Will it make polluters pay instead of having them be paid? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is very interesting to hear the Bloc critic indicate that these targets are too harsh, that they go too far. We have a national plan. We are regulating emissions of major emitters. They are prescriptive targets. They have to be met. But in fact, we have not had any national action before now, and we have a national plan. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, opposing the economy and the environment, as the Conservatives are doing, is completely outdated. The Kyoto Protocol creates economic opportunities as well as reduces environmental effects. Will the government use 1990 as a reference year, have strict targets, and create a carbon market in Montreal? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Part of our plan is to create a carbon market, and we are working on the details of that. We need national data on greenhouse gases. Since the bloc was founded 18 years ago, we have seen no action by them. This government will achieve real results. It is taking action. We will help all Canadians in this way to reduce greenhouse gases.
For Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP has long advocated increased awareness of Canada's emergency preparedness, and we've called for more transparency when it comes to military affairs. Now we learn that the Canadian Armed Forces signed an agreement with the United States allowing for interoperability of troops during civil emergencies. But no one told Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Why is this Conservative government being so secretive about this agreement? What do they have to hide?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. This is actually a formalization of a long-standing agreement that has been in place. What it basically does is allow for the formal agreement permitting armed forces from either side of the border to render assistance in the time of a civil emergency, Mr. Speaker. This is all about ensuring safety on both sides of the border, allowing for mutual cooperation to the benefit of the citizens of both Canada and the United States. It sounds to me as if those tinfoil hats are getting a little tight down there.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, the minister still hasn't explained why this agreement was kept secret, and in fact, even if he was aware of it, how can the Conservatives be trusted when they keep the truth from Canadians? In the event of a civil emergency and the agreement is invoked, what process is to be followed to approve the deployment of Canadian troops to the U.S., and under whose command will Canadians operate? And conversely, Mr. Speaker, who would authorize American deployment to Canada, and under whose chain of command would the Americans operate while in Canada? Why doesn't he answer that question?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, it couldn't have been very secret if the honourable member found out. And what will apply? NORAD, NATO, Mr. Speaker, but most importantly, any activities that were to take place on Canadian soil would be done under the command of Canadian officials, Canadian military most particularly. Why have we done this? To exceed and to expand upon the necessary actions that occur when people are in jeopardy. If there are ships at sea that are in distress, if there is an emergency involving, for example, an avalanche. Mr. Speaker, this is all about facilitating the saving of lives. You would think that a member from British Columbia would understand that.
The Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, first, this Conservative government killed the Court Challenges program.
Killed it.
Then they went to court to fight groups who only wanted to protect their minority language rights.
Shame.
Now they are going where no other government has gone before. They want these groups to pay the governments its costs, which has never been done before. The courts don't award these type of costs in public interest litigation.
Shame on them.
What has this government against minority language rights?
The Honourable Minister. Order. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Order.
Thank the Honourable Member for his legal advice and how we should conduct litigation, Mr. Speaker, but as I indicated yesterday, this matter is presently before the court and we should let the court do its work.
Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
En avril 2006,
in 2006, we learned that the Prime Minister said in New York that the Court Challenges program was a highly valuable program, but 4 months later, he eliminated the program. Why, outside this country, was the Prime Minister claiming that he defended minority rights, but here he shows contempt for those minorities? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The government has a firm commitment toward minorities and official languages to promote French and English in Canada. The Court Challenges program is before the courts, and therefore it would be inappropriate to comment on it. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, I will give this government a solution. They created the program, and they just the problem, and they just have to restore the program. Right now, the government has an opportunity to do so. It has had a very positive impact in helping a number of minority groups, but the government is still violating the most fundamental rights in our country. Will the minister get his head out of the sand and commit to restoring once and for all the Court Challenges program so that everyone in our country is respected? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Official Languages.
Knows our government during the speech from the throne, we committed to official language communities across Canada.
We talked about the next action plan, and we are working hard to deliver the goods. With respect to the Court Challenges program, it is before the courts, and I cannot comment. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, he needs to get it out of the courts and restore the program right now. The government's intentions, as stated, to help minority rights are not entrenched in legislation. The Court Challenges program has helped minorities in all provinces to defend their rights and fund their challenges. This is something needed by minority communities.
French and English language minority communities, because he bases the health of these communities upon one single program. We delivered $30 million for the promotion of the vitality of communities of official languages, and we are committed to the action plan. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have fired Linda Keane on the pretext that she mishandled the situation in the Chalk River. The new president has now gone ahead with the pre-approval that Ms. Keane had cancelled. Is this not evidence that the Conservatives have removed a hurdle that could allow for privatization of AECL without giving the real reasons?
The only thing that suggests, Mr. Speaker, is that this member also is engaged in these conspiracy theories, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing that's further from the truth. Mr. Speaker, obviously I cannot comment with respect to the former head of the CNSC. That's a matter before the courts. And as far as any dealings which are completely within their control or matters that are dealt with by the CNSC in consultation with ACL, and this government has no input into that at all.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. The minister did not understand the question properly, I believe. The health and security, health and safety have to be the major priorities of the CNSC, which Ms. Keane directed. The Conservatives wanted to get rid of her, clearly. They are not in favor of health and safety. Why not put our health and safety first before commercial interests? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, that is in fact exactly what this government did. It took the health and safety of Canadians. When we acted in December, Mr. Speaker, we ensured that we were going to restore the supply of medical isotopes so that Canadians' safety and health could be taken first with the support of every single member in this House, Mr. Speaker, and now they want to change their mind. Shame on them.
The Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, in response to a question I asked yesterday about Kosovo, the Minister's Parliamentary Secretary indicated that the government was assessing the situation. But Kosovo is now independent, and many countries, including a number of European countries and the United States, have recognized that. A number of countries have reacted and have declared their support. When will this government recognize the independence of Kosovo? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary indicated correctly that we are assessing the situation. Now, what does that mean? It means we are in contact with the European Union. We are looking at the situation on the ground, and in due course we will inform the House of our position.
No.
The Honourable Member for Papineau. Every case is unique, but there is a universal principle, and that is the universal right to self-determination of nations recognized by the United Nations in its charter. Why is this government not supporting the efforts of Kosovars to take their own future in their hands? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the case of Kosovo is unprecedented, and therefore our reaction has to be unprecedented, and we do not have any legal precedence for this. There is no jurisprudence, and this is why we are evaluating the situation very seriously, and in due course we will inform the House of our position.
King's Hands.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Industry Minister unveiled yet another Conservative Party attack ad. This Republican-style negative attack ad not only failed to tell Canadians the truth, it even broke Canada's copyright laws. The Industry Minister is allowing his party to break the same Copyright Act that he himself is responsible for. Why won't the minister stand up and simply demand that the Conservative Party obey the law?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Speaker, I welcome my honourable friend lately to the law of copyright. I wish him well. In fairness, Mr. Speaker, he must admit the song For the Love of Money does bring to mind the Liberal Party. This is the party of big spending proposals of $98 billion over 4 years. This is the party of deficits, Mr. Speaker, proposing a deficit to Canadians of $62 billion. A loud group, Mr. Speaker, but also not the party of answers because they don't have an explanation of where the money's going to come from.
The Honourable Member for King's Hands.
Mr. Speaker, so much for accountability. The best defense that the Industry Minister has come up with is that the negative attack ad wasn't really an ad. By failing to get permission from before releasing the attack ad, the Conservative Party broke the law. Is this simply another case of the Conservative Party believing that it operates above the Canadian law?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
About budget time that always brings out the very worst in the Liberals. This is the party of big spending. It's inexplicable, but Mr. Speaker, it's been said before in this House, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "The spenders in the Liberal Party are revving up their engines again. Nothing starts a feeding frenzy more than the smell of cash around Liberal backbenchers." The member from King Hands.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre. Order. 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 That question is finished. We're on to the next one. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre has the floor now. We'll have some order, please.
Speaker, this government continues to set new standards for dishonest communications. Just last week, the Minister of Industry embarrassed himself with bizarre economics and incoherent math, and these were backed up with false and misleading quotes. The minister tries to rewrite history of deficits in this country, the kind that the Conservatives create and the Liberals have to clean up. Does the minister recall the left to Canada by his political hero, Brian Mulroney?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Industry presented a booklet. It was 65 pages, I think, of liberal spending that would lead us billions and billions into debt, 62 billion, I think, into debt. And of course, they called that documentation of liberal promises a book of lies. That's what they call their promises. It's not what we call their promises. But when they complain about copyright violations, there's one thing that we all know. When it comes to overspending, high taxes, debt and deficit, the Liberal Party owns that copyright.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed that the Conservatives did not send out their Minister of Finance to frighten Canadians with this talk of deficit. People remember his deficits from when he was the Treasurer of Ontario. That's why Canadians simply cannot trust this government. They will look you right in the eye, these Conservatives, and they will tell you things that they know are not true. Why should Canadians trust this government when they deliberately manufacture false numbers simply to mislead and to deceive Canadians?
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think they need a new research department over there in the Liberal Party. My friend, I believe, was a resident of Ontario at those times. Apparently, she wasn't paying too much close attention to the financial affairs of the province. Not surprisingly, Liberals don't care about that. The Minister of Finance, when he was Minister in Ontario, ran a balanced budget with a surplus every single year. The same thing that he's done here in Ottawa, the exact same thing we'll see here today, a prudent, balanced, Conservative budget.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, media reports that the U.S. Centre for Disease Control is delaying the release of a report on the Great Lakes pollution and of health implications for Canadian and American citizens. Can the Minister of the Environment tell the House if he's taken any action to get the report released?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much. Let me thank this member for his commitment to the quality of the Great Lakes. We think this important scientific report should be made available to all Canadians, should be made available so that we can continue our work to clean up the Great Lakes. We've been in contact with the U.S. government and asked them to immediately release this report. We think it's the right thing to do. We're finally acting on getting the Great Lakes cleaned up, something that for 13 long years never happened under the previous government.
Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada has relied on Ontario to be the economic engine of our country. But reckless tax cuts from this government to the oil and gas sector are driving up our dollar. With forestry being hit hard in the north, the manufacturing sector in crisis, hundreds of thousands of hard-working Ontarians are losing their jobs. Walmart McJobs are no substitute. Mr. Speaker, how much longer will the Conservative government turn its back on Canada's largest province?
Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary,
well, thank
Minister
you, Mr.
of Finance.
Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. And certainly, we are very concerned. This government is terribly concerned with the loss of jobs in any community, and we hate to see any province that appears to be disadvantaged. We would encourage Ontario, however, to step forward and take the advantage that has been offered to them in the $33 billion infrastructure that was offered all across this country. Most of the provinces, Mr. Speaker, have signed on to that agreement. That, Mr. Speaker, would help all of the constituents in Ontario.
Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, privatizing our public infrastructure is not the way to go. Ontario's on the verge of being a have-not province. Over and over, Ontario's ignored or even hurt by Conservative economics. Ontarians get $5,000 less employment insurance than other provinces. There's no strategy to buy Ontario-made products. And Ontario's cultural sector is forced to beg for resources. Mr. Speaker, when will this Conservative government start treating Ontario families with some respect.
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to correct the member. She's absolutely wrong when she talks about employment insurance. The fact is, according to StatsCan, not political spinners, 75% of people in Ontario who pay into employment insurance are eligible for benefits, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell the member, Mr. Speaker, that it is absolutely no answer to ensure that people get more benefits by remaining unemployed for longer. Mr. Speaker, we're not going to go there. We're making sure that people of Ontario have training so they can step into that red-hot job market, Mr. Speaker. We're acting.
The Honourable Member for Pickering Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, for 2 years now, Brenda Martin, a Canadian, has been in a prison in Mexico. The Minister of State for Foreign Affairs did a quick visit to Mexico where she apparently met people responsible for this file, but the minister said that she could not visit Brenda, but she had time to meet with Canadian expats at a reception in Guadalajara, 20 minutes from the prison. Can the minister explain how she found the time for this occasion but didn't have an opportunity to visit Brenda Martin in prison?
Secrétaire d'État.
Secretary of State.
Speaker, pretty much everything that this member has said with respect to Ms. Martin's case is all wrong. So let's be clear. I have worked very hard, and this government has worked very hard on behalf of Ms. Martin. There are 13 Canadians in Mexican prisons. So when I was in Mexico meeting with their foreign minister, their human rights commissioner, and their attorney general, there were other cases that had to be talked about because each and every Canadian is just as important to us as the next one. The honourable member might want to consider that. And also, if I can point out to him, with respect to the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations and in accordance with international practice, Canada cannot intervene in the justice system of another country. Those are his words, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park. Sorry, Pickering Scarborough East. I'm sorry.
I'm sure the confusion is on the member herself, who for the first time finally went down there and tried to do something. Mr. Speaker, the minister's ineptitude on this case has been reduced to scurrying out of Canadian Tire stores to avoid cameras who had to track her down for a long-requested interview. Why is this minister unable to provide Brenda Martin with any concrete information on her supposedly high-level efforts to gain her freedom? Why is the minister refusing to take Brenda's phone calls? And Mr. Speaker, why did the minister abandon Brenda Martin for some consulate canapes in Perrier when she just had a few minutes away where she could have been? She could have gone over there, Mr. Speaker. Why is she standing up for the citizen Canadian? Why the ineptitude on that side of the House?
Order. I'll order the Honourable Secretary of State. Order.
You know something, Speaker? Canadians are really growing tired of this member's ambulance-chasing tactics. He stood in my shoes, and he knows exactly what I can and cannot say with specific details, two cases, and what has been done for a constituent. It's the privacy law, Speaker. He's quoted saying it himself many, many times. With respect to Ms. Martin, we have worked very hard, and we will continue because, Mr. Speaker, she's a very important Canadian to us. And I can tell the honourable member that I did, of course, speak with the Foreign Minister, the Attorney General, and 16 in total senior officials discussing her case and the other 13 Canadians in Mexico.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East. Order.
Yesterday, this government refused to explain why it prohibits funding for women's groups that do advocacy work while they pay the Conference of Defense Association $500,000 for defense advocacy. What does this government have against women's groups that advocate for equality? If the Conservatives believe in equality for all women, why not start by eliminating this double standard?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government supports practical projects making a real difference in the lives of women and promotes equality for all women in Canada. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, The fact is, women's groups that do critical advocacy work to advance equality in this country have been cut off from federal government funding. The government cut the Court Challenges program and also shut down the Law Commission in an effort to silence voices of dissent. But there is money for lobby groups that agree with this government. Canadian women would like to know why this government endorses such a shameful double standard.
The Honourable Lana.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I repeat that our government works for all the women in Canada, and not only for any particular group, but all women in Canada are entitled to be listened to by this government. The Honourable Member for HoC. Yesterday, in answer to a question about TV5, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Heritage Minister said that there had been a meeting between representatives of partner governments, and TV5 was an important tool for promoting Francophone culture and values throughout the world, and we know that. But what we want to know is the Canadian government's position with respect to this situation. Will it let France decide alone on the future of TV5? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Partnering governments of TV5 have highlighted the importance of TV5 in promoting the culture and values of international Francophonie, and it must remain a Francophonie project. Canada will continue its discussions in collaboration with all the partnering governments, including the Quebec government, in order to encourage consensus on this file.
The Honourable Member for HoC. Quebec has spoken out in favour of the survival and autonomy of TV5, just as have Belgium and Switzerland. What we need now is a firm position expressed by Canada along the same lines. Have any efforts been made with France to show our willingness to want to keep the multilateral nature of this important tool for the Francophonie? The Minister of Foreign Affairs. I'd like to respond to the question. It's very simple, Mr. Speaker. When I was in Paris, I met with my counterpart and we discussed the future of TV5, and I can assure my colleague that I was well heard by my counterpart in France.
The President of the Treasury Board failed to say that the Manitoba government is refusing to sign on to the second phase of the floodway expansion project because he reneged on a major commitment to Manitobans. Last February, the minister promised Manitobans that $170 million would come from a national fund and would not affect Manitoba's share of infrastructure funding. Now he says he can't deliver on his promise. Manitobans have a right to know why they're being robbed of $170 million by this minister and this promise-breaking Conservative government.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a member who did absolutely nothing when he was in power as the member in the Liberal government. He did absolutely nothing to get the money delivered for the floodway. It took the Minister of Transportation from this government and this Prime Minister to deliver one half of the money. Unfortunately, that member did nothing. It took this government to get the job done.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Streetsville. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Michelle Sene, a young Canadian woman from Mississauga, Ontario. Mr. Speaker, whenever there's a question of a woman who's not well or injured, a Canadian abroad, they don't want to listen. They don't care about Canadians who are affected abroad. Mr. Speaker, Michelle Sene, a young Canadian woman from Mississauga, Ontario, was involved in a very serious traffic accident last Thursday in Lomé, Togo. Ms. Sene suffered severe injuries in the accident, and there are concerns about the level of medical care available to her in Togo. Can the Secretary of State tell the House if the government is doing anything to assist this young Canadian citizen?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Mississauga, Streetsville. consular officials in Lome, Ottawa, London, and Accra have been working diligently to provide consular assistance to support Michelle Sanaya and her family. Not only did consular officials ensure that the necessary medication was found in Togo, they provided the much-needed point of contact for all parties involved to get the medical evacuation, including treating physicians in Togo, medical facilities in the UK, and the family. Our thoughts are with this family at this very difficult time, and we wish her well for a speedy recovery.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, the Sault Area Hospital Emergency Doctors Group has given notice that they will withdraw their services April the 1st. They're no longer willing to accept substandard care for their patients. In addition, thousands of orphan patients will have no access to primary care. This crisis is not unique to Sault Ste. Marie and Algoma. Will the Minister of Health respect the integrity of the Canada Health Act by engaging with the Ontario Minister of Health, healthcare officials and doctors in my community to resolve this crisis?
Great question. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. And he, of all people, as a former member of provincial parliament, knows that indeed this is within the purview of the Ontario government, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you on this side of the House, as a result of Budget 2007, we increased the amount of money to the Ontario government by over 6%. As a result of the budget that will be tabled today as part of the 2004 Health Accord, another at least 6%. In addition, we are giving those funds to the McGuinty government. It's time for them to get off the pot and do their jobs.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, the apology for residential school abuses is a necessary step towards reconciliation and is the foundation for a transformation in the relationship between governments and Aboriginal peoples in Canada. Drafting the apology behind closed doors is another example of the pattern of secrecy and shows why Canadians do not trust Conservatives. The government is risking rejection because of that flawed process. Why won't the Prime Minister abide by the political accord signed in May 2005 and consult fully with the Assembly of First Nations on the drafting of an apology?
The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, what was promised in the last speech from the throne and passed in this House was a promise that the Prime Minister put into that speech from the throne that he is going to make an apology. Mr. Speaker, that is unprecedented. It was rejected by the Liberal Party previously. It was not done. Mr. Speaker, we are proceeding not only with the apology, which will be forthcoming, we also are proceeding with the residential schools compensation package, something that was not done under the Liberal Party. And, Mr. Speaker, we're continuing to work closely with First Nations as we put together not only the apology, but also the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Mr. Speaker. This is something as time has come.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, is the Minister of Natural Resources aware that forest fire season in BC is weeks away and that hectares of pine beetle-infested forests can go up like a tinderbox? The lives of many British Columbians are at risk. The Minister lives in BC, so he...
Has the member finished her question? I didn't think so either. It was very difficult to hear. We'll have a little order. The Minister of Natural Resources has to be able to hear the question before he can answer. So the member for Vancouver Centre still has the floor.
The Minister lives in BC, so he cannot be ignorant of the problem. No matter what he says, this Minister's credibility is shot. He botched the ACL file. He says nothing once more and does nothing once more to prepare for a disastrous forest fire season. Will he immediately take action, or is he just content to ricochet from crisis to crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
What about Prince George?
Mr. Speaker, I can't believe that there's any Liberal that has the nerve to stand up in this House and talk about forest fires, never mind ACL, after their government for 13 years did nothing. With respect to forest fire management, Mr. Speaker, our government has put more money into the Mountain Pine Beetle Initiative, and that money is going to over 200 communities throughout British Columbia to target forest fire management. Mr. Speaker, we're getting the job done. That government ignored all of those problems for 13 years and did absolutely nothing, and now is the goal to stand up and pretend they care.
Honourable Member for Quebec, Matt Quack.
Mr. Speaker, there are almost 25
million taxpayers in Canada, and our government believes in responsibility and fairness when it comes to the taxes they have to pay.
When the government announced the creation of the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, in addition to this Bill of Rights, can the Minister of National Revenue say if the government is taking other measures to ensure taxpayers will be treated fairly and with respect?
Good. The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Tebek-Macnaquac for his question. During the last election, our party promised a Taxpayers' Bill of Rights and a Taxpayers' Ombudsman. And I'm pleased to inform all Canadians that last Thursday in Winnipeg, I had the pleasure of announcing Mr. Paul Dubé as Canada's first Taxpayers Ombudsman. The Taxpayers Ombudsman office is now open and ready to receive inquiries from Canadians. And this is just another example of how this government is getting the job done for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
The Prime Minister earlier refused to answer a question put to him by the Leader of the Opposition. Let me ask him again. Can the government table one shred of evidence, any analysis to substantiate their fraudulent claims that they will achieve their weak climate change targets, or is his minister simply too busy killing light rail projects, interfering in municipal elections, and putting up media fires linking him to a major bribery scandal?
The Honourable Minister. Order. The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this coming from this minister, I can give him a number of quotes. I can give quotes from Sheila Copps, from Christine Stewart, from David Anderson, who all said the previous government didn't do anything to fight global warming. I can quote the deputy leader of his own party, who says they didn't get the job done, Mr. Speaker. But the single person who has broke the biggest environmental promise in the history of Canada is not a member of the Federal Liberal Party. It's his brother Dalton McGuinty, who failed to close Ontario's 4 coal-fired plants as he promised to do. Another McGuinty broken promise, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Order. Mr. Speaker, a lawyer denounced the attitude of the government that is refusing to protect Omar Khadr in Guantanamo. In view of an agreement signed and ratified by Canada, the government should immediately ask the United States to repatriate Omar Khadr. What is the Minister of Foreign Affairs waiting for to ask for his repatriation?
Thank you very much, Speaker. The honourable member will know that Mr. Khadr has been in prison since 2002. That was 4 years under the previous Liberal government. I have also assured this House on several occasions that Mr. Khadr is being treated humanely.
Order. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Brad Cathers, Minister of Health and Social Services for Yukon. Order. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
Honorable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order. Everybody's going to want to hear this. The order, the Honorable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and there are two designations that I would like to make. Firstly, nous avons une désignation.
We have a designation. According to Standing Order 66, I'd like to designate Wednesday, February 27th, 2008, on the continuation of a motion for the adoption of the second report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages.
I'd also like to designate Friday, February 29th, 2008, as an allotted day. Thank you.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government business. Resuming debate on motion number 5 concerning the Afghanistan mission, and resuming debate on the amendment of Ms. Black.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honorable member for London North Centre.
I'll come see you there. I just want to... Splitting my time
Order.
With the member from Charlottetown. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of a motion before this House to extend the Canadian mission in Afghanistan to 2011 and to redefine that mission as one of development, training, and security. Mr. Speaker, I know every member of this House takes this matter with the greatest of seriousness. Calling upon the men and women of our armed forces to place themselves in harm's way, thousands of miles from their families and communities, is one of the most solemn acts that we as elected officials can undertake. I am gratified by the civility with which this debate has so far been conducted. As others have noted, this matter is just too important to be used for partisan political gain. Canadians expect more than that from us, and this week, Mr. Speaker, they're getting it. This debate weighs the well-being of Canadians against the obligations we as citizens have to the world beyond our borders. Whenever I am faced with an issue such as this, I'm drawn back to my own experience before I entered politics. In the early 1990s, I served as the head of Ontario Association of Food Banks. I'm sure many of us remember what dark days those were, especially for those at the lower end of the spectrum. Faced with the consequences of massive cuts to social programs by all three levels of government, the association presented the governments with an ultimatum. We announced that if these cuts were not reversed in the near future, we would close our food banks. The allotted time passed and the cuts were not rescinded. That presented food banks with a dreadful dilemma. Many of you will remember. Our credibility rested on our following through with the threat of closing our food banks. But the fact remained that thousands of people in need depended on us, and those numbers were only growing. We quickly saw that we had no choice at all as food banks. There was only one side in this conflict, the side of those in need. And so we kept our food banks open, and we kept up the fight for increased social spending, a struggle that continues today. But I have never again put any cause, no matter how just, ahead of the welfare of the innocents. When I look at the situation in Afghanistan, I'm compelled to ask a very difficult question. If Canadian forces withdrew in 2009, what would happen to the people of Afghanistan? What would happen to those in need? What would happen to the innocents? I don't ask the question rhetorically. I have put it to dozens of people who know much more than I do about the situation on the ground in Kandahar. I put the question to a Canadian soldier from my riding who is currently stationed in Kandahar, literally encamped in a tent on a mountainside. He told me that if Canadian troops were to leave, the Afghanis he sees and works with every day, people he has come to know as neighbors and sometimes friends, would, without question, be terminated. I put the question to women's groups who told me that they have evidence the Taliban knows the identity and location of key women leaders in the Kandahar region. If Canada leaves and the Taliban regains a foothold, I'm told one of their first tasks will be to find these women, arrest them, and perhaps kill them. Mr. Speaker, it is my view that we have no choice but to remain in Kandahar until 2011. Our troops will now serve in a new role, and it is one that is as innovative and effective as Lester Pearson's approach to the Suez Crisis a half-century ago. But now Canadians will not be serving as peacekeepers. They will be serving as peace builders. As Canadians, we hope the people of Afghanistan will be able to enjoy peace, justice and security, an open government based on accountability and the rule of law, an economy that offers honest and humane opportunities to provide for their families, and educational and social services that are available to all. We are aware of the heavy price that some have paid to advance these goals. This is brought home by the bodies of the Canadian soldiers that we have all mourned together in this House. We join them and their families and friends in their sorrow and griefs at lives lost, bodies broken, and spirits shattered. But we must remember that the people of Afghanistan have suffered as well through the long years of violence, conflict, and war. Canada has led the combat fight for years and have had many successes. However, it is now time to realize our greater role as a nation. We are the catalyst for reconciliation of people and communities torn apart. And as such, we must now renew our pledge to work for peace and development. In this context, the Liberal Party's vision for Canada is one of moving forward to a long-lasting peace while respectfully acknowledging the need for our combative past. This takes me to the question as to how Canada best supports reconstruction and development in Afghanistan, an area of expertise where Canada has enjoyed a virtual unchallenged legacy of success. Some have even branded us as Boy Scouts in the world. However, I believe this is a brand we can be proud of. There are many Canadian NGOs and other organizations, and I've spoken with many of them, who are working to improve conditions in Afghanistan. We commend these organizations. The Canadian government, through CEDA, is assisting Afghanistan's reconstruction. But it must do more, and it must be accountable and transparent in the way it does it. Afghanistan will require economic and other forms of support well into the future. Government reports have drawn our attention to the high cost of outfitting the Canadian forces for continued counterinsurgency operations into the undetermined future. To be more effective in building peace, we believe that a significant shift in Canada's concentration of financial resources towards long-term human development is essential and necessary. We are aware of the difficulties experienced by development and humanitarian agencies about what they refer to as the militarization of aid in Afghanistan. And I've seen this, and I know that it happens. There's a close identification of military operations and basic assistance. Aid must be delivered without compromising internationally recognized principles of development and humanitarian assistance. So what will this change mission look like? Our troops will work directly with the Afghan people. They will oversee dams to irrigate valleys and at the same time help to train Afghan security forces so that when the water flows, the land will be safe enough for cultivation. Mr. Speaker, they will literally turn battlefields into farmers' fields. Canada has an obligation not to abandon the people of Afghanistan. I read it in the paper yesterday that someone said of the Liberal Party that the reason why we're supporting this motion is because we don't want an election. That's not true of me, and I'd appreciate not being included in that kind of comment. It's also not true of many of the Liberals that are sitting here on this side. We believe we just cannot abandon the people of Afghanistan. Today, all of us in this House acknowledge the grave responsibility that we have in making difficult decisions regarding reconciliation, diplomatic, and development efforts, the future of our military forces in Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, we ask that the government consider compromise for the good of Canada, but moreover, with the knowledge that the people of Afghanistan now have the chance for a lasting peace. The men and the women of our military now have the opportunity to finish the work they have sacrificed so much for already. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that if we in this House stand with them, our own troops will succeed.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to just comment on my colleague's speech. In the time that he's been in this House, he has earned a reputation that he brought with him. But within this House, he's earned a reputation as somebody who cares and understands about the common humanity that is this planet. And I appreciate his point of view. I'm very comfortable with the position that our party and the government have come to on this issue. I think it's important that we give Canadians, at this point in time when we have troops abroad, I think it's important that we come to a consensus as to how we go forward. And I commend the leaders of both parties and the ministers and the leaders on our side who have been involved in that. I want to ask this gentleman a question, because when we had to make a difficult decision on the extension a couple of years ago, one of the questions a number of us had was what would be the implications for Canada's ability to assist in other parts of the world, and notably at that point in time it was Darfur. My colleague has more experience in Darfur than any other member of the House and almost any other Canadian. I want to ask him his answer to that question. Our extension in Afghanistan, does this mean that Canada will still have the ability to do good work in places like Darfur?
The honourable member for London North Centre.
I thank my friend and colleague for that question, Mr. Speaker. My heart is in Darfur, and my kids are from Darfur. But my heart is also now learned to be in Afghanistan as well. I think before we can consider going to places like Darfur and other parts that are so essential and need the Canadian presence, we must finish a job that we've committed ourselves to. It was passed by this House, and I think we have a responsibility to respect that. I know that many of us are anxious for the Canadian government to get to Darfur and start to make a difference, but we must never do it at the expense of people we've already committed ourselves to. Do we have the capacity to do it? I don't have the answer to that question, but I do know this. We have the capacity to fulfill the commitments that we have made, and I believe that we should do that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to as well commend my colleague opposite for the tenure and the tone and the contributions that he has made to this debate, both publicly and behind the scenes. My question is basically a supplemental with respect to Canada's ability to continue to contribute in missions both in Afghanistan, in the Middle East, and other parts of the world. Would he agree that as part of the whole-of-government approach, which is one that I think we obviously have consensus in moving forward, one that we're advocating as the way in which Canada can make significant contributions in places like Afghanistan and in other parts of the world, that there is a need, given the capacity, to augment the regular and reserve forces of the Canadian military, to give us that increased capacity to be purveyors of good, to be in a position, as we have been in the past, to work for stability, to work for peace, to provide the necessary protection for other things to flourish on the ground, the development and humanitarian aid work of which the honourable member is familiar. Would he agree that the Canadian military play an integral part of Canada's ability to project those important Canadian values and principles abroad?
The honourable member for London North Centre.
That's a great question. I thank the Minister for it. I would agree with that wholeheartedly. I do think that the mission in Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker, has been full of success and also some failures. I think the Manley panel pointed out those failures. I think in order for it to come to pass, what the Minister has spoken about, we must begin to reevaluate our 3D approach, defence, diplomacy and development, and do it in such a way in which the Canadian forces can work within a framework that it can be accountable and we can be responsible for. But I can tell you from being in Sudan, I can tell you from being in conflicts in Guatemala, and Rwanda, and Bangladesh, it goes on. I can tell you that the need for Canadian forces to provide peace building would be absolutely essential and would help Canada's image in the world, and especially in a place like Darfur. But first we must finish what we're doing in Afghanistan and also develop a better model from it.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I, like the previous speaker, am pleased to rise in the House today to speak in this debate, and I certainly supported the Liberal amendment that was tabled in the House here, and you're never sure of anything in the House, but it seems to be have a certain amount of general support, and I'm hopeful that the issue can be resolved around the wording of that particular motion and that we can go forward. And it is my submission, Mr. Speaker, my submission to this House that perhaps we should change the channel and start talking, but continue the debate in a very frank and honest and transparent nature, but also talk about NATO and the future of NATO and the leadership that's presently exhibited at NATO. Mr. Speaker, we are in Afghanistan under the auspices of NATO. It's a coalition of 37 countries. It's a treaty alliance, and it was an Article 5 engagement. And there's always this debate, a lot of it rhetorical, as to when the job will be done. And it seems to me, when I listen to the debate and I read the materials, it would appear to me that this, Mr. Speaker, on the part of NATO, is a long-term commitment. We are dealing with a failed state, with a failed generation. This has been going on for many, many, many years. and we have to build the country from the ground up, which would include governance, infrastructure, economy, etc., etc. So it's not a 09, 07, 09, a 2011 issue. I submit it's a much longer time frame than that. And again, when you look at NATO's involvement, their original political strategy, Mr. Speaker, NATO's main political objective was to work in cooperation with the United Nations and the European Union to support the Afghan Transition Authority to meet its responsibilities to provide security and order. And of course that strategy, Mr. Speaker, and I will not go into it in the limited time available to me, had 9 components which I submit are well thought out, which if the strategy were successful, everything would be fine. But Mr. Speaker, I'm troubled by what has taken place with NATO, and from what and this was clearly identified in the Manley report, and I'll quote from page 34. UN agency operations in Afghanistan have suffered from a lack of leadership, direction, and effective coordination from UN headquarters in New York. The appointment of a high-level representative to lead and coordinate both the UN and NATO commitments in Afghanistan can help achieve more productive UN/NATO collaboration. And of course, it's the whole chapter talks about the NATO situation. Canada can act with other governments participating in Afghanistan to see that the Special Representative's mandate is fully and effectively exercised, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what I would like to see is a complete strategy from NATO. There is a very important high-level meeting in Budapest coming up in April, and I think that is the time that NATO owes it to all member countries to be frank and honest and constructive as to exactly what the plan is there, how is the strategy going, at what point they are in the deployment of that strategy, and is there an exit strategy? Now I would suggest that the exit strategy would be certainly a few years down the road. So I believe that should be very much part of this debate as to what exactly is going on with NATO. As you were aware, there's only 4 countries of the 37 countries. There's only 4 countries in a combat role in Afghanistan: Canada, the United States, Great Britain, and the Netherlands. There's all this talk about other countries such as France, other countries getting involved. Now, other countries are in Afghanistan, in northern provinces, Germany, and a whole host of other countries. But as you could, as the slang word would go, they're certainly out of harm's way. And when you sense or you read what's going on, there does not, or there certainly has up until today's date anyway, there certainly appears to be an unwillingness for any of these countries to get more involved in the whole strategy that was approved by the 37 countries. So that begs the question, just exactly how does NATO, how do they think they're going to accomplish the strategy that they so ably set out to do when they only have the support of only a few of their member countries? Canada went in. Canada's done a good job, and I certainly support the motion. Canada has no, we have to be respectful of our commitment, but this talk of stay till the job is done, I think that's foolish, Mr. Speaker. It's a NATO alliance commitment that's there, and we have to be part and play our part. We have to put our shoulder to the wheel as to the responsibilities of NATO, but there has to be an obligation and a responsibility and a commitment from other countries that are part of this alliance, and I'm not totally sure that is, I'm seeing that. So as I look forward to the communication coming from this government, and again, that was another point that the Manley panel clearly identified. If there's one clear message in that report, is that the communications coming from this government really hasn't been frank, and it hasn't been a true communication. When you read the reports that have been published by the Department of Foreign Affairs, it sounds to me or looks to me, Mr. Speaker, was written by Aldous Huxley, that everything was great, little girls were going to school, there was nothing to worry about, and no one should be at least in any way concerned as to what is going on in that country. And that was clearly identified wanting by the authors of the Manley Report. So, Mr. Speaker, Canadians want answers. I believe the answers have to be frank, they have to be clear, they have to be serious, they have to be honest, and they have to be transparent as to the long-term future of this mission. And that is why I certainly speak in support of the general direction of this motion, that in 2009 the nature of the engagement change, and again that it be clearly terminated in the Kandahar province in 2011, and that be clearly communicated to NATO, because if that doesn't happen, Mr. Speaker, then obviously why would they go look for anyone else to be involved in this province when there's no clear message from Canada that sometime they want to be part of a natural rotation? And again, as I said in my earlier remarks, I see this going on for several years. I don't see it ending in 2009, and I don't see it ending in 2011 either, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I would hope that the level of the debate would be elevated. I do hope the point I make in my limited time here in this House this afternoon is regarding NATO. I really hope that is part of the debate going forward. I do hope that the leaders of the government, when they go to the meeting, and certainly we all know the meeting, it's what happens before the meeting is important, and those positions and policies and aspirations have to be clearly communicated, not in April when the people gather in Budapest. They have to be communicated right now. Here is what Canada wants to see. They want to see more leadership and direction coming from this alliance, which heretofore we have not seen. So, Mr. Speaker, that's my point, and again, I just want to point that out, and I look for direction on this particular issue, and hopefully with leadership from the alliance, that the people in Afghanistan can benefit, and in the future that can become a prosperous country like many other countries in the world. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. He touched on a number of points. He did talk about the need to raise the level of debate, and yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I was troubled by the comments from the deputy leader of the Liberal Party, member from Etobicoke Lakeshore, who suggested that for some reason that the New Democratic Party was not fit to govern because it had a consistent position on Afghanistan over the last 2 years, one calling for the removal of our troops from a combat role in Afghanistan, fully supported by a convention where 90% of the delegates voted for that motion. So in a democracy, the New Democratic Party has followed a pattern of achieving support from its constituency, representing about 50% of Canadians' opinion on this mission, and has portrayed a consistent opinion over the past 2 years in the face of relentless name-calling and diatribes from other government members in this House and from the opposition members to some degree. How does the member from Etobicoke Lakeshore have the nerve to say that we're not fit to govern when his party has changed its policy 3 times in the last 2 years on this very thing, and is now, for very crass political purposes for this election, has made a deal with the government and to avoid an election to carry this on? How does he stand with that kind of behavior in this House by his own leader?
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to clarify that I'm not the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. I am the member for Charlottetown. And again, I make the point that I think the level of the debate should be raised. Those who want to limit the mission should not be accused of being Taliban supporters. Those who want to continue the mission should not be accused of being warmongers. This debate has to occur. I support the debate. I support the ability of the Members' Party to have the position. I don't agree with it. I just debated here for 10 minutes. My position was that we are part of the alliance. We committed ourselves to be there at least until February of 2009. So to go forward now in Parliament and suggest that we should leave in February of 2008, I would suggest, and it would be my position, Mr. Speaker, that would be wrong. That would be doing the very thing that I'm suggesting that some other countries are doing. We would be showing a total lack of commitment to this alliance, and our world reputation would suffer greatly. So again, we are part of the alliance, and I think we have to work within the alliance. I am a strong supporter of NATO, but I am troubled by the lack of leadership in this particular initiative.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. A brief question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief, and I agree with my colleague that the NATO question is valid and should be debated, but it's probably beyond the scope of debate in the House. I will point out a couple of things. He's right about the load being carried by mostly 4 countries, but there are other countries that are involved as well. Should be more, but Romania, Estonia, Australia, Denmark, and soon to be added Poland are also contributing to the combat mission. So more needs to be done, certainly. But I'd like my honourable colleague's brief comments, if he has some, on the leadership role that Canada plays in operations like this, which in my view are much greater from a leadership perspective than simply 2,500 divided by approximately 50,000 troops.
The honourable member for Charlottetown has 1 minute to respond.
Well, I'm going to respond briefly by challenging the premise of the question, that this is beyond, that debate on NATO is beyond the scope of this House. I would disagree with that. If the debate does not take place in this House, where's it going to take place? Down the street, somewhere else? And so it's got to take place, and this is the House of Commons. This is where this debate has to take place. NATO, through the Government of Canada, to the Canadian people, owes the Canadian people an explanation as to the strategy, how they get along with the strategy, how they intend to accomplish the strategy, and the end game. So far, I haven't seen that. I agree with the paragraph from the Manley report that we're seeing a total lack of leadership from NATO on this particular initiative. So I really think the debate should be had in this House. I would urge other members to talk about NATO, and I would urge the government of the day to be very aggressive, not starting in April, but starting today, February 26th, on the whole issue as what is going to come out.
Débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst.
Is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for what I'm about to propose, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practices of the House, the motion to concur in the 4th report, extension of time to consider Bill C-327, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act, reduction of violence in television broadcasts, of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage be deemed concurred in.
L'honorable député a-t-il...
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent to present the motion?
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Trinity Spadina. Today, Mr. Speaker, the discussion that we are having here in the House deals with the war in Afghanistan, and especially the NDP amendment is of interest to me. As I rise, I'm very proud of the position of our political party. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I remember the beginnings in 2003 when this debate started, and we had major discussions here. And Canada decided at that time that we would go to Afghanistan, but our role would be a humanitarian one, helping people in Afghanistan. I think that it was sad to see that in August 2005, the Liberal government, as it was then, decided to get involved in a combat mission. Our colleagues in the House indicated that we were part of the UN. The UN had mandated the mission, had designated NATO to lead it, and since we belonged to those organizations, we should be involved. There are only 4 countries, Canada, the US, the Netherlands, and Great Britain, who are in a combat role, and the others are not. And there is a reason for that. One of the problems that we have in countries is that the government is no longer listening to the people. In Germany, where I visited last year, the German members of parliament were telling us that 80% of Germans were against the Afghan mission. They were not involved in combat, and still people were against their involvement. And we know that the majority of Canadians today are against this mission. The government is claiming that if you don't support the mission, then you are not supporting the troops. You don't support the troops. They are trying to make the troops believe this, and Canadians believe this, that is, that if we don't support the mission, we don't support the troops. And that is what George Bush did in the United States. It's the same thing that he did. He said, you are with me or against me. But I think that we need to understand, and Canadians do understand, that the government and the Canadian Parliament has the right to decide what kind of mission we should have. And we know our soldiers, our troops, we support them. The people who have decided to go to Afghanistan are in the Army, the Navy, or the Air Force. Canada, their country, gives them a mission, and when that happens, they will carry it out, and we support them. But as leaders of our country, we have a responsibility to give the right mission to our troops. In Afghanistan, the combat mission clearly is not succeeded. It has been clear that women are still subject to violence. There are many other problems. The schools are not being able to educate their students. Even in a democratic country, it is hard to have people understand that a member of parliament in Afghanistan wanted to express a different opinion and was kicked out of parliament, even though it was supposed to be a democratic exercise. And she wanted to use her democratic right to express her views, and now she has been kicked out of parliament. This is a government that accepts violence against women, accepts the selling of drugs, and so on. The Canadian government, if it took these problems seriously, could have provided funding for African countries, for CEDA. We could have saved many more lives than what is happening here.
In any negotiation, Mr. Speaker, whenever there's a difference of opinion, at the end of the day you have to negotiate. And we feel that by using diplomacy, by negotiating, we can work with those people. And at the end of the day, we will be better off than waging a war. We saw what happened in Russia. They fought and they fought. And they're at the same point now. They missed the boat. But we shouldn't miss the boat. We should be able to succeed, and we should have peace missions so that we will succeed. And the Liberals turn around and say, well, no, this doesn't involve politics. The Liberals don't see it as something that might trigger an election. That isn't necessarily what Canadians see. Don't you think that they are aware that the Liberal Party is divided, that something is happening? They're afraid of triggering an election. Everyone knows what is happening. So now they're trying to make us believe that they truly believe in the mission in Afghanistan, whereas a few months ago the Liberal leader said, well, no, it's going to be 2009, that's it, we're getting out. That's what he said, we're getting out. A few weeks ago, barely, as my colleague just said, they were advocating withdrawing, and all of a sudden, well, they might lose an election, so they'd better join with the Conservatives. They didn't join with the Conservatives. I would say that the Conservatives joined with the Liberals, because the Liberals are the ones that led us into this combat mission in 2005, with the member who at the time was the leader, and he was the member for La Salle-et-Mar. They're the ones who took us into this combat mission, and the Conservative government at the time was in opposition, and they wanted a combat mission to support George Bush and support the Bush administration. That's what it was like at the time. So they were happy to continue, but the Conservatives were concerned because the Liberals for a few weeks refused to vote in the House, or as we say in union language, they staged a walkout. In fact, I wondered whether or not perhaps we should cut their paychecks because they were no longer working. They didn't want to vote on very important issues because they were afraid of losing an election. But the NDP isn't here to determine whether or not we're going to win or lose an election. We're here to vote on behalf of Canadians, to express what Canadians want. They want a peace mission. That's what Canadians want. Even the Bloc Québécois is of the same opinion. They say that we want a peace mission, even though the Bloc Québécois had voted along with us to stop the combat mission in 2009, and then they turned around and said, well, now Parliament has spoken out, so there's no point arguing the matter, we'll just respect the will of Parliament. That's what they did. But I'm very afraid, Mr. Speaker, that with the Bloc Québécois, the vote might pass here in the House of Commons with the majority Conservative Liberal government joined together. And once this is adopted, if we continue until 2011, the Bloc will sit down and say, well, Parliament has spoken, instead of continuing to say and try to convince us that it isn't a good mission. It is not a good mission. So for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, we are going to be voting against extending the war in Afghanistan in a combat mission. We want to have a peace mission so that we can take our rightful place in the world, because we're respected for this throughout the world.
That's the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Speaker, in World Wars I and II, we had predecessor parties and movements to the NDP. These folks were also as reckless and naive as their modern counterparts in assuming that aid workers wearing peace buttons and handing out flowers would make all the problems go away. Historically, these World War II appeasers are a mere afterthought to our brave soldiers at war. After 9/11, though, Mr. Speaker, the positions of parties like the NDP and BQ are not just comical, they're hypocritical. I notice the NDP's amendment makes no mention of the rights of women, and I don't think this is a coincidence or an oversight. The NDP gave up any claim to the rights of women when they sided with the reactionary peaceniks at the expense of Afghan women and children who need our support and protection. They gave up crowing for human rights when they embrace a willful isolationism that would return women in Afghanistan to executions in the soccer stadiums. I think too many people in this House assume that the Taliban are a ragtag bag of primeval warriors. It's easy to think, Mr. Speaker, that because their values are so primitive. However, Brigadier General Atkinson answered thoughtfully and echoed many comments by General Hillier recently. He stated that when there's a story printed in the Ottawa Citizen today, no matter what it is, it's being read. I think we should all ponder that statement when we debate in the House of Commons. While I certainly understand that the modern media and communications has made...
The honourable member could perhaps ask her question at this moment.
Okay, why is the member from Acadia Bathurst purposely making statements that will endanger the lives of our soldiers in Afghanistan?
The honourable member for Acadia Bathurst.
You know what, Mr. Speaker? Our country in the 39-45 went in there to have democracy and have the right to speak, and that's the right that our veterans give us, and I'm pretty pleased of them, and I thank them for it. And nobody will take it away from us. Nobody. When we're talking about support, Mr. Speaker, if we want to talk about support to our soldier, what do we do to our veteran of the 39-45, which the member was talking about, when they come back from the war, they're 80 years old and they're still fighting to get their pension? When they come out with a program about VIP for the women of our veteran, the only one that get it is from 1981 up, and the one before don't deserve it. As far as this government and the Liberal government, they never give it to our veteran, and that's what we talk about support. If we want to give support to our soldier when they go to war, we should be able to give them support when they come back from war and not have to fight for them the way that we are fighting today. Every day, in every member's office, every member of this Parliament's office have to fight every day to try to get something for our veteran. It's a shame the way they're getting treated. Go talk to the veteran, not only on the 11th of November. We should talk to them every day, listen to them, and answer back. That's where the support should be when they come back to, and not the Conservative government, and not the Liberal government has done do things to our soldier when they come back. If we want to talk support, and we want to talk support about the women, we should support our own women too, the women of our veterans that are suffering every day because of the...
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Esquimalt Juan de Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Try to make your comments into 1 minute.
For brevity is the soul of wit. Is that so, Mr. Speaker? Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, my question is very simple. I cannot believe that the NDP think that the milk of human kindness courses through the veins of everybody in this world. What on earth is somebody going to do if you truly profess in supporting human rights? What are we going to do when narco warlords or fundamentalists go to a clinic, go to a school, and threaten to chop the heads off the teachers and people who work there? What on earth is the member going to do? Put a carnation offer a carnation in response? There's only one option, Mr. Speaker. Development demands security, and unless you have security, you can't have development. Will the member support the 4 pillars approach in supporting the 4 pillars of Afghanistan security that are in the motion, and will he also support the internal political reconciliation we have championed within Afghanistan that will produce real results of peace and security within the country?
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst has 30 seconds to respond.
Well, maybe I'd like to ask the member why the last time when we asked the Parliament to bring our troop back, they are the one that voted with it. The Liberal was split on it. They were split on it.
That's right.
And I will say something here in French that one of the writers has said. Comme le disait...
As a writer said, peace is not based on the fear of war, but on the love of peace.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's involvement in Afghanistan is one of either war or peace. The Prime Minister's Conservatives, helped out by their Liberal friends, are staying the course on destruction, they're staying the course on counterinsurgency, and staying the course on George Bush war. But we know that opium production is up, we know that corruption is up, crime is up, we know that the rates of violence is up, in fact 20% up since 2006. The number of Afghan civilians killed is up, doubled since 2005. And last year alone, NATO bombs killed over 6,500 Afghanistan people, and you are talking about 6,500 lives, and no one seems to really care. And the situation is getting worse, it's not getting better. Over the last few months, food prices especially for wheat and wheat flour, have increased by 60 to 80%. If our mission in Afghanistan is to better the lives of the Afghan people, we are failing, NATO is failing, and the international community is failing. That is why it's time for a change of direction. Canada has already spent $7 billion on this war. How much have we spent on peace? Less than $700 million has been spent on development aid. And imagine what we could do if we turn those numbers around. Imagine what $7 billion in aid could do. Hundreds of thousands of children in Africa could live free of AIDS, free of hunger, free of starvation, free of malnutrition, free of malaria, and hundreds and thousands of children in Darfur, in Congo, in Afghanistan could live full lives, be educated, but instead many are now starving, many are living in fear of death. Canada spent $4.7 billion on planes and tanks. $4.7 billion could provide 30,000 homes for ordinary families. That means 30,000 affordable housing with roofs, warm beds, and that also means that thousands of children will not have to move every few months because their families have no permanent place to call home. At the end of the day, there's a choice to be made. Canada can invest in war and the military or in average Canadian families, Mr. Speaker. Last year, the Conservative government spent $18.2 billion on the military. But for the children, early childhood education, you know how much they spent? $1.2 billion. How much for housing? $2 billion, which is far short of what we need to support hard-working families. No wonder Canada has the worst housing crisis since the Great Depression. And no wonder, in terms of child care and investment, we are the last at the bottom of the heap of the OECD countries. And that is our dirty secret. That's right, the bottom of the heap. And, well, you know, the Conservatives have no problem in cutting and running. You know what they do? They cut child care funding, they cut women's program, they cut affordable housing retrofit program, and they run the government with military lobbyists. They run away from tough questions, Mr. Speaker. Tough questions, like telling Canadian families why we are there in Afghanistan. What is our purpose there in Afghanistan? What is our definition of successes? They are running away from doing the tough political work and running away from peace negotiations, running away from using Canadian skills and expertise to bring various fractions in Afghanistan to the table to talk about peace. Mr. Speaker, they're running away from putting in place an effective disarmament program. Even though 65% of Afghans say that disarmament is the most important step towards improving security in Afghanistan. But this government is running away from involving regional actors like Pakistan, so there's cooperation that will lead to regional peace, security, and prosperity. With this cut-and-run strategy, no wonder a growing number of Afghans are joining or supporting the Taliban and other armed groups. And no wonder there is more violence. No wonder there's a rise in insurgency. No wonder there's more corruption. Surely staying this path on this course is absurd. It doesn't work. It's not going anywhere fast. This path has been tried for 7 years in a row. It's ineffective and it is failing. The counterinsurgency combat mission has failed to build security for Afghan people. It has failed to build a robust economy. It has failed to have gender equality. It has failed to have a stable and lasting peace. And for few months ago, over 900 Afghans died of cold and starvation this winter, just a few months ago. They will never see a conclusion to this war. And what about those children that we heard that who had to be sold by their parents in northern Afghanistan so their families can buy coal and bread? What kind of future do they expect? And you know, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow will never come for the Canadian soldiers who fought and died in Afghanistan. Tomorrow will never come for the 26,000 children under 5 years old that died every day because we are not paying enough in foreign aid. And tomorrow will not come for thousands of children living in poverty and their families are desperately waiting for affordable housing. So this is the legacy of war. More destruction, more death, more dying. And this is not the path we want. But speaking about legacy, let's stop for a moment to consider the legacy of that once mighty Liberal Party of Canada. The Liberal Party is so divided it has no courage to face the reality of war. It is so divided that it is willing to betray all principles and support the Conservative government once again, over and over again. So in doing so, this proud party is betraying Canada's values of peace, is betraying the principle of peacekeeping, of development, of aid, of reconstruction and human rights. And I recently, just today, the respected writer and journalist Linda McQuaid said in the Toronto Star that the Liberal leader is helping the Prime Minister transform Canada from a respected player on the world stage into a stick-wielding loudmouth, braying at the world from the protected perch inside the American empire. That was the quote. My, how far has the mighty have fallen, Mr. Speaker? And the NDP and the majority of Canadians want an end to this war. We are saying yes to peace negotiation. We're saying yes to reconstruction. We're saying yes to aid. And I'm proud to be here on behalf of the New Democratic Party of Canada to stand here and say, don't extend the war, end it, and bring the troops home now, right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Halton, Wellington Halton Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Trinity Spadina has outlaid her party's position on the mission in Afghanistan. And what I would point out to her is that in the 19th century, the United Kingdom and the United States and many other allies pursued a policy of splendid isolationism. And before Woodrow Wilson became President of the United States, before that time, they pursued this policy of splendid isolation. They didn't engage in conflicts and problems overseas. They thought that those problems would always stay away. And if there's anything that the 20th century taught us, it was that we cannot live in splendid isolation, that we live in an interconnected world. That's why external affairs diplomats like Gordon Robertson and Hume Wrong, both of whom are buried in Wakefield, just a few miles from here, that's why they crafted Canada's multilateralist foreign policy. And it's something that Canada has built a reputation on over the decades. And now in the 21st century, the NDP is arguing that we should unilaterally withdraw out of our mission in Afghanistan. So, Mr. Speaker, the NDP's position on this is either one of two things. Either they want to return us to the isolationist policies of the 19th century, which led to the bloodshed in the 20th century, or they are completely naive that we can do diplomacy and development work without defense.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the Canadian men and women that served in Second World War. I'm proud of what they've done in places like Hong Kong. I'm proud of their accomplishments. But I'm also proud of the government that did not send our troops to Vietnam. I'm proud of that because that is not a war that we should be engaged in. I am very, very, very impressed that at that time the government did not agree to go with the U.S. to Vietnam. Just like today, we should never say to go to Iraq. And in terms of Afghanistan, again, the first in 2002 on February 2nd, when the Canadian troops, the first wave of them, went into Afghanistan, it was under the U.S. Operation Enduring Freedom. It was right from the beginning a Mr. Bush war. And it is not about reconstruction. It is not about gender equality. It's not about development. It's not about aid. So that is not the path that we want to choose. We want to choose peace, negotiation. We want to do the tough work to bring people together. That is the skill. That is the legacy that Canada has. It's not one of just war fighting. It is one of peace negotiation. That's the legacy that I want to have Canada follow, not the wrong path of staying the course that is completely in the wrong direction.
Hear, hear.
Il reste 2 minutes.
There are 2 minutes left for questions and comments. For the Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
As it's so difficult to hear in the chamber, I'm going to suggest we simply await the arrival of the next speaker in the debate that's supposed to start at this moment. And there will be 2 minutes the next time this matter comes up to continue these remarks, but it's almost impossible to hear, and it's not fair to the Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina to have to make her remarks now, if that's all right with honourable members. So we'll just take a little break from the debate here for a moment. Order. Comme il est 16 heures.
It being 4 p.m., the House will now proceed with the consideration of Ways and Means Motion Number 6 concerning the budget presentation.
Government orders. Consideration of Ways and Means Motion Number 6 concerning the budgetary policy.
Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. debate, the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the budget documents for 2008, including notices of Ways and Means motions. The details of the measures are contained in these documents.
I ask that these motions be on the orders of the day for the next session of the House.
Opportunity. The government will introduce bills to implement the measures in this budget. Mr. Speaker, the budget is balanced, taxes have been cut, and Canadians will now have a powerful new incentive to save money tax-free, the tax-free savings account that we are announcing today. Our government is meeting the challenge of global economic uncertainty with a plan that is real, a plan that is responsible, a plan that is working. Mr. Speaker, the fundamentals of the Canadian economy are strong. We are running surpluses and paying down substantial amounts of debt. We are reducing the tax burden to the lowest level since the government of John George Diefenbaker. Inflation is low and stable, interest rates are low, and unemployment is the lowest it has been in 33 years. But Canada is not an island.
Challenges from abroad impact us here at home. The economy in the United States, our biggest trading partner, is slowing down. There is volatility in global financial markets. Some sectors of our economy are struggling, and the overall Canadian economy will likely grow more slowly over the next 2 years. Meeting these challenges is critical, not just for our country, but for our families.
Speaker, we have come to a fork in the road. Some would have us go down the path to higher spending, higher interest rates, and higher taxes, perhaps even an increase in the GST. But that approach, Mr. Speaker, is misguided. There is another way. Our government is taking the path that requires focus, discipline, and prudence. And, Mr. Speaker, we know where we are going, and we have a plan to take us there. Advantage Canada. It is an economic plan rooted in reality, a plan that is responsible, a way forward for the long term. Our government recognizes the coming challenges, and we move forward with a sense of purpose and determination. We have been preparing for the prospect of slower growth, laying stronger economic foundations, and keeping our eye on core federal responsibilities.
Last spring, in Budget 2007, we brought in temporary tax help for manufacturers with a $1.3 billion accelerated capital cost allowance incentive. In the fall economic statement, We acted decisively with $60 billion in tax relief, including a further reduction in the GST, a reduction in personal income taxes, and historic reductions in business taxes. In fact, this year alone, our government is injecting $21 billion of stimulus into the Canadian economy. As a share of the economy, this is significantly greater than the stimulus package offered by the U.S. In January, we announced the Community Development Trust to support workers and communities already feeling the pinch.
Speaker, we are also providing additional support for Canadian farm families. Better access to $3.3 billion in advances to cope with extraordinary market pressures in the livestock sector, and $50 million to help the hog sector adjust to new market realities. Some say we should not have provided tax relief for individuals, families, workers, and seniors. They call it blowing the surplus. Well, Mr. Speaker, it takes a certain kind of Ottawa politician to view giving people their hard-earned money back as blowing the surplus. Notre gouvernement.
Today, our government is proud to say it. Canadians pay less tax. A $2,000 tax credit for every child in every family, the Canada Employment Credit, a fitness tax credit for children, pension income splitting for seniors and pensioners, and the GST reduced to 5%.
In the weeks to come, Canadians across the country will file their tax returns, and they will see the $2.9 billion of retroactive personal tax relief announced in the fall. Mr. Speaker, we didn't wait. We acted, and Canadians can see the results. To date, our government has taken actions that will provide nearly $200 billion in tax relief over this and the next 5 years, $140 billion of which will be for individuals. And taxes will continue to decline thanks to our tax-back guarantee. As we pay down the federal debt, interest savings are being returned to Canadians in personal income tax relief. We are reducing the federal debt by more than $37 billion, including $10.2 billion this fiscal year. As a result, Mr. Speaker, by 2009-2010, personal income tax reductions provided under the tax-back guarantee will amount to $2 billion. Instead of a year-end spending spree, we are giving Canadians a direct stake in and a direct benefit from debt reduction. Now, Mr. Speaker, if we are to help families prepare for the long term, we must ensure Canadians have the right incentives to save for the future. Saving isn't always easy, but it's important. Unfortunately, for too long, government punished people who did the right thing.
As one of my constituents recently said to me, I go to work, I collect my pay, I pay my taxes, and after I pay my expenses each month, I try to put some money away. I don't have a lot, but I am reaching my goal. He also said, Yet the federal government taxes me on what I earn on my savings and my investments. Savings and investments I socked away with after-tax income. I'm saving. Why am I being punished for doing the right thing? Mr. Speaker, he's right, and we're going to change that.
So, Mr. Speaker, the government will unveil the single most important personal savings vehicle since the introduction of the RRSP. That is the new tax-free savings account. This flexible, registered, general-purpose account will allow Canadians to watch their savings grow, tax-free. It's the first account of its kind in Canadian history. And this is how it works. First, Canadians can contribute up to $5,000 every year to a registered tax-free savings account, plus carry forward any unused room to future years. Second, the investment income, including capital gains earned in the plan, will be exempt from any tax even when withdrawn. Thirdly, Canadians can withdraw from the account at any time without restriction. Better yet, there are no restrictions on what they can save for. And finally, the full amount of withdrawals may be recontributed to their tax-free savings account in the future to ensure no loss in a person's total savings group. An RRSP is primarily designed for retirement. In many ways, a tax-free savings account is like an RRSP for everything else in your life. Ces comptes encourageront.
It is a powerful incentive to save, to help young people saving for their first car, to help couples saving for their first home, to help seniors stretch their retirement savings further, and to help every Canadian set aside a bit of cash each month for a special project to help their kids or to simply treat themselves.
Here for lower and modest income Canadians to save. There will be no clawbacks. Neither the income or capital gains earned in a tax-free savings account nor the withdrawals from it will affect eligibility for federal income-tested benefits such as the guaranteed income supplement.
Mr. Speaker, the generations that came before us deserve to live their retirement years with dignity and respect. Many seniors are living on a fixed income. Oftentimes, they find it difficult to make ends meet. This year alone, our government is providing about $5 billion in tax relief for seniors and pensioners, including a doubling of the pension income amount to $2,000, increasing the age credit amount by $1,000, increasing the age limit for maturing RPPs and RRSPs, and for the first time ever in Canada, pension income splitting for seniors and pensioners.
Do more to support our seniors. Today, we are increasing the guaranteed income supplement exemption to $3,500 from the current maximum of $500. Speaker, this will benefit low and modest income seniors who choose to continue working. Financially, it can be challenging for seniors, but it can also be challenging for those living in northern and isolated communities. To help offset the higher cost of living, we are increasing the daily amount of the northern residence deduction by 10% to $16.50. This increase will bring the maximum amount of the residency deduction to $6,022.50. This is long overdue. As I say, Mr. Speaker, this is long overdue. The northern residence deduction has not been increased since Finance Minister Michael Wilson stood in this place and delivered his budget in 1986.
Our government.
Order. Order. The Minister of Finance has the floor. We have to be able to hear the speech. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Order.
Our government is also committed to making Canada a great place to create and expand a business. As international competition increases, steps must be taken to encourage investment and sharpen our competitive edge. That is why we have abolished the federal capital tax and provided a financial incentive to encourage provinces to eliminate their capital taxes as quickly as possible.
Last fall, we set out a long-term plan to reduce the federal corporate income tax rate to 15% by 2012. This bold initiative will give Canada the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment in the G7 by 2010 and the lowest statutory tax rate in the G7 by 2012. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we are calling on the provinces to reduce their corporate income taxes. Our goal is to achieve a combined federal-provincial tax rate of 25% by 2012. This will not only give a lift to our traditional industries, but will make our competitive business taxes a powerful brand globally. Some, like British Columbia, have already taken significant steps in this direction. Mr. Speaker, our tax relief measures are working now for the benefit of all Canadians. Actions taken by the government since 2006 are providing $21 billion in incremental tax relief to Canadians and Canadian businesses this year. This is a significant and substantial economic stimulus equivalent to 1.4% of Canada's GDP.
Mr. Speaker, a year ago, we could see that Canadian manufacturers and processors were facing very challenging times. That is why, in Budget 2007, we brought in a temporary accelerated capital cost allowance. This initiative allows manufacturing businesses to fully write off investments in machinery and equipment over a 2-year period. By 2009-2010, this measure alone will benefit the manufacturing and processing sector to the tune of $1.3 billion. It is helping Canadian manufacturers make the investments needed to build modern facilities here at home and still take on the world.
Today, our government is going even further. We are extending temporary accelerated capital cost allowance treatment for 3 years on a declining basis. This will provide the manufacturing and processing sector with an additional $1 billion in tax relief. Mr. Speaker, we are also investing in research and development to strengthen our economy and stimulate innovation and discovery. The auto sector has been a major driver of the Canadian economy. Automotive engineers, assembly workers, and parts manufacturers are the foundation of many communities, like my riding of Whitby-Oshawa. Our government knows how important it is for our auto sector to get out in front of the competition and stay there. Technology is quickly evolving, and we must be relentless in our pursuit of new breakthroughs. As a result, we are providing $250 million for an automotive innovation fund. Speaker, this money will fuel the development of greener and more fuel-efficient vehicles. This will help preserve the environment. It will also help preserve and create high-quality jobs. This is the kind of investment promised in our 2000 Science and Technology Strategy. Mr. Speaker, today we are providing an additional $440 million in the next 2 years to secure Canada's leadership in the global marketplace through research and innovation. This includes $80 million annually for university research to meet the innovation needs of Canada's automotive, manufacturing, forestry, and fishing industries, to address health priorities, and to advance social and economic development in the North.
As the economy slows, Canada's communities need help too. Our $1 billion Community Development Trust is providing vulnerable communities facing major downturns with much needed financial assistance. It supports workers in areas where the entire region is struggling by funding, job training, community transition plans that create new jobs, and infrastructure and other initiatives that stimulate economic diversification. Today, we are also providing additional support for older workers who have been laid off. We are extending the targeted initiative for older workers through to 2012. This is a new $90 million investment in capable, experienced workers aged 55 to 64. It will allow them to remain productive participants in the workforce and help alleviate labor shortages where they exist.
This program is a safety net for struggling Canadian workers. To strengthen the EI account, our government is creating the Canada Employment Insurance Financing Board. Starting in 2009, this new independent Crown Corporation will be responsible for implementing a new EI premium rate-setting mechanism and maintaining a cash reserve of $2 billion provided by the government. With this reform, Canadian workers and communities can be confident that EI will be managed on a truly break-even basis. Mr. Speaker, even in good economic times, there are those at risk of being left behind. but Canadians are guided by values of compassion, kindness, and generosity. That's why the Mental Health Commission was struck last year. Under the leadership of the Honourable Michael Kirby, the Commission has recommended the government proceed with 5 pilot projects across the country. These will help increase our knowledge of those who are homeless and suffering from mental illness. Today, we are providing $110 million to establish demonstration projects in Vancouver, Winnipeg, Toronto, Montreal, and Moncton. These initiatives, Mr. Speaker, these initiatives will allow us to establish best practices in addressing the needs of these vulnerable people as we go forward. This is an important step toward dealing with this problem. Mr. Speaker, to support our communities and ensure the competitiveness of the Canadian economy, Canada needs access to modern infrastructure. Our government is making the largest single federal investment in public infrastructure since World War II through our Building Canada plan. This is a total of $33 billion over 7 years for roads, bridges, water systems, public transit, and international gateways. To help us maximize this investment, we have created a new Crown Corporation called PPP Canada, Inc. It will be the first public-private partnership office of its kind at the federal level in Canada. By increasing our use of P3s and taking into account contributions by other levels of government, we should be able to leverage a $100 billion investment in infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, another key component of our Building Canada plan is the Federal Gas Tax Fund. This is direct funding to our cities, towns, and communities for essential infrastructure. In Budget 2007, our government extended this funding to 2014. Today, we are announcing the permanent extension of gas tax funding. It will reach $2 billion per year in 2009-2010. Municipalities, large and small, from coast to coast, will be able to plan and finance their infrastructure needs with this additional funding every year, forever.
Is one of the keys to achieving a cleaner and healthier environment. That's why our government has been making significant investments to provide alternative transportation options. In order to entice people out of their cars and onto public transit, we have provided $1.3 billion in support for public transit capital investments and the tax credit for public transit passes. In addition, today, we are providing $500 million to make further investments in public transit capital infrastructure. This funding will be dedicated to several specific projects, including the Evergreen Light Rapid Transit System in Vancouver, the re-establishment of the rail link between the City of Peterborough and Toronto's Union Station, following the existing right-of-way, and new equipment and upgrades to dedicated rapid transit routes for the Aéroport de Montréal. Investing in modern public transit is about preserving our environment. It's also about reducing traffic congestion so goods can get to market on time. It's about creating a seamless, modern, safe, and secure transportation system for the benefit of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, in these challenging times, we are focusing on our core responsibilities. The federal government has long helped Canadian students finance their education. Today, this historic role has taken on even greater importance. We must ensure that the next generation of Canadians has the opportunity to excel in this increasingly competitive world. To that end, Mr. Speaker, our government is investing in a new consolidated post-secondary Canada Student Grant Program. This will be a single, focused program that fully respects provincial jurisdiction. It will also provide more effective support to more students for more years of study. As the Canada Millennium Scholarship Foundation winds down, our government will provide $350 million for this Canada Student Grant Program in 2009-2010, growing to $430 million in 2012-2013. Speaker, in comparison to the predecessor programs, this funding will reach an estimated 245,000 students. That's over 100,000 more students from low and middle income families than the current system. My colleague, the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development, will be consulting with students and the provinces and territories to finalize specifics of the program.
To develop and attract the next generation of world-class researchers, our government is creating a new class of doctoral scholarships named in honor of former Governor-General Georges P. Vanier. Governor-General Vanier was a true statesman and a hero. He was a soldier who fought in the First World War and was one of the founders of the Royal 22nd Regiment. He was also renowned for his promotion of excellence in youth. Our government will provide $100 million over 5 years beginning in 2008-2009 for the Vanier Scholarships. These will attract the best doctoral students from here and around the world to study here in Canada. The Vanier Scholarships will build on Canada's existing strength in graduate education and help build the skilled workforce needed to face the challenges of the future. To strengthen the ability of Canadian universities to attract and retain the world's top scientific leaders, our government will provide $21 million to establish Canada Global Excellence Research Chairs. These prestigious research chairs will be offered in the 4 priority areas identified in the government's science and technology strategy. That is, the environment, natural resources and energy, health, and information and communication technologies.
This funding will allow each chair to assemble outstanding research teams and undertake cutting-edge research in areas of strategic importance to Canada. Canada also needs to do a better job of bringing Aboriginal Canadians into the skilled workforce, another core responsibility. During my prejudgment consultations, Chief Clarence Louis of the HoC First Nation in British Columbia, pointed out that there are a large number of Aboriginal Canadians willing to work who just need a chance. He suggested the government's focus needs to shift from social services to economic development and skills training. Mr. Speaker, our government couldn't agree more. Today, we are providing $70 million over the next 2 years to establish a new framework for Aboriginal economic development. This new framework will allow us to better match the skills and training of Aboriginal Canadians with labour market demands. In addition, we are providing $70 million over 2 years to support tripartite agreements with willing First Nations and provinces to develop more effective approaches to First Nations education. We are also making important new investments in immigration. In Budget 2007, we made significant progress in this area by streamlining the temporary foreign worker program, enabling employers to bring in workers more quickly. We also changed the rules, allowing skilled workers and foreign students to remain in Canada as permanent residents, people this country needs. Today, we are going even further. We are changing the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to improve and speed up the application process. It is not fair for prospective immigrants to wait for years before their applications are considered. De plus,
in addition, we are providing $22 million in new funding to support immigration initiatives over the next 2 years. This funding will improve the responsiveness of our immigration system and better align it with our labour market needs. Focusing on our core responsibilities also means preserving and protecting the environment. Canadians demand and expect that action is being taken to reduce harmful emissions and to crack down on polluters. Since 2006, our government has announced numerous initiatives to support cleaner energy, clean transportation alternatives, cleaner air and water, and the development of green technology. Our government has committed to reduce Canada's total greenhouse gas emissions 60 to 70% by 2050. This is an ambitious and achievable goal.
Mr. Speaker, today we are taking action to fulfill our commitments to a cleaner, healthier environment. Our government is committing $250 million for carbon capture and storage projects. Our government is also providing $66 million over 2 years to lay the foundation for market-based mechanisms that will establish a price for carbon and support the development of carbon trading in Canada. Our government is also providing $21 million over 2 years for resources to better enforce our environmental laws. Our government is also providing $13 million over 2 years to accelerate access to cleaner, renewable fuels for cars and trucks. And our government is further expanding tax incentives for clean energy generation. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want a healthy environment. They also want healthy, safe communities. Today, our government is taking another step toward building safer communities and putting criminals out of business. We are putting more police officers on our streets. We are providing $400 million to hire 2,500 new frontline police officers over the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, this money will be available to provinces and territories that have publicly committed to new recruitment programs. Our government is also delivering additional support for our brave men and women in the Canadian Forces and their families. In this budget, we are providing stable, predictable funding with annual increases in defense spending of 2% starting in 2011-2012. We are also helping survivors of veterans with $282 million over this and the next 2 years to expand the Veterans Independence Program.
We've got John Boyd there.
It's the best cheerleader. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, since taking office, our government has been vigilant in focusing and reviewing government spending. We want to ensure Canadians receive full value for the money that they pay in taxes. The government has introduced a new expenditure management system with a greater focus on results. Under this new approach, the President of the Treasury Board is leading strategic reviews of all departmental spending. These reviews are about better management and ensuring that all government spending is aligned with the priorities of Canadians. In this initial review year, 17 organizations participated in strategic reviews, examining department spending amounting to $13.6 billion, or 15% of total direct program spending. As a result, they are streamlining operations, realigning their activities, and transforming their organizations in order to deliver better results. All savings from these reviews are being directed to new initiatives in these departments and other priorities in this budget.
Focusing on our core responsibilities also means strengthening Canada's economic union. Nowhere is this ambition of a stronger economic union more important than in the domain of capital markets. That is why our government put forward a plan to create a Canadian advantage in global capital markets, a plan that will benefit Canadian enterprises seeking capital and Canadian investors looking for investment opportunities for their savings. I have appointed an expert panel on securities regulation. It will advise me and provincial territorial ministers on the content, structure, and enforcement of securities regulation, including a model Common Securities Act. The expert panel will report by the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, Canada has had a strong year. We are well positioned to weather any sudden economic storms. Our government has taken care to strengthen our economic fundamentals. The economy grew faster than expected a year ago when I presented Budget 2007. The extra federal revenues we received have been used in a balanced way. In the fall economic statement, we announced lower taxes, some of them retroactive to the beginning of 2007. This year, we are providing substantial economic stimulus, $21 billion in incremental tax relief to Canadians and Canadian businesses. This is equivalent to 1.4% of Canada's GDP. Including measures announced today, we are providing $1.1 billion in one-time efforts to help workers and communities that are already feeling the effects of the slowing economy. And finally, We are reducing the debt by $10.2 billion this fiscal year, bringing our cumulative debt reduction since coming to office to more than $37 billion. Mr. Speaker, there are challenges on the horizon. We are seeing increased global uncertainty, but we are prepared. We have a long-term economic plan, Advantage Canada, and we are building on that plan. Today's budget is prudent, disciplined, and realistic. It is focused on preparing Canada and Canadians for the challenges ahead. It lets Canadians save tax-free with tax-free savings accounts. It helps students, seniors, and workers, especially older and displaced workers. It focuses federal spending on core responsibilities. It strengthens the integrity of the EI account to ensure it will be managed on a truly break-even basis. It tackles the consequences of mental illness and homelessness, adds new funds for more police, and sets aside stable, dependable funding for Canadian municipalities and the Canadian forces. Today's budget provides a further boost to Canadian businesses, especially manufacturers, and strengthens the economic union. Mr. Speaker, Canadians do not want our economy to slide back to high spending, high debt, and higher taxes. Prudent management, focus, and discipline will serve us well as we face the challenges ahead. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. À l'ordre.
Order.
Question
Questions and comments.
and comments. Now, just to start, I wish to warn members, I expect that none of the questions or answers will exceed 1.5 minutes. So we get at least 3 questions in, one from each of the 3 opposition parties in the 10 minutes that's allotted for questions and comments. So 1.5 minutes max. If they're shorter, that's fine. Then we might get a 4th question. But we'll start with the honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whenever this minister uses the word prudent or frugal, Canadians should know that what he really means is that he's broken the bank.
Yeah.
Having inherited record surpluses 2 years ago, he proceeded to spend like crazy, earning the title highest spender since Confederation from Andrew Coyne, who is himself hardly a Liberal.
Right.
So the consequence today is that the fiscal cupboard is largely bare, and the minister has just announced a projected surplus 2 years from now of $1.3 billion before any contingency reserve, and anybody who knows anything about finance knows that that's a nanosecond from deficit financing.
Right.
So my question, why did this fiscally incompetent minister so squander his massive Liberal fiscal inheritance that he's on the verge of returning to that territory so familiar to Conservatives, non-stop, year after year, deficit financing by every Conservative Prime Minister, from R.B. Bennett to Kim Campbell? That's where he's heading.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I always enjoy getting a lecture on spending from a Liberal. When they were in government, Mr. Speaker, we can go back to the time of Jean Chrétien, the member for La Salle-Imard. What was their spending like? Over 5 years, spending increases averaged 8.2%. In 1 year alone, Mr. Speaker, in 2004, 2005, they increased spending 14.8%. Now, Mr. Speaker, there may be an explanation. I think that was the year where they did 3 budgets in 1 year with the help of the New Democratic Party. So it may be understandable that they were even more out of control that year than they were in the preceding 5 years. Mr. Speaker, we don't need any lessons from the big spenders, the big taxers, the people that create big debt in Canada. That is the Liberal Party that ruled this country for 13 years, driving up debt.
The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind this House that on June 28, 2005, the Prime Minister, then an official opposition leader, told Joyce Carter in a written letter, in a promise, that all widows of World War II and Korean veterans would be covered by BIP. All of them, not some of them. Then Joyce Carter of Cape Breton came down here, and in June of last year, the then Prime Minister told her to her face that all widows of all the veterans of World War II and Korea would be covered. Now we get a document that says only some of them will be covered. Only those on income-eligible or disability tax credits need apply. Their own documents, Mr. Speaker, at Veterans Affairs says that they need at least $333 million per year to cover them all for simple groundkeeping and in-housekeeping services. Why did this minister deliberately mislead these widows of these brave heroes of our country?
The Honourable Minister. Order. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to announce a few minutes ago that we are helping survivors of veterans with $282 million over this in the next 2 years to expand the Veterans Independence Program. And I would remind the member who poses the question that the foundation of this program is a disability program when he reviews the merits of the program. I'd also remind the member that in this House, every time a provision has come forward in recent years to support veterans or to support dependents, has he stood up? Yes, he stood up and voted against.
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a question.
Why, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I speak for all members in this House in congratulating the Finance Minister on his 3rd consecutive balanced budget. Bravo! Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that builds on our record of almost $200 billion in tax cuts with the groundbreaking new tax-free savings account. And on behalf of overtaxed Canadians, Minister, I thank you for this landmark achievement that will benefit Canadians permanently. Can the Minister of Finance please share with this House how my constituents and how all Canadians will benefit from this tax-free savings account?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
I thank, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question and also for his tireless work for his constituents. He is, without a doubt, the finest MP the people of Glengarry, Prescott, Russell have had in a very long time. Mr. Speaker,
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor. Everyone wants to hear his answer. The Minister of Finance has the floor. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the new landmark tax-free savings plan, or TIFSA, is one way we're doing that. This is a remarkable new plan, Mr. Speaker. It is the most important savings plan in modern Canadian history, the most important plan since 1957, when the RRSP plan was introduced. This new plan, TIFSA, will allow all Canadians, from seniors to those with low and modest incomes, the opportunity to earn tax-free savings income with maximum flexibility. In 20 years, it's estimated that these plans will permit over 90% of Canadians to hold all of their financial assets in tax-efficient savings vehicles. As this matures, this is not a small program. As this matures over time, these tax-free savings accounts, the cost will move up to about $3 billion over the course of the next 20 years. And I encourage Canadians to check the tax-free savings calculator on the website at www.budget.gc.ca to see how much tax they can save.
The Honourable Member for Hunsik. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I could go over many different items here, but given the time constraints, let me limit myself to two. This government has been saying that we'll hire 10,500 police officers for the past 2 years. Now they're announcing 400 million. I hope this won't take place in 10 years because people need this. In terms of culture, this government has completely abandoned that field. Nothing for films, feature films, television, but they're going around Quebec making announcements, but there's absolutely nothing for culture and even less for Quebec in here. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we are, of course, continuing the $30 million funding for the Canada Council that was announced previously. I'm very proud of the fact that this budget, and I thank the Secretary of State for Sports for her strong support for the Olympics. And we are providing additional support for the torch relay, for the Olympics, and for the Paralympics all across Canada. We're also supporting the Summer Olympics with $24 million over 2 years to help our summer athletes become as expert and successful as we know our winter athletes are going to be at Whistler. We also have a large program, as I'm sure the Honourable Member knows, announced in the budget to support our 4 major national museums, their capital programs in Canada.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
For Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak again. And perhaps I could very briefly speak as an economist and student of Canadian history with regard to the answer of the Finance Minister. And these are facts that when Mr. Chrétien, whom he mentioned, came to power, he inherited a $42 billion conservative deficit. And within 4 years, he had put that deficit into a surplus, balanced the books, and then ran 8 consecutive years of surplus. Now that is the happy situation this minister inherited from Mr. Chrétien's Liberal successor. So those are the facts. I have also examined growth rates of program spending by government, and I'm happy to share them with the minister in a non-political fashion. And if you take the whole Liberal period from 93 to 2005, the growth rate was in fact less than half of the growth rate under his 2 years of government. So those are facts, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to enhance them with political histrionics.
Oh, go ahead.
Let me just go on very briefly to say that this is a budget that is a mile wide and an inch deep. It's a shotgun approach which has no focus at all. To the extent there is any merit in this budget, it consists of the fact that they have taken Liberal ideas and applied those ideas to their budget, generally speaking, in a watered-down fashion. And let me end by just giving you a few examples of these borrowed or stolen Liberal ideas. quelques exemples.
Few examples. The making permanent the gas tax, as we promised in February 2007. Secondly, direct aid to the auto sector, as we said as requested in January 2008, creating jobs and improving public transit by investing in infrastructure, as we recommended in February 2008. Reserving funds for the hiring of police officers, as we promised in March 2007.
Speaker, all these examples of liberal commitments, liberal ideas, borrowed and then implemented in a highly unsatisfactory, watered-down way. But I won't go on, Mr. Speaker, because I will have an opportunity to speak at greater length tomorrow. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the debate be now adjourned.
Good idea.
Mr. McCallum, seconded by Ms. Redmond, moves that the debate be now adjourned. Conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, the motion is deemed adopted and the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2:00 p.m.